The moment she accepted the sword, and engaged it while standing still, she swung it down with immense force. This cracked the belly of Wilhelm's sword, and rejected the steel. Faced with no resistance, the longsword fragmented his sword, and Wilhelm perceived the loss of his special weapon. Instantly gripping to the handle of the fractured sword, he prepared for the following attack, which was in his instinct as a swordsman. However, that preparedness would bear fruit only if he differed in the purity as a swordsman. In that respect, herself, in front of his eyes, was the worst possible opponent. The sword demon who lost his sword, and the sword saint loved by the sword god. That difference was clear. No necessity for even delineating it. During the juncture, he forgot to even blink his eyes. Wilhelm saw the longsword pierce through his right leg. It was a sword so beautiful, to the extent he was charmed by it. The blade penetrated into the joint of the aged swordsman's right leg, and the edge of the sword was contaminated by minimal blood, without any unneeded destruction, right through the gap between muscle fibers and nerves, taking away only the functionality of the leg. It was the excellence of preeminent swordsmanship. The lack of resistance was such that it seemed as if the blade was simply swiping through water. With that performance being held upon his own right leg, Wilhelm's back shuddered. Was his emotion that of admiration, vexation, infatuation? He himself did not know which one complied. What he did know was only the truth of his defeat being thrusted into his face. Wilhelm, As the blade embedded in his right leg slid through, the height of his knees was divided. Just as when the longsword had pierced in, his flesh was drawn out soundlessly. Wilhelm groaned upon the delayed pain and crumbled. As blood flooded out of his leg's wound, his lower body was rendered powerless. If the power of the divine protection of Death God was invoked, any type of healing magic may be used, but it shall not heal. The closer the distance with the wielder of the divine protection, the more its effectivity increased, no matter how marginal the wound. It became a curse that eroded away life and coerced endless bloodshed upon the victim. The wound on Wilhelm's right leg was not so slight as to be labeled a shallow wound. It was a gash that could be life-threatening if it was neglected, and the divine protection of Death God was obligated to refuse all recovery. It seemed as if the deadline for his life had been set for a period excessively short. Wilhelm, regrettable, as his brain was being scorched by the pain, he leaked out his grief prior to his anguish. The sense of pain was stimulating an incessant screech, but Wilhelm revealed it on his face simply via furrowing his eyebrows and nothing else. He was not frivolously holding it back, or affixing it to his willpower. The sharp impetus upon his body could not possibly ever outstrip the darkness veiling his heart. When despair, despondency, and his own cowardliness and worthlessness was being scorched onto his soul, what significance could physical ache possibly hold for this aged swordsman? Dropping the sword in his hand, Wilhelm put his hand on the mouth of the wound. The bleeding was supposed to leak away his life, but the defeated had no intention of disgracefully maintaining distance. However, according to etiquette, he must not meet his end by something like blood loss. He had fought as a swordsman. He had opposed as a swordsman. He had been defeated as a swordsman. Then the life of the defeated was to be taken away by the sword of the victor. Wilhelm. Theresia. I am Theresia. The female swordsman of Rose, with her long sword being carried on her shoulder, was looking down towards Wilhelm. In those eyes, truly, existed no deep emotion. Without remembering anything until the very end, and continuing to not remember anything, she was the death god of the sword who was going to reap Wilhelm's life. He looked up at the beautiful face, such that he was fascinated by it. Theresia, silent, swung the sword before Wilhelm. Once her sword descended, Wilhelm's life too would come to an end. Wilhelm, all alone, never will I. The instant of the longsword's descent, Wilhelm extended his right hand. Lying there was a fragment of the twin swords, the sword Theresia had cast aside. Wilhelm picked it up with his fingers and floundered, unable to accept the moment of his death till the end of the end. His defeat, that remained unchanged. That could not be helped. But her, in these moments, he must not render Theresia. Her, alone. Unable to stop his wife, who was being made to swing the sword against her will, he could not allow her to advance towards Crush, whom he was greatly indebted to, or Subaru and the rest. If his ignition of his life was insufficient, then he did not mind the destruction of his soul after death. However, the brandish of that resolution was Theresia. Wilhelm. Theresia? Keeping her sword held tight, Theresia leapt a great distance backwards. The blade he held in his right hand, she was a distance that its swipe would not reach her, at a position that would be beyond Wilhelm's reach, whose leg had been injured. Theresia slightly inclined her neck. Emotionless eyes, seeing a terribly empty color in them, Wilhelm, for the first time, experienced fright. That fear was a fear that arose in his instinct, in Wilhelm's instincts as a swordsman. There lay no necessity to go out of the way and deliver a finishing blow to a prey bearing fatal injuries. With the pride of a swordsman long lost, this was the judgment which could only be cast by a calm death god. Wilhelm. Wait. Wait, Theresia. Oh. Wilhelm shouted, at the dread of being left behind. His leg did not hurt. Forgetting the ache of his right leg, Wilhelm tried to pursue the distant Theresia. However, the pain, or at the very least, the wound, was real. Without any strength, he tumbled, potently striking his shoulder. The aged swordsman made an expression conveying how unforgivable this was, swinging about her long red hair. Theresia became further distant. Ahead of the path of herself's footsteps was Heinkel, standing upright. The longsword, with no decline in fighting spirit hitherto, established him as its next prey. Slashing the man whom she did not know was her husband, she shall next slash the man whom she did not know was her son, for that purpose. Wilhelm. Stop. Theresia, do you think that is forgivable? Fight with me. Look at me. At me. Look at me. At me. Theresia. No. With a voice as though bleeding, Wilhelm called Theresia. Innumerable times, that name which he wished to call whilst having her in his eyes, in a form utterly unlike the figure he had thought of innumerable times. Rage in lieu of love, insanity in lieu of love, insanity in lieu of ardor, devoting it all. However, the woman did not look back. Gripping firmly the sword where abode the death god, the woman slowly resumed heading towards Heinkel. Heinkel inhaled at that figure advancing ahead, and unsheathed the knight's sword with his own trembling hands. Heinkel. Wait. I said wait. You? Theresia, he said. No way? It can't be possible. It can't be mother. HK. Theresia. Heinkel. No. Even if it isn't mother. That's not it. Father had become like that, so... Shit. What is this? Just what is this? What are you doing? Looming before his eyes was Theresia of her youthful days. That form, and the form of her as a mother within Heinkel, shall never overlap. He shook his neck horizontally in repudiation, and desperately tried to deny the spectacle before his eyes, voicing words he failed to put a halt to. His knees sneered, his line of sight disarrayed, and his figure, whilst wielding the sword too, seemed frail. Faced with the former sword saint, he had not even the slightest of chance. At this rate, unquestionably, Heinkel shall get slashed to his death by Theresia. That alone was something which could never be allowed to happen. Wilhelm. Theresia, over here. I am still alive. If you want to kill, then kill me first. Heinkel, there's no way you can do it. Right this instant, flee. Oh. Supporting himself with the sword, Wilhelm stood up feeling as though he was crunching stones, with no room for grasping his wound. With an increase in pressure, further of his blood gushed out. A cascade of fresh blood. The cobblestone subsequently metamorphosed into a hue of red, and whilst pulling the thread of that blood, Wilhelm pursued Theresia's back. Distant, too distant, slow, too slow. Once again, Wilhelm did not make it. Once again, Wilhelm could not reach it. Wilhelm. Hugh. Theresia. Theresia's longsword drew an arc, and the night sword of Heinkel, who had tugged his shoulders inward, accepted it. With not even the slightest stagnation, Heinkel's night sword left his hands far too quickly, giving rise to a shrill note as it bounced on the cobblestone. Heinkel. Stop. Please stop, Mom. Ichka. Rendered unarmed, the frightened Heinkel fell on his bottom at that spot. Flailing around his limbs desperately, Heinkel tried to escape, as if crawling. However, his quivering fingers, his terrified heart, and Theresia's eyes devoid of emotion tethered his mind and body to fear, and he was rendered nearly perfectly immobile at his locus. His throat was parched. Wiping off the tremendous cold sweat he was perspiring, Heinkel made a pallid face. There had possibly been some incontinence there as well. However, robbed of the composure to even feel embarrassed about that, Heinkel stared at the tip of the longsword hoisted upward. As though slicing the moon, the longsword extended directly towards the heavens. At the brink of his life, Wilhelm could accomplish naught but witness the spectacle of his wife slash their son to his death in front of his eyes. He raised his voice. It did not reach. He stretched his hand. It did not reach. Wilhelm. Theresia. No strength remained in the merely hollering voice of the sword demon, who had been unable to dedicate his everything into the sword. Heartlessly, the longsword was swung to cut off Heinkel's life. Oh, that's as far as it goes. That voice suddenly but distinctly cut into the seemingly stinging tension. With a dignified tone and not a single fragment of vacillation in it, it wielded no pardon. Those who heard it were struck with the aura of an overwhelming existence. It was simply natural to abide by its will. Wilhelm, Heinkel, and even Theresia halted all movement. Ahead of the line of sight of the three stood a single youth. Blazing red hair, like fire, perfectly clear. Gleaming blue eyes which captured the blue sky. Even with his white outfit contaminated by blood and mud, the figure, standing upright, was needless of any words to be adorned with except for heroic. The youth, steadily, continued to advance towards the location. In his hand was a scabbard with the engravings of deep wounds, and a night sword unsheathed from that scabbard. A sword blade polished to an extent of aberration. He clutched to the dragon sword reed. The voice of the laughter of the sword god resonated raucously in the ears of the sword demon. Chapter 72. Sword Saint versus Previous Generation Sword Saint. The dragon sword reed was a sword of multitudinous enigmas. It was indubitable that, across generations, it was a treasured sword handed down in the lineage of the Estria family, which had given rise to sword saints one after another. But the origin of where that dragon sword had been granted to them was something that had not been passed down. A treasured sword of a tenebrous past, and furthermore, the deviousness of being incapable of being unsheathed by anyone but the sword saint. To be precise, even by the sword saint, it could be unsheathed only in times necessary. The treasured sword that defeated the divine dragon Volcanica by the hand of the first-generation sword saint Ride Astria. In the past, when dragons had advanced upon in immense numbers, this legendary sword slashed all of them down altogether, or perhaps it was instead but a simple, dull blade, a magical sword which augmented its might by breathing the blood of the enemy. Countless were the anecdotes enshrouding it, all devoid of evidence, akin mere fairy tales. Regardless, nothing was firm. Neither existed any way to confirm anything. If there was one thing that could be asserted, the dragon sword reed was a supreme sword that transcended treasured swords, legendary swords, or magical swords of any disposition. It was the extremity of the realization of steel titled the sword. There existed no steel surpassing it. Even for Wilhelm, who had been bestowed with the honor of a swordsman, this was only the third instance across the entirety of his lifetime that he was laying his eyes upon the uncontaminated white blade. Wilhelm Reinhardt, with a jet-black scabbard bearing engravings carved by the claws of the dragon in his left hand, and the dragon sword gripped in his right hand, was he, his red hair swaying in the wind, lording over the situation earnestly ahead with his blue eyes. It was nobody else but the current generation sword saint, Reinhard van Astria. Even Wilhelm was overwhelmed by the noble, majestically stood figure. Inheriting sword saint and becoming the sword of the kingdom as an imperial knight was his real grandson. This, in fact, was Wilhelm's first time seeing his form to step into the battlefield. Upon losing Theresia in the Great Subjugation, Wilhelm left the Austria family. His dispute with his son and grandson from back then, yet held sway even after 15 years. Unburied. Henceforth, for these past 15 years, Wilhelm continued to pursue his wife and averting his eyes away from his family. Therefore, let it be the deterioration of his son, or the growth and accomplishments of his grandson, he had not been witness to anything. That is why, right now, he was overwhelmed by Reinhardt's figure. The one standing there was the sword saint, a being recipient of the love of the sword god, blessed with the honor of possessing the ability to unsheathe the greatest sword, standing atop the wishes of swordsmen of all dispositions. That could only be the sword saint. Beholding that figure, Wilhelm remembered. He had long forgotten his agony. What he remembered was a different emotion, the deep emotion Wilhelm had felt when far, far back in the past, he had been spectator to the swords dance of the sword saint of Theresia. Back then, Wilhelm felt a distance he would never be able to cover, a territory he would by no means be able to reach, and Wilhelm lamented the trifling nature of his sword talents. Yet, without decline, he swung the sword, continued swinging it, and at last managed to grasp the edge of that territory. No distance was too distant. That was what he was supposed to have proven. Such a tapered, puny outlook. The qualities were different. The statures were different. The weights were different. The things were different. Anything and everything was different. That was not an existence capable of being debated over whether it was within or beyond reach. It was an existence verbatim residing in an entirely different dimension itself. Theresia gradually lowered the hoisted longsword. The sword had been on the verge of slaying Heinkel, but stopped in face of the newly appeared enemy. The heartless, mobile cadaver of Theresia van Astrea had already lost the pride of a swordsman, the style of a warrior, anything and everything. What she had right now were only the orders of the caster who was moving her dead body via some secret arts, the optimum judgment for executing them, and defeating those posing as obstacles. That was all. And those orders prioritized those who could prove to be a threat. Her judgment was simply natural. Robbed of his ability to resume the battle, awaiting only his demise through blood loss, was the aged swordsman. Having lost all fighting spirit, unable to even flee, was the deputy commander of knights. Only name. Both of them no longer registered as threats or anything in such wise to Theresia. Therefore, turning her longsword, tilting her skills as the former sword saint towards the present sword saint, was a judgment devoid of doubt. Wilhelm, wait, Theresia, look here, at me. Theresia, ah. Dragging his leg, pulling the thread of blood, wailed Wilhelm, as though not hearing that cry. Theresia paid him no heed. As if the exchange of sword slashes until now had all been a lie, she treated him as something not even present. It was humiliating. However, it was even more so saddening. However, he had no time to drown in grief. He would never forgive such stagnation of his current self. He must shout. Now. He must stop her. Now. Theresia. Ignoring Wilhelm's racing heart, Theresia leapt at once and shortened the distance. Establishing her aim at Reinhard before her eyes, Theresia cavorted, with her long red hair waving in the wind. The longsword sketched a semicircle, painting an artistic diagonal across Reinhard, however. In the short interval wherein unforgivable was even the blink of an eye, Reinhard nullified the sword slash. Reinhard, who was positioning himself backwards and sideways, was pursued by the tip of the longsword, as though it were a living creature wielding a definite purpose. As it slashed the air of its trajectory to its death, even against the advancing slashes, Reinhardt's complexion did not manifest even the slightest of change. Simply taking distance with half a step, he remained unfazed. Realizing how unfavorable her position was, Theresia silently flew towards the front. Confronting Reinhard with half of the body exposed would be naught but suicidal. Turning back, Reinhard looked straight at Theresia, whose longsword had set its aim at his eye. Immediately behind Reinhard was the form of Heinkel. Reinhard confronted his grandmother whilst seemingly shielding his father. Via that alone, Wilhelm noticed this brief offense and defense had been for acquiring these positions. Heinkel. Stop it. What is it? Just what is it? What have I done? His countenance pale, clutching his own hair. Heinkel shan't notice. It did not matter if his own son was standing before him in order to protect him. The preceding truths he had faced, had already surpassed the capacity of his heart. He could not possibly be expected to overcome the situation either. That was how it was from the beginning. Hence, he had no choice but to raise his own voice. Wilhelm! Stop! Reinhard, look at me! Theresia is in the middle of fighting with me. You are not permitted to cut into a battle between two swordsmen. Reinhard glanced sideways towards Wilhelm, who had hollered they were still in the midst of battle. With his blue eyes, he looked at Wilhelm's right leg, yet bleeding. Reinhard, with that state of your leg you cannot continue to battle. Wilhelm, what do you mean if my leg can't move? These hands that grasp the sword are still alive. If my hands die, then my mouth. If my mouth will be ineffective, then my soul. As long as I've not lost my life, I have not been defeated. Reinhard, if you've not lost life, then what do you make of her? Who's in front of your eyes? Wilhelm. Dull. Upon Reinhard's question, Wilhelm's throat choked. Theresia, expressionless, with emotionless eyes, with sheer silence, was looking at her opponents. Keeping her stance at the corner of his eyes, Reinhard sought an answer from Wilhelm. Reinhard. A dead body devoid of self-consciousness, merely moving in accordance with the wishes of the caster. I do not believe there is any meaning in involving the styles of a swordsman with a deed seemingly toying with the dead. Wilhelm. Styles of a swordsman, you say? HK. Seeking to duel with a mobile cadaver was foolishness. Wilhelm was unable to refute Reinhard's reasoning. It was the truth that Theresia had already distanced away from Wilhelm, and the battle had come to an end. No matter how much the loser, Wilhelm, may yowl, the swordsman's wish shall not be granted. Furthermore, neither could Wilhelm himself loudly assert being a swordsman at present. Standing with support of the sword, the circumstance at hand entrusted to words instead of steel, wishes instead of sword might. Where did the pride and dignity of the sword demon remain in this Wilhelm van Astrea? Nothing in such wise existed anywhere. He was empty. Reinhard. The deceased do not move. The deceased have no future. I will not forgive that absurdity, enunciated Reinhard before Wilhelm, who had lost his voice. His eyes had averted from his grandfather, and now closely observed solely the cadaver of his grandmother, standing before his eyes. In gentle motion, the dragon's sword reed was held to aim for her eyes. Oddly, that stance was identical to that of Theresia's, as she bore the long sword on her shoulders, as though reflection in a mirror. The unclouded blade of the dragon's sword was visible as inordinately shimmering with glamour. That was the ovation of the sword. At having attained a chance to be swung, it felt deeply moved. Felicity, and at having to oppose one who was its former bearer, the supreme blade was adorned with voiceless delight. Reinhard. Theresia. Soundlessly, the blue eyes of the two swordsmen intertwined. The sword saint, wielding his sword, did not offer his name as he was originally supposed to. It was natural, since that sought an opponent with the value that they would pay back the pride of a swordsman and the style of a warrior, against an opponent antithetical to that, against an opponent who did not possess the value to be equal. He shan't do so. The atmosphere froze. Tension donned with hue and weight crushed the world. Feeling his entire body get heavier, dominated by a sense of compactness, Wilhelm opened his mouth, ignorant of the words he should pronounce, compelled by the sense of exasperation stemming from the feeling that he must interject. Ironically enough, that acted like a signal for the two swordsmen. Wilhelm. Stop. His voice did not reach. Bequeathing even voice behind, the two swordsmen clashed. Stepping ahead, swinging, Theresia's long sword roared and rended the atmosphere as her greatest sword slash, at the perfect angle, assailed upon Reinhard. In fact, this may have been the slash with utmost refinement and beauty coming from Theresia, amongst all which Wilhelm had seen till now. Under normal circumstances, Wilhelm may have been envious of the fact that his self had not been the one to hail out the entirety of the sword abilities sleeping within Theresia. However, at this instant, the emotions distending within Wilhelm's heart were disparate, and that volatile something weighing his chest overflowed out by taking the form of certain words. Wilhelm, don't kill her. The emotions he had restrained, the passion he had suppressed, the things mustn't have wished for, and the love he had admonished, rushed forth as though breaking Wilhelm's barriers. Theresia, of the days of youth, the woman who had caressed Wilhelm's heart, who had made him take notice of the world beyond the sword, the only one in his lifetime, one he won't give up on even in exchange for the world, was right there. The beloved woman, to whom he had not conveyed his love to her even once, was right there. Wilhelm, she is my Theresia. Nein. Lying. Words he shouldn't have ever vocalized. Should he become perplexed, in a state wherein he might forfeit his life, it would be inexcusable of him to prioritize his emotions. It was a deed that polluted the pride of a swordsman, the style of a warrior, the nobility of battle. That was only the voice of a man only desperate to not lose the woman he loved. And that call prepared for death was Reinhard. Grandmother was killed by me 15 years ago. A voice, quiet and whispering, a voice so soundless, uncertain whether it would even reach. It was, however, indubitably not but a response to Wilhelm's cry. Theresia's sword slash directly smited Reinhard. The dragon sword was yet to enter the trajectory of a swing. It struck, it severed. That was how it would look to anyone. And yet, Reinhard, the one over here is a mere fake. Dragon sword ride drew a locus. A single swing. The dragon sword was soundlessly swung. And the clear sword blade, as though in flow, settled within the scabbard. The guard of the sword came in contact with the scabbard, and only a faint metallic report was heard. With just that, the battle came to an end. It was the end. Chapter 73. Theresia van Astria. Theresia van Astria was 12 years old when she received the divine protection of the Sword Saint. It was a sudden and unforeseen change that begat immense distress in her life. In the midst of her ordinary, everyday life, it abruptly swooped down upon her. Could it be that I got chosen? This was an honest emotion. The emotion she greeted the divine protection with, and Theresia continued to keep this truth a secret for some time. The renowned Astria family's forte was the sword, and had given rise to sword saints for generations and continued. Thanks to the achievements accomplished hundreds of years ago by the first-generation sword Saint Reed Astria, the Dragon Kingdom of Lugunica recognized the sword of the Astria family as an indispensable existence and asset. This tradition had been passed down for centuries, including in Theresia's times. Henceforth, it was halfway cemented that all those born into the Astria family, regardless of possessing the divine protection of the Sword Saint or not, were to live a life of commitment toward the sword. This, of course, appertained to her father, her two elder brothers, and her lone younger brother, the youngest sibling as well. Regardless of becoming a swordsman or attaining the divine protection or not, they were supposed to acquaint themselves with the sword the moment they achieved awareness of mind per convention. When it came to how Theresia, who was born into the Astria family where this route of upbringing was natural, was maturing, she was spending her days utterly parallel from the sword. Of course, those born into the Astria family, regardless of gender, were supposed to take the sword in their hands. There were days when Theresia and her brothers were all made to swing the sword under strict tutelage. There were such days indeed, but Theresia had absolutely no notable aptitude for the sword. Rather, it would be more so precise to say she had not even the slightest orientation for facing the sword. Like many girls, Theresia held no interest in the sword. It was not a matter of competency. Unmotivated swordsmanship, shiftless training accompanied with a defiant attitude. It was unsurprising that her parents would eventually come to notice it was futile to make her keep swinging the sword if she continued to act like this. The divine protection of the Sword Saint was bestowed only upon those who had proven themselves worthy of receiving the love of the Sword God. Generations were witness. Only the members of the Astria family were capable of inheriting the divine protection of the Sword Saint. At the very least, that was the common belief. Since no actual details regarding the inheritance of the divine protection were known, it was only when the swordsman faced the sword with absolute earnestness that the divine protection recognized him and bestowed itself upon him. A girl child, possessing no interest in the sword, the firstborn daughter who continued to avert her eyes away. It was all an inevitable course of events that as the possibility of Theresia being the Sword Saint quickly diminished to abandonment, Her greed of freedom was permitted. Theresia forcibly snatched her freedom from the sword training, but she too had her own respective say with regards to it. Of course, both her absolute disinterest in the sword saint and failure to devote herself to the sword were causes for the shiftlessness of her training, but her greatest cause was unrelated to these. Theresia was aware that she had been born with the divine protection of Death God. The wounds she would inflict onto others would ceaselessly bleed, incapable of healing. Upon realizing her forte lay in taking the lives of others, what took birth within a young Theresia was the dread of what could result from her very palms. Something like sword training was perfect for augmenting her horror. Let it be simply practice or training. Theresia's divine protection, over which she had no control, would pay no regard to the situation. Even if the wound she may inflict were to be as meager as a scratch, the fact that it shan't heal made it no trivial affair, especially considering that a wound which might accidentally get inflicted during sword practice could prove to be deadly. Henceforth, liberated from the sword training, the secretive Theresia felt alleviated. To live without hurting others was something astoundingly difficult should one remain conscious of it. Even if one were not to intentionally, actively seek to hurt others, accidental mishaps or unwitting deeds could be committed by anyone. How could she ever determine whether the divine protection would activate or not, in case of getting a cut on the finger due to a piece of shattered dish? The young girl named Theresia inadvertently eluded from having relationships with people. If she never made contact, if she never came close, she would not have to worry about hurting people. She naturally evaded gazes. She started spending more and more time with flowers. Having attained the freedom to discard the sword, she made a flower bed in the garden of her mansion for solitarily herself. Growing seasonal blossoms there, she became a girl who loved admiring them. Her brothers, who used to swing the sword in utter distress, were repeatedly subject to strenuous and agonizing training. It wasn't as if she did not feel left out or sorry for them, seeing their figures, merely unable to communicate about her divine protection. The only ones she could confide in were solely the flowers her own self had nurtured. I wonder if someday even I would be able to live by someone's side. Her distress, her doubts, the only ones she could confide such feelings of hers in were solely the flowers as well, as their petals danced to the rhythm of the gentle breeze. Like many people, Theresia too was an ordinary young girl who desired to love and to be loved. However, days of soliloquy as she questioned whether herself, who had flouted the intents of her brothers or her parents, and had the awareness of a divine protection that may hurt and rob someone, had the right to stand by someone's side, met no end. In the midst of such days, the love of the sword god was showered upon Theresia. Could it be that I got chosen? Without warning, that cognizance dawned upon Theresia. It enshrouded her far more akin to a sense of incongruity rather than consciousness like that of her divine protection of Death God. It was natural. To her, awareness of the divine protection she had been born with was a matter of course, like eyes providing vision and ears providing hearing. Something like suddenly gaining a new divine protection would feel something like the emergence of wings on her back. What could she possibly greet novel faculties that originally did not exist with, except for incongruity? I must not take the sword in my hands. So thought Theresia, harboring abhorrence and nausea towards her new divine protection. She thought back to the times when she had been coerced to swing the sword. She realized how pointless, meaningless, senseless and aimless her actions had been back then. She was now instinctively able to apprehend how to swing the sword the best, the optimum, the ideal, the finest way. Herself, whose forte lay very much in killing people, now fully gained the proficiency in killing people. This was terror. This was despair. This was the day the world ended. Kneeling down, she came to realize that she was a death god who had taken the form of a girl, and that her days of impersonating a young girl had come to an end. Theresia did not tell anyone about the divine protection she had obtained. She intended to conceal her possession of the divine protection of Death God and the divine protection of the Sword Saint for all eternity, and hide it within her heart that she was a monster whose only purpose was to kill others. Imploring that she was unwell, she shut herself in her room in the mansion, forgetting to look after even her flower bed. Theresia hid within her shell, doing naught but sleeping, painting a childish reverie that if only one day upon awakening out of breathlessness, that it would all turn out as a dream. She continued to enclose herself in her shell, but that was ultimately just the immaturity of a child, refusing to face what she did not wish to face. It immediately became clear that Theresia had inherited the divine protection of the Sword Saint. Naiwai-san, the next Sword Saint is your daughter. This child, the head house of the Astria family, Theresia's birthplace, and the base of the family line of Sword Saints. Stepping foot into mansion, revealing that Theresia, curled up in her bed, would be the next Sword Saint was her uncle, the preceding Sword Saint. The divine protection of the Sword Saint was an exceptional divine protection, capable of only being inherited by members of the Astria family, with this trend continuing for generations. That divine protection was inherited by the next Sword Saint from the preceding Sword Saint on a certain day without any prior notice, and once the inheritance was completed, the previous Sword Saint was freed from his responsibility and lost the divine protection. Once the current Sword Saint lost the divine protection, it was natural that the identity of the next Sword Saint would be searched for thoroughly by the kingdom, and the previous Sword Saint could identify who the next Sword Saint was at a single glance. Theresia's days of enclosure met their end. Take the sword in your hands, Theresia. Having become dreadfully skinny, her hair in shambles, Theresia was dragged out into the garden, barefooted, in sleepwear, with her consciousness drifting between dreams and reality. Yet there she was, dragged outside by her uncle by force, and coerced into holding the wooden sword. With her now skinny fingers, she gestured her resistance along with shaking her head several times. However, the protests of her opposed self went unheard. Her uncle made her regrip the wooden sword again and again, pushing Theresia's back once she clutched the handle in surrender. Before Theresia stood the eldest brother of the four siblings. Her eldest brother, his features tender and amiable, stood there with an addled expression. His puzzlement could be understood at a glance, unable to accept the events transpiring before his eyes. Far too many unknowns. Pondering so, Theresia was startled by her own self ruminating so, that confoundment directly smiting her heart. Theresia simply kept her eyes open, speechless. Ignoring Theresia and her condition, her uncle called to her eldest brother, in a deep voice, to hold the wooden sword and clash with Theresia head-on, he ordered. To prove his abilities of swordsmanship by striking down and defeating his younger sister, he ordered. There is no way he could do that, her eldest brother clamored. Her brother was very kind. He had trained strenuously with the sword, and held no dubiety in the way of the Astria family. But her brother could be nothing but kind towards his younger sister, Theresia. She was afraid of hurting him, so she was never the one to initiate physical contact. But she loved being hugged and held up in her brother's arms, and that large body of his. He was a kind brother. Then echoed the damning voice of her uncle, calling her brother a coward. Upon the deriding of the preceding Sword Saint, her brother made an expression terribly hurt by his words, who admired his form. Theresia knew who it was that her eldest brother, her elder brother, and her younger brother admired, and had thus continued to swing the sword. Reviled by that person, her eldest brother was immensely wounded. Her two other brothers, standing at the edge of the garden, having also come outside by hearing all the commotion, also made similarly hurt faces. Ultimately, her eldest brother, preserving a wounded visage, wielded dreadful readiness in his eyes. Straightening the wooden sword he held in his hands, seating all his energy into it, he set his eyes upon his target. Through the shivers in the tip of his sword, and a certain sharpness in her eldest brother's eyes, Theresia discerned. Her brother sought to knock down Theresia's sword using the wooden sword clutched in his own hands, such that she would remain unscathed. His stance, his line of sight, and the essence of swordsmanship enveloping his body. At her brother's level of skill, it would certainly not be a difficult task against an inferior opponent, ample to prove his ability as a swordsman, and taking the sword away from Theresia, her uncle vociferated, marking the beginning of a spar neither side wished to partake in. Her eldest brother bellowed vigorously, as the honed essence of swordsmanship slashed into Theresia. Swordsmanship with solely the strength to dwindle the opponent and control their movements. If she were not to even upraise her sword, it would be a facile affair to knock the wooden sword down. From the onset, The very foundation of this fight was erroneous. Neither did Theresia possess any reason to fight, nor did her brother possess any reason to hurt Theresia. With the interests of both the sides aligned, there shan't be any discord. There shan't be yet. That's it. A wooden sword that had been sent flying landed on the garden some distance away, echoing a report. Upon returning to the awestruck voice of her uncle, what was visible was the figure of Theresia. The wooden sword in her hand lunged forward, and its edge touching the throat of her staggered brother, who let out a hoarse exhale. She recalled intercepting her brother's sword strike descending upon her, and taking his wooden sword away. She then appended the edge of her sword to his neck, conveying she could kill him at any instant, proving the disparity between their proficiency. Overwhelmed by what had transpired, her eldest brother fell to his knees. Witnessing this, Theresia turned back, lips quivering, gazing at her second elder brother, her younger brother, and her parents who were watching the duel. Expressions stunned. Everyone was watching over the results in disbelief. The next sword saint is Theresia. Indeed, unquestionably, Ain Aver. Only the solitary voice of her uncle echoed, exceedingly unavailingly so. Theresia dropped the wooden sword she held, glanced at her hand, and then proceeded to pull her red hair with the same, pulling them off so violently that she would bleed, giving rise to a wail akin to that of a beast. She screamed, screaming, losing sanity, despairing to the extent of vomiting blood, regretting. Theresia became the sword Saint Da. The time her brothers had devoted to the sword, Theresia's virtuosity with the sword had callously trampled upon all of it. Things like time and effort dedicated held no purport whatsoever in face of overwhelming sword prowess. In Theresia's eyes, having become the sword saint, the flaws in her brother's swords were pellucid. She was now rather surprised for failing to notice these flaws at an earlier note despite spending so much time with them. Nonetheless, in spite of the manifest disparity between their strength and Theresia's, her brothers continued to pitiably train with the sword. Neither her eldest brother, nor her second elder brother, nor her younger brother possessed passion for anything other than the sword. Because of having been born into the Astria family, having grown up in a distinguished household esteemed for their swords, and having dedicated much of their life to the sword, thus even if their younger sister, his elder sister, robbed them of their zenith, they had no choice but to continue resuming forth, despite knowing that they could never possibly reach that territory. How truly stupid. She couldn't help but conceive that thought. They could just do what they loved, and yet, even though the sword did not even matter anymore, and yet, since they could no longer forgive Theresia, they could just live in worlds of their own liking. And yet, Theresia-sama, preparations for leaving are complete. It's about time. We ought to head out now. As Theresia gazed out the window, observing her brothers swinging their swords in the garden below, a voice called to her. Turn around, and ahead stood a young girl of identical age as her, her beautiful blonde hair cut short. She was Carol Remendez, a member of the Remendez family, acclaimed for its superlative knights and acknowledged for her exceptional swordsmanship. She had been appointed as Theresia's attendant as one of close age. Verily, her abilities as a swordsman were indeed exceptional, though a comparison she would rather not pronounce. Her sword could rival that of her elder brothers. A solemn personality and a devout of swordsmanship, she could not help but feel uneasy as a fellow female. Yes, let's go. For today we have the tutoring of the people of the castle, isn't it? Yes. Everyone in the castle also has their hopes up for being educated by Theresia-sama. Though of course, I also hold the same sentiment. I think you are sufficiently strong, Carol. Not at all. Someone as myself is incapable of even reaching the feat of Theresia-sama. So elucidated Carol her own ability, as though denigrating herself, an exceedingly idiosyncratic appraisal by Theresia's perspective. After all, Theresia had never even once upheld the sword before Carol until now. No, that was far from everything. Theresia's hands had last held a sword on the day she sparred with her eldest brother using wooden swords. For more than 2 years since, Theresia lay not even a finger upon the sword. Nonetheless, the responsibilities as the Sword Saint came to pass. Her own self being the Sword Saint alone was a truth beyond veil. She couldn't go as far as to inconvenience the entirety of the Astria family, so she was willing to perform solely her duties diligently. It shall be understood upon seeing what ought to be seen. Even if I have not gotten the opportunity of seeing that form, should Theresia-sama take the sword in her hands, she shall surely haul out strength unrivaled by anyone. She gave a wry smile in response to Carol's conviction. In her company, Theresia went to tutor on-duty soldiers. Even in the name of tutoring, she had not achieved anything remarkable. She would simply go around and have them wield their weapons and train, and point out flaws in their battling as always. Nothing unusual. A fearsome aspect of the divine protection of the Sword Saint was perhaps how it honed all instincts in battle. This did not pertain solely to swords. Let it be spears or axes, were they connected to battle techniques and maneuvers. Theresia was aware of the entirety of their strengths and weaknesses alike. If the soldiers' mistakes were pointed out to them one by one, their movements would alter to an indiscernible degree. However, from Theresia's perspective, though unmistakably conduct abound in defects, even that smidgen of an alteration marked an immense difference for thus untalented. Theresia bore guilt when she was thanked, respected, esteemed. I want to run away, right this instant. I want to go away from this place. A place where this power unwished for is requisite. Just as when she had undertaken the divine protection of the Sword Saint, Theresia despaired for the present. She lapsed into shutting herself in her room and closing herself in her shell, seeking to hope for the tides of fate to change direction. It may have been punishment cast upon her for weighing her own desires onto others, for escaping her liabilities. In the Dragon Kingdom of Lugunica, a clash occurred with the great demi-human alliance, deeply tied to the custom of discrimination against demi-humans that remained pronounced within the kingdom. In but a heartbeat, it intertwined with multitudinous years' worth of discontentment of the demi-humans in the kingdom, and flared up. The greatest and worst civil war in the history of the kingdom, the demi-human war, broke out. Originating from the east of the kingdom, this civil war worsened by the passing day. A small force of demi-humans at first, one which seemed easily suppressible, but the kingdom made light of the depth of relationships between demi-humans behind closed doors. Furthermore, there seemed to exist those acting as intermediaries between respective races lacking relations, and the blaze of the civil war distended its radius in an instant. The flaring vortex of warfare ceaselessly permeated the kingdom, and after an entire year of fruitless attempts of extinguishing these flames, the kingdom acknowledged this was a situation unprecedented at last. Informed Theresia van Astrea, the current Sword Saint ought, along with the knights and soldiers currently scuffling to subdue the civil war, great feats are expected by the Lord as well. The higher aristocrats, who put together a force unlike anything before, having accepted it as a predicament of the entire kingdom, could not possibly save the strongest being Videlicet, the Sword Saint, for last. As a matter of course, Theresia was also informed of the orders for partaking in the civil war. Theresia attained unprecedented despair at the arrival of the conforming inevitable. This was unlike her days of selfishly refusing to take the sword. What was expected of her now was not to wield the knowledge as the Sword Saint, but to wield true swordsmanship and might as the Sword Saint. She had no choice but to grasp the sword. This was also the first time she had been accorded the dragon sword reed, which solely the Sword Saint was allowed to wield across generations. However, that sword can be drawn only when it is fit to be drawn. I believe you will have to carry another sword aside from that one too. You can choose one as per your suitability. Her uncle, the former Sword Saint, gave her advice from seeming experience. Her uncle, whose waist was once saddled with the dragon sword, was acquainted with the whimsical nature of the sword. Abiding by her uncle's advice, Theresia chose a single-swing longsword, one also favored and of habitual use by Carol, her attendant, after seeing through it once as having good compatibility with herself. In her first battle, Theresia's first unit consisted of Carol, along with her brothers and her uncle as well. Theresia's first battle from her perspective, though she wouldn't go as far as to call it an opportunity for honor and altruism, even so, it was indisputably an event she mustn't avert her eyes from, an ideal opportunity to make the sword of the current generation a Stria family known across the kingdom. No matter Theresia's state of mind and heart, her surroundings progressed capriciously. Anyone and everyone nursed an arbitrary expectation that defeat was impossible should the Sword Saint be there. The unrestrained, insensitive faith by those surrounding her which fusilladed upon her terrorized Theresia. as always, divulging it to no one, repressing it within her heart. Theresia simply, earnestly trembled prior to her first battle, and in the midst of her plight. "Are you scared, Theresia?" Yes. The one to reach out to her with this benign voice was nobody else but her eldest brother. As she awaited her first unit and battle in a tent, her tender brother's words rendered Theresia astounded. Theresia had purposively been avoiding contact with her eldest brother. No, her eldest brother had not been the only one she had been avoiding. Her second elder brother, her younger brother, as well as her parents and her uncle, she had desisted from coming into contact with all of them. After a span of nigh 2 years, she exchanged words with her kind, truly beloved brother. Lost for words, Theresia could do naught but resume looking downwards. However, her brother sat down next to Theresia, a forlorn expression bedizening her face, proceeding to hug her and gently caress her head. Her brother's palm, yet the same as before, confounded Theresia. "I am well aware that you harbor a feeling of indebtedness towards me or the rest of our brothers. It's not like I didn't think anything after losing to you that way either. But," severing his words, her brother showed her a faint smile. That was her brother's very smile, one which Theresia had continually looked up to, time and again. "You are my precious little sister, so if you think you don't want to, if you are scared, then I must protect you, because I am your big brother. Ni-san." Tears overflowed. She mustn't leak any cavils. More than anyone else, nobody else but him. Solely the brother whom she had defeated with her own hands mustn't hear it. So she believed. Yet she made that brother repudiate it. "After losing to you, it was vexing. There were times I even considered quitting. But, even still, I loved the sword after all. I am grateful that I was born into this family. I had our little brothers, and I had you, my little sister. I am grateful to the sword. That's why I am glad that I swung the sword." How truly foolish her thoughts had been. Theresia was enlightened to her own idiocy. Watching her brothers pursue training with the sword even after their defeat against her, she thought that they had no alternative path, because they were ignorant regarding all else. They were swinging the sword and continued to cling to that sword. Since they had no choice, surmising so, she looked down upon them, that he should just do whatever he loved. Theresia arbitrarily put her brother on her own scale and conjectured about him. The brother she ought to have looked up to, ought to have esteemed and respected, whom she dearly loved. She mocked him on sole terms of swordsmanship. Who was stupid here? She was far more stupid here. And the sword god himself was utmost stupid here. Why did he not shower his love upon the human who loved him this much? Why did he bless a human like herself, who continued to avert from the sword? Her brother, or other people like her brother, were the ones upon whom that blessing rightfully should have hailed upon. Yet, there is no need for you to fight. After all, you are a kind girl, who wouldn't dare kill even an insect. Dreading the might of the divine protection of Death God, she had lived her life making certain she hurt no one or no thing. Her brother's understanding was slightly unlike, but her brother had been kind enough to understand this state and way of his little sister. This granted her such joyfulness, for her heart trembled the most in these past many years. In the end, she presumed upon him. She cried to him, clung to him. In the end, she entrusted all up to her brother. In this first battle of Theresia's, her brother perished protecting their troop headquarters. Not even once did Theresia swing the sword. She could not. And once again, for years to come, never did Theresia ever even so slightly touch the sword. It had been 5 years since the demi-human war started, and Theresia had turned 19. The divine protection of the sword saint remained unvarying, resuming to silently breathe within her. Yet the pivotal Theresia drifted away from opportunities of brandishing that force, abstaining from involvement with the civil war en route deterioration, spending her days sedate and lackadaisical. Theresia's first battle, where she had been unable to battle. The war front anticipating the sword saint's strenuous efforts utterly crumbled, and amidst martyred her eldest brother. Disconcerted by the impact of her brother's death, Theresia was thereon rendered incapable of touching the sword. The actuality of the current generation sword saint having such a dishonorable first battle was entirely concealed from the public. The existence of the sword saint also stood as a spiritual pillar for the kingdom. They could not possibly reveal she had wept and cried on her first battle, and had enclosed herself away upon letting her brother die. Henceforth, without letting the public be aware of it, Theresia's dishonor was erased from all records. Furthermore, as Theresia enclosed herself without fulfilling her duties as the sword saint, her second elder brother and younger brother hurled themselves into the battlefield, seeking to battle in a way that shan't dishonor the name of the Astria family, and perished. Her eldest brother, kind to a fault, who would listen to any wish of hers with a troubled expression as well. Her second elder brother, who was slightly mean, but was always the first one to apologize when they made up as well. Her younger brother, adorable and endearing, a scaredy cat and a crybaby who would always walk behind her, following her path as well. All of them lost their lives, fighting in Theresia's stead, who failed to do so. I made you go through a lot of things you didn't want to, didn't I? Sorry, Theresia. Her uncle, the former sword saint who was the source of motivation for their troops, also martyred, fighting battles after battles, pushing through his injuries, and finally acting as the rear unit guard of retreating friendly troops. Martyring heroically was what it had been. It was not as though she didn't hold anything against her uncle. Had it not been for her uncle's revelation, perhaps nobody could have ever realized that Theresia had inherited the divine protection of the sword saint. Had that never been brought to light, her brothers may not have had to resolve themselves for their own deaths in this civil war, and may not have died. In that course of thought, she surely did harbor a grudge against him. She did, but she also felt like she didn't. Her uncle must have himself known better than anyone else. The weight of the title of Sword Saint. Since he was the previous Sword Saint, naturally, the same things must have been sought from her uncle as they were from Theresia. In his personal way, he must have acted for the optimum operation of the name of the Sword Saint for both the kingdom, as well as Theresia. Should that not work, then there were the words he said whilst parting ways when she met him for the final time. Hearing those words, Theresia was no longer able to resent her uncle. Thus, if she were to look for someone to resent, the only option left was solely herself. Her weak self, doing naught but weep and cry, despite inheriting the title of something like the Sword Saint. Theresia-sama is someone who will surely stand one day. That time has simply not arrived yet. Carol, her associate, never did once try to abandon Theresia, who was engulfed in the repeated deaths of her loved ones, her brothers and her uncle. Bearing her first unit and battle to unsightly defeat, proceeding to drift away from following opportunities due to childish selfishness, the now solitarily enclosed Theresia, within her shell, was someone Carol yet strived to have faith in. Nowadays there were even such instances that she undertook even the orders given to Theresia from the royal castle in her stead, exposing her own self to hazard. Yet, despite knowing how perilous a bridge Carol was treading, Theresia failed to respond to her feelings. Yet was herself blessed with the talent of killing people. Herself had never, ever even envisioned, there shall come a day wherein she shall agonize over her inability to kill people. Nowhere could she find a reason to fight. She couldn't possibly fight. Once away from Carol's monitoring, Theresia aimlessly left the mansion and started walking in the capital. It had been 5 years, and the civil war yet resumed without cease, and the capital's vibrancy too had been desaturated, as a somewhat dreary atmosphere proliferated across, with no bright topics about. Neither shall any gleam glisten the expressions of people. Naturally, avoiding crowded locations, Theresia sought solitude. The place which Theresia had recently taken a liking for and frequented her trips to was an unfinished block of land in close vicinity from the capital. A block of land whose construction had been thrown aside midway through the process with the onset of the Civil War. Through aisles and paths befitting of the descriptor narrow, and through gaps of buildings suitable for being labeled ruins, she headed towards the area deep behind, faintly opening up. The space unworthy of even being categorized as an open plaza was Theresia's favorite. Her heart wouldn't become particularly ebullient. However, this bare space idly existing amidst all this desolation felt alike and conforming with the state of her own heart and simply calmed her. In the morning breeze, cool and fresh to an ironic extent, Theresia headed for the back of the area. Sitting on a flight of stone steps connecting to no place, what could be seen on the other side was a spanning flower garden with abounding yellow blooms, the rays of the sun shining in and soil unnecessarily adequate for the growth of flowers. In this clandestine setting beyond the calls of anyone, Theresia had deftly sown the seeds of these flowers. She was scarce of willpower to tend to the flower beds back in the mansion which had entirely withered, but she did solely bear at least the sentiment of watching over the results of the flower seeds she had whimsically sown. I haven't even watered you, yet you have grown this much. Flowers are strong. Whilst Theresia reflected on her own weaknesses, the flowers, gazing only towards the sky, their petals unfurled, bloomed in errant magnificence. She formerly admired their splendor but now harbored longing for their strength. There were things in her heart that welled up, and she verged onto crying. Her hand on the canthi of her eyes unwittingly warming, she frantically suppressed her tears. Such was the moment when a honed presence drew close. I'm sorry. A swordsman had barged into Theresia's morning sanctuary. Verging on showing her tears, Theresia articulated so, deliberately in an attempt to act strong, and then she glanced at the one standing in the plaza. She saw, and was completely wonderstruck. Trimmed brown hair, elegant yet fierce eyes, a flexible, slim and fit body, and his brimming clear skin dazzling so bright to a frightening extent. It was a fact that his attitude, affable by no means, possessed astonishing traits. However, what had astonished Theresia at that moment was not anything so trifling. To Theresia, the youth was visible as though a single unsheathed sword. She felt as if firm, sharp steel molded with heat itself had his eyes upon her. In face of that phantasm, Theresia's heartbeats faintly tangled. Placing a hand on her chest, Theresia contemplated what had happened to her. However, she simply thought she did not wish for the youth to discern this entanglement of her heartbeats. Henceforth, in order to veil that, Theresia pronounced, "So, there are people who would come here so early in the morning. All the way here." Quite the greeting that was. Theresia spoke to him sociably, but the youth narrowed his eyes, as though sharp, honed essence of swordsmanship piercing her. An essence of swordsmanship so stable and prime that it did not seem like a threat. Perhaps he perceived Theresia as unpleasant, an indication of his desire to repel her. Abruptly, it became unentertaining. If that was the card he was going to play, then neither would Theresia hold anything back. She shall forge it into him that the essence of swordsmanship he was so proud of was kaput. Did something happen? You're making such a scary face. At Theresia's words, the youth made an expression as if he had tasted an under-shoulder swing down. He seemed to have judged Theresia as a laywoman at swordsmanship, and not just that, at fighting entirely and nothing more. The truth was, he was not wrong. Theresia lacked any experience of actual fighting, nor did she possess any records of swinging the sword, for she was a young girl, inevitably a laywoman, supposed to be stronger than anyone else shall she fight. What's a woman doing here so early in the morning? The youth responded, his words crass and insolent. The voice of the youth, having heard it for the first time, was sullen yet simple and easy to listen to, and once again, she felt the rhythm of her heartbeats go a shade off note. Ever since, Theresia and the youth started seeing each other often. It apparently seemed the youth used to come to the plaza on fixed holidays. It did seem like he was bothered by Theresia's presence, but never forced her to vacate nonetheless. Perhaps he regarded approaching her as being a greater bother. Theresia used to walk up to the plaza in order to view that yellow flower garden. There were times the youth was the first one to arrive, whereas on other instances, Theresia came first. Whilst Theresia seated herself on the stone steps and beheld the flower garden, the youth devoted himself to training with the sword, his sword of prime quality. And these activities became the promise between the two, who used to spend time in that location. A secretive glimpse at the sword's dance of the youth. Inadvertently she verged on leaking a sigh. For Theresia to observe the swordsmanship of others, and feel this way, was something exceptionally rare. No? This may have been the first time. She had initially bore revulsion toward the form of the youth gripping the sword, Rather than the youth being at fault, it was an issue of Theiresia's own disposition of heart. She shall get chased away even from the refuge of comfort she had finally gained. Such pathetic anxieties were overwritten the day she first witnessed the sword's dance of the youth. The sword which the youth swung couldn't be appraised as refined even for the sake of flattery. In the eyes of Theresia, who possessed the divine protection of the sword saint, there present were easily discernible imperfections in it as well. Being revolted by the far too many a blemish in the swords of others was also a bad habit of Theresia's. But in the youth's case, despite the presence of said flaws, his passion alone more than amply made up for them. Theresia's brothers, too, must have devoted their entirety to the sword as well. Even when it pertained to the swords of her brothers, elder or younger, Theresia failed to remain without revulsion. Yet, why did she not feel simply the same in the youth's sword? The answer to that was simple to a staggering extent. How stupid. There were absolutely no impurities in the sword of the youth, devoting everything to the sword. Easily put and expressed in words, and until now, Theresia believed her brothers had done the same. Truly outrageous. Right here existed the fervor of the youth who, truly, possessed nothing but the sword. He had naught but the sword. He loved naught but the sword. He shall love naught but the sword. A single swing of steel. How stupid. Observing the youth's swordsmanship beside, Theresia felt warmth enter her cheeks. Theresia was the sword saint. Immersed in the love of the sword god, a being made to stand atop the pinnacle of the sword, ahead of his unrelenting goal, stood her. Although it was unquestionably her own delusion, she felt as though he sought for her. The sword saint Theresia could comprehend everything about the sword with but a glance. She could perceive its essence and quintessence, no matter what kind of treasured sword, magic sword, dulled sword, or even a dragon sword it was. She could freely maneuver them all. There existed no steel unbare within Theresia's hands. He was the only one. He was the only steel who shan't bend per Theresia's free will. He was a sword, yet his limits could not be determined by herself, who was the sword saint. That was indubitably why herself had grown to care so much about him. It's Wilhelm Trias. 3 months after meeting him, she had exchanged names with the youth, Wilhelm. Even though they had happened upon each other on a multitude of occasions, never did they once inquire about each's names. The truth was, Theresia had awaited the opportunity several times, but Wilhelm wholly failed to notice that wish. They had finally managed to exchange names solely because Theresia got impatient and initiated it. Wilhelm merely gave the appropriate response. I had called you the flower woman, in my mind till now. Just how impolite could he be, this man? His words had not a fragment of solicitude, nor his mind preoccupied with his own self possessing no regard for her. Conversed for a bit, and upon satisfaction, arbitrarily returned back. So Theresia's heart was nothing but toyed around with. Do you like flowers? No, I hate them. This was his reply, despite seeing the magnificence of Theresia's special flower garden so many times. Undoubtedly, he was incapable of merely playing along with the other party or uplifting their spirits. Despite feeling angst toward that, she could not help but ponder. But this is precisely what makes him such a sword-desk person, too. During these times, the realization of the existence of herself who was saved by the presence of a sword that shan't alter the way she wished it to whom something like the sword saint was nothing noteworthy, eluded Theresia. Why do you swing the sword? Ever since they exchanged names, the words they exchanged commenced varying as well. They used to talk about flowers, followed by other miscellaneous topics, then parted ways. What conceived malaise in their usual exchanges was surely due to the dolefulness on that day. The attempts to subdue the demi-human war had failed, and Theresia had heard about the skirmishes on the battlefield. Scattered across the kingdom, the demi-humans who were at the core behind all of the destruction precipitating were outstandingly strong, and among them was a witch commanding immense supernatural strength, whose existence had also been confirmed. Its existence had also been confirmed. What she had heard. She abruptly became uneasy. Long before, she had heard from Wilhelm that he was a soldier for the kingdom. He was, regardless, an extraordinary swordsman. In addition, his eyes seemed terribly starved for blood. A kingdom jostled by civil war, he was truly suitable to be its soldier. Regardless, he was not undefeatable whatsoever. He may cease coming to this morning plaza someday. This disquietude made Theresia inquire. Putting a finish to his sword's dance, the sweaty Wilhelm straightforwardly focused into Theresia's eyes. He then paused and contemplated for a brief moment, and shrugged his shoulders, gesturing how foolish he deemed her inquiry as, "Because this is all I have," so he responded, befitting of a single swing of steel. That was truly the answer Theresia had precisely hoped for. And yet, Theresia became cognizant of the sensation of her chest being whittled by trepidation and isolation. "Have you come to like flowers?" "No. I hate them." "Why do you swing the sword?" "Because this is all I have." As time went by, it had become a solemn promise between the two to assuredly reiterate this exchange alone. Theresia herself did not know what answer she sought to the unremitting, recurrent questions. She was unaware whether it was fine to be soothed by the answers remaining unchanged, or whether she ought to anticipate alteration in his self who resumed being like unvarying steel. She knew not. Imprudently leaving things she did not know the way they were was the very essence of Theresia, just as how she, whilst entrusted with the title of the Sword Saint, had sent her brothers to their deaths, had saddled Carol with responsibilities, and now continued to live a time of indolence. That is why change always paid a call, all whilst ostracizing Theresia from itself. The one to arrive at the plaza first primarily used to be Theresia. Wilhelm's visits, formerly irregular, she had gotten a grasp on now and was fully equipped with what greetings and conversations to exchange when she met him. Theresia also came about to realize how she had been indulging in his being. By exchanging words with Wilhelm, by having her eyes upon he who had dedicated his everything to the sword, Theresia was briefly able to forget the burden of the Sword Saint placed upon her. Because she was the Sword Saint, she had been beguiled by him, and as he seemed to be telling her that being the Sword Saint was all guff, she was being saved by him. Whether she wished to remain being the Sword Saint, or whether she did not wish to, that alone was mendacious. Within the lukewarm water devoid of an answer, unabating, illimitable guilt submerged her. His presence made her forget even that. Wilhelm, as usual, sensing the presence almost easy to discern, Theresia turned backward. Standing on the entrance of the plaza was a youth of the sword. Her lips unwittingly moved, manifesting a smile which Theresia cast toward him. The moment of an unforeseen collapse of emotions was then. Eyes distended, lips quivering, Wilhelm concealed his face with a trembling palm. Theresia too was astonished by his dramatic response, undergoing shock. Questioning where she erred, Theresia rushed over to him as he covered his face. However, she was ignorant of what to say. To this day, Theresia did her utmost to decline connection in order to not hurt others. Thus, even when she hurt someone's heart, she knew no way of handling it. She despaired toward her own self, who knew not, and never endeavored to know. Toward her own self, who failed to pronounce a word before the distressed Wilhelm. Wilhelm, unknowing of what to say, Theresia's fingers reached for Wilhelm. Just how long had it been since she had initiated physical contact with anyone? Petrified of wounding others, she became incapable of touching anyone. Yet in these moments, to walk away from him without touching him was far more petrifying. Theresia touched Wilhelm's hand, which was covering his face via her fingers. As he trembled terribly dishearteningly, tasting the sensation warm to an implausible extent, she noticed. Sword, steel, when bathed in daunting heat then struck, metamorphosed into further strengthened steel. Though Wilhelm was a sword of a single swing, he was not a perfected sword. And now, having conceived heat, Wilhelm was now in the midst of metamorphosing after being struck as steel, and the role of striking the steel for that purpose was now solicited of Theresia. If the subject was a sword, then herself, the Sword Saint, must be au fait with it. Pertaining to this person, pertaining to this sword, she surely wished to understand. "Have you come to like flowers?" Spontaneously, she vocalized her usual question. Had there perhaps been a bystander observing the two, they may have ruminated on how nonsensical a consolation it was. However, only between the two, this was for the better. "I don't hate them. And came a different answer to her unchanged question. This was what the former Theresia had thought about this. Someday, when Wilhelm's answer shall change, would Theresia be once again left to taste dejection, despondency, and the dread of being left behind? That did not occur. She simply loved his changing self, metamorphosing. The steel seeking to become stronger, the sword of solitarily a single swing, was dear. Why do you swing the sword? Thus, surely, this question too had a different answer, and possibly that answer shall be the one that brings about salvation to Theresia, because this is all I could think of for a way to protect. Oh, responded Wilhelm, that he had naught but the sword. Yes, this person had naught but the sword. It is all right, because that is how he is. This person, that's all it was. Their routine conversation was no longer requisite between the two. However, that did not mean they forfeited opportunities to exchange words at the plaza. Rather, in terms of solely exchanging words, opportunities for that were more than before. Wilhelm, who visited the plaza for swinging the sword, came to kindly prioritize speaking to Theresia above swinging his sword. As he sat on steps surveying the panorama of the flower garden, she inclined her ears to Wilhelm's words, unfailingly destitute of topics, limitlessly maladroit art of conversation, yet listening to his voice alone soothed her. There was talk of conferral, and I became a knight. The way he commenced the topic of the day, and his gaze vaguely conceived with heat. Though Theresia was poor at socializing and had continued to maintain distance from others, she was so stupid as to not realize the meaning behind those words of the youth, who mustered up such courage. A mere commoner, being deemed accepted as a knight for his labor on the battlefield, was exceptional. Just how many feats the sword demon, Wilhelm Trias, had accomplished was something the worthless, cowardly, disenchanting sword saint was painfully aware of, as well as for what he, having been bestowed with the honor of knighthood, had attained this status for. I see. Congratulations. You've gotten one step closer to your dream, isn't it? Because she was aware of his true intent, Theresia responded deliberately with a casual attitude. Should she act casual, she could not help but blush for an instant. Devoting self-restraint into the entirety of her nerves, Theresia beamed a smile at Wilhelm, who had the expression of having tasted an under-shoulder swing down. Dream? You clutched the sword to protect, didn't you? A knight is someone who protects others, after all. Upon Theresia's reply, Wilhelm nodded with a humbled countenance at once. Even though he's normally rebellious, he sometimes showed a childishly meek side of him. She wished her existence to be within what he wanted to protect. Despite partly possessing conviction, she hated herself, who assured herself this way, despite knowing their sentiments were surely transmitting to each other. Herself, who abstained from undertaking action, was truly, truly stupid, abhorrent, repulsive, irredeemable. Henceforth, yet again, Theresia erred. To the extent she deduced that upon consideration, never had she done anything correctly. Ever. His hometown set ablaze. Wilhelm hurled himself into the battlefield all alone. Carol's report, out of breath, informing her of the unpredicted steadfast fight being put up by the sword demon, commenced pillaging Theresia of her body heat, nearly collapsing her to her knees at that very spot. Theresia, her countenance paling by the second, could comprehend Carol's swivet. She could comprehend it, but no vitality was incited within her. She knew the situation was that hopeless. Someone's inapposite voice entered Theresia's ears, who had her eyes focused onto the ground. It was not Carol, nor was it someone in the house, but she was acquainted with the voice, as though it belonged to someone who had been close to Theresia for long, and whence she noticed that it was the voice of the sword god's laughter, ridiculing herself who had always dissipated affection and love. I have to go. Whilst hearkening the sword god's laughter, Theresia slowly stood up. Even now, the derision yet persisted to echo within Theresia's small skull. However, whilst being mocked by Thesword God, she must not relinquish everything this way. She had entrusted her elder brother with everything, and led him to die, bedeviling her second elder brother, younger brother, and her uncle by pressing her own responsibilities onto them. She had led them to die, but only him, only Wilhelm, shall I not concede, because that sword, that steel, only that person, belongs to solely me. Carol, prepare. Teresia-sama. However, your body's condition is... Prepare. Carol, anxious about Theresia's physique, straightened her back upon the second order. Moving quickly, she immediately made all preparations required for Theresia. The battle suit which had not been worn ever since the time of her first unit and first battle, and the longsword stranger, to blood. This time for sure, I won't make any mistakes. Pledging an oath to the longsword she clenched, Theresia hastened Carol and jumped into the dragon carriage. The dragon carriages heading for Wilhelm's aid were of a greater number than Theresia's conjecture. These were many who were in the same unit as him, or those reciting debts of favor and gratitude towards him for having been saved by him. Though he was an unsheathed sword, that nothing but stinging youth was nowhere to be seen. By now, that youth had become a treasured sword, alluring many with his brilliance and sharpness. The front lines of Wilhelm's hometown had entirely crumbled by this point, screeches and bellows reverberating, the battlefield pervaded by the scent of blood and burn. Amidst the far too ghastly, harrowing circumstance, Theresia's chest nauseated. She had envisioned herself standing on the battlefield countless of times. How? The reality painted out the grisliness of her imagination with ease. In the battlefield, where wounds were inflicted, lives were taken, as blood and death ran rampant. Something like resolve stood worthless. At any rate, search for Wilhelm. The one to raise his voice was Bordeaux Zelgaf, leading an army of veterans. Upon his roar-esque command, the unit, wearing armor akin to rock, commenced moving in unity. Teresia-sama, what should we? Carol's voice resounded, asking for instructions. Yet Theresia did not hear it. Bordeaux's group clashed with the enemy soldiers who had laid waste to his hometown. Amidst the fearsome scrimmage, she faintly sensed him. Teresia-sama? The instant she noticed, her legs moved. Theresia's feet bolted the battlefield, melded with warriors, with not a smidgen of incertitude. She need not even look to know where to head. Trode the soil, traversed through the heaps of corpses, and headed for the point where hollers of rage and wails of death converged. And upon reaching the locus saturated by the pungent odor of blood, Theresia saw. Right in those moments, before the collapsed Wilhelm stood a green demi-human, with a humongous sword upraised to be swung down, his face drenched in blood. Wilhelm was glancing up toward that humongous sword. His lips moved. With a debilitated, weak voice, he muttered something. I don't want to die. It's all right. It's all right, I assure you. No longer could she hear anything. Theresia solely ruminated over what she had last heard. Wilhelm's whisper. She swung the longsword gripped in her hand. It was light, making no sound, rather, making not even any impact. The demi-human was easily beheaded. She kicked the gargantuan body, collapsing, whilst holding the humongous sword, such that it didn't fall on Wilhelm. At the same time, shots of animosity and bloodlust advanced towards Theresia's slender frame. All of their trajectories. She could sense them. She could read them. On her skin, she could feel them. Dodging them, Theresia followed a mysterious ray she could see. With her sword. Unknowing of when they appeared, mysterious white rays levitated across the air. What was further mysterious was that her instincts knew all she had to do was to trace those rays with her sword. Tracing, her sword glided over the white rays. Her sword glissaded like wind, slashing the bodies of the demi-humans atop the rays from next to the next, severing their limbs, decapitating their heads, stabbing their abdomens, reaping their lives. The divine protection of the sword saint, the divine protection of death god, detonated upon the opportunity attained at long last. Upon losing the wrist, that wound shan't close. Upon impaling the abdomen, the bleeding shan't cease. Even the shallowest of wounds, their pain shall eat away and corrode for eternity. A glance. From the corner of her eyes she glimpsed Wilhelm being held up, a youth bearing a shield, and beside him stood Carol. They were seeking to shoulder the dazed Wilhelm and withdraw from this theater. Yes, that's good. Hurry, and please take Wilhelm away from a place like this. Teresia-sama. Each ka-da. Carol clenched the pendant worn down her neck, beholding Theresia whilst she swung the sword. Her gesture, akin to prayer, verged Theresia to a little smile. I guess so. It was just as Carol had said, isn't it? I am indeed stronger than anyone else, and better at killing than anyone else. If only I had noticed this a bit sooner. The youth hurriedly took Wilhelm away, who was writhing in an attempt to remain here. Wilhelm, scraping the soil in resistance, failed to succeed due to the injuries veneering his entire body. His presence faded, by which she was relieved. Whilst feeling relieved, she plundered the lives of 1, 2, 3, easily, effortlessly, gashing, rending, slashing, washing away the hollers of rage and wails of death, washing away the everlastingly irksome, loud voice of the god of the sword. Just let me hear solely his voice. He, who desperately clung to life. Kindly etch my reason for fighting like this. Please, make me believe that my sword can save Wilhelm. The battle had come to an end. Theresia's purpose for plunging into the battlefield was achieved, and Wilhelm had returned alive. However, Wilhelm's goal could not be fulfilled, having fought to defend his hometown. His hometown burnt to ash, lost of even his parental home. He was now all by himself. Wilhelm, who had swung the sword retaining his rage, had a kill count of over 300, an unforeseen atypical count for a single swordsman in a single battlefield. For that reason alone, Theresia's aptitude with sword, itemizing over 1,000 heads, deviated from normalcy. The existence of the Sword Saint was here. Her disgraceful first battle covered up. This instance became etched into history as Sword Saint Theresia's first battle. The battle itself may have amounted to unquestionable defeat, but she had managed to prove her overwhelming sword skill. The name of Theresia Van Astrea became widely known across the kingdom, and potently boosted the morale of the warriors continuing to engage in combat on the battlefield. Of course, the sword demon youth must have hearkened it as well. It's humiliating. There had been no promise between them to meet again. Yet, the two had conviction. Should they head the square, they would meet each other. And as a matter of fact, it came true. Wilhelm, having arrived at the plaza, swung his sword down with aim set upon Theresia. Intercepting its trajectory with a hand, she halted it with 3 fingers. The optimal angle, the optimal degree of strength. Theresia was aware of it all. His sword strike arrested. What Wilhelm declared whilst crudely distorting his lips were words smeared in frenzied emotion unbecoming of this reunion. Is that so? Were you laughing at me? Answer me, Theresia. No, Sword Saint. No, she had no such intentions. Neither was that excuse anything meaningful. It was true that in a certain manner, Theresia had looked down upon Wilhelm's sword's dance. She had seen through his flaws, never relayed them to him and shut them within herself. That was all true, and it would be meaningless to discuss her intent. She swept the lunging Wilhelm's legs, violently toppling him. He inched closer with an expression grown frantic, but Theresia evaded it altogether and counterattacked. Before long, the struggle became one-sided, and in Theresia's hands was his treasured sword worn from use. The treasured sword which briefly unveiled the traces of his effort to buy blood. A full swing, she had it glide upon the white ray, aim set at Wilhelm's torso. The sword's pommel scythed his torso, and Wilhelm collapsed, his breathing clogged. I won't be coming here anymore. She could not bear him looking at her, with hatred, with mercy, with earnest cynicism. Theresia shook her head, and chose the option she had chosen countless times, to run away. With a face like that, you shouldn't hold a sword. Face to the ground, Wilhelm frantically wrung out in a rueful tone. The one to have espoused and believed in the beauty, the sublimity of the sword, was nobody but him. The ability of herself was to kick and trample upon his all. I am the Sword Saint. I never understood the reason for it, but I understand now. Congenital divine protection of death, God. The bestowed albeit unwished for divine protection of the Sword Saint. It seemed she had achieved a compromise as to why she possessed them. The reason? To swing the sword to protect someone. I think that's nice. To swing the sword to protect someone. She wished she had noticed something so simple much earlier, although even upon realizing that, she may not have been able to choose whom to protect. Now, she could protect Wilhelm. With this might, with this abominable, dreadful might of slaughter, protect Wilhelm as much as possible. Protect him. Protect her family. Protect Carol. protect a greater crowd, and ultimately protect something even as humongous as the kingdom. She shall become a fine sword saint, because I am the strongest, because the sword saint is the mightiest. I may trample upon his feelings, I may betray what he believed in, but I solely cannot abandon the fact that I am the sword saint. Just you wait, Theresia. No longer present were any words to be exchanged. The voice reached Theresia's back, who stepped forth surmising this would be the last. She verged upon halting her legs. She desperately withstood that emotion. Whilst Theresia desperately withstood, Wilhelm's voice yet entered her ears. I will take away the sword from you. I don't care about the divine protection and duties bestowed upon you. Swinging the sword, the blade's beauty, don't you dare look down upon them, sword saint. She was forewarned. It would be taken away from her. And once again echoed the voice of the sword, God's laughter within her skull, as if to sneer at the youth, blazoning such abandon, as if to sneer at the beloved child, heart cradled by such spirit of fleeting hope. A period of 2 more years had been needed to end the Civil War. Ever since her parting with Wilhelm, Theresia cast herself onto all kinds of battlefields, and intently repeating perfervid and acute labor, she contributed to diminishing the demi-human alliance's war potential. The alliance too lost seniors who comprised its mainstay, its foundation weakening. It could be stated they had no choice but to comply with the proposal for peace the kingdom had offered. Henceforth, the greatest civil war of the kingdom, the demi-human war, diverged from its gruesomeness in its midst, and ended identically exceedingly swiftly as how it had outbroken. It's over? She was resolved to tackle the next battle, the battle after the next, the battles with no end in sight. Thus, upon hearing the abruptly brought report of its denouement, Theresia lost her balance. Yes, it is over. The Civil War has come to an end. It is Theresia Sama's achievement. Catching the tottering Theresia in her arms, Carol pronounced innocently. Having grown to display such tender expressions more oft lately, Carol firmly supported the bewildered Theresia and gently caressed her back. Achievement, you say? Those words didn't really hit her. All Theresia did was to continue nothing but slashing, believing that it would consequently connect to protecting someone, believing it would save the youth who had arbitrarily left the troops by himself and gone to someplace. Theresia's such actions, devoid of self-awareness, however, just as Carol had stated, shall be commended as of greatest service to the kingdom. A ceremony was held for her. Wearing a formal dress with a sword of courtesy in her hands, Theresia failed to dispel the sensation that she was walking within a dream from the beginning to the very end. No, if this was a dream, then Theresia had always been walking within a dream. Ever since she had been blessed with the divine protection of the sword saint, ever since she had first felt the sword god's presence near herself, Theresia's heart had been within the dream shown by that great being. Hence this, too, was a dream. The dream shown by the love of the sword god, sunless evermore, never to be dispelled. Therefore, if there were to come a time she was liberated from this dream, then a commotion splintered the wild enthusiasm of the excited crowd in the ceremony. That being aimlessly stepped into the ceremony hall, in spite of all the voices calling for his restraint. In his hands an unsheathed, decayed, tattered, rusty sword. He wore a dark brown, soiled tunic, the color of his visible skin also besmirched in dirt and filth. But before knitting brows to his state, there was something everyone could instinctively sense, emanating from that being. The essence of dread. No, the essence of swordsmanship. Before the being wordlessly bracing himself, Theresia too faced him with the sword of courtesy. The king, standing on the same altar, halted the palace guards attempting to surround the outlaw. She was grateful for that. With this, no obstruction would come in the way. Nobody would now get in the way of her tryst with the sword demon here. No signals given. However, as though arranged for beforehand, the blades of the two simultaneously eloped, giving rise to a shrill note. The rightfully dull blade directly collided with the unmistakably holy sword, albeit one for courtesy. Sparkles danced exuberantly. Slashes tore the air, and two shadows intertwined on the stage as though in dance. Whilst swinging the sword, Theresia was struck with admiration, her mind enlivened, her heartbeats hastening. In Theresia's eyes, as ever, were the white rays concocted in the midst of battle. All she had to do was to trace those rays, All she had to do to kill was to trace those white rays. Such guidance of the sword gods could she see. The itinerary to triumph shown by the pinnacle of the sword, forged by the sword god, was being broken through by mere devotion and maddening ardor of the sword demon. The floating white rays were rended by the rusted sword as though they were visible, intercepting every single one of the countlessly emerged white rays. The sword demon roared a war cry, and stepped towards the pinnacle of the sword he couldn't ever reach. Heartbeats palpitated, each and every time. Each and every time, they exchanged blows. Each and every time their swords overlapped. Each and every time the contour of white rays was severed. Each and every time their gazes entwined. She was in love with the demon of the sword before her eyes. Each and every time, each and every time, each and every time, the sword saint fell in love with the sword demon. She loved him. She loved him. She loved him to an unbearable degree. She was in love with this person to an unbearable extent. Ishka. The ceremony utterly disordered. Amidst the attentive gazes of a crowd so great, Theresia couldn't help but find it comical when she thought of what she was doing. Her cheeks, hot, her chest, palpitating, each passing moment, her love aggravated. The truth is, I want to throw away my sword right away and jump to his chest. There is nothing to take away from me. Ever since a long time ago, precisely when we first met, ever since my heartbeats first rose because of you, I have... The option for her to run away into comfort, refusing to face him, was thwarted, not by the reprimanding voice of the sword god, but the glint in the eyes of the demon before her, repudiated it with all of his soul, that he shall take it away through his own strength, borrowing not the hands of anyone else. Not even yours. With solely his own strength, with his own tenacity, with all he had proffered to the sword, he shall take the girl away from the sword god. Just how much? For how long? Just how many times? Hundreds of times. Tens of thousands of times. Hundreds of millions of times. Must he have thought of herself? The sword slashes melded, locked against one another. Their tips shimmered, and exchanged blows however many times. And the swung strike accompanied by the sword god's enraged voice was... The rufous blade fractured, its tip twirled into the air and bounced upon the altar. The one to achieve this, with not a smidgen of uncertainty, was the sword saint's soulful strike. All or nothing, the singular strike of the sword saint with non-pareil might. However, my win. The treasured sword had been taken from Theresia's hands. Her palm numbed by the impact, the treasured sword fell to her rear with a shrill report, and, positioned by Theresia's fair neck, was the halfway broken dull tip. The beautifully bedecked sword saint, lost to the uncouthly trained sword demon. That was the moment the treasured sword was defeated by the dull blade, and the phantasmagoria known as the sword saint was shattered. You're weaker than me, so you no longer have any reason to wield the sword. The voice smote. Upon consideration, it's been quite a while since having heard his curt voice, and to think his first words would be this: if I don't wield the sword, who will? I'll succeed your reason for swinging the sword. You simply become my reason for swinging the sword. His reason for swinging the sword was to protect something. You become that reason. Whilst enunciating so, he took his tunic's hood off. As the sullied, sour face glared at herself, Theresia shook her head. To take it away from her, to protect her, in spite of having come to say such cool things, he truly didn't understand the female heart. Although he's a sword, so it could not be helped. What a harsh person you are, to render all of someone's resolve and determination useless. I'll succeed all of that too. You just forget that you ever held the sword and care freely. Let's see, you just live in peace behind my back, raising flowers or something. Ah, that is so, whilst being protected by your sword. That's right. Will you protect me? That's right. If he were to count herself amidst what he cherished, and if he were to respond to her love. Theresia smiled at the words of the sword demon, of Wilhelm. Subsequently touching the sword at her neck, she took a single step forward. By touching the sword blade, she felt Wilhelm's 2 years. Pondering that all this time, if he had been thinking of herself, her chest warmed. With the rise of emotions she could not bear, tears appeased Theresia's eyelids. They slowly brimmed over and trickled down the smiling Theresia's cheeks. Do you like flowers? I don't hate them anymore. Why do you swing the sword? To protect you. Her patience at its limit. Ever since she had relinquished the sword from her hands, she could no longer hear the sword god's voice. She saw nothing but Wilhelm. She felt nothing but Wilhelm. She had nothing but Wilhelm. Gently nestling close to his chest, she faintly tilted her head upward. Her eyes closed. Theresia's lips imbricated with the lips of Wilhelm. Love surged upon the soft, warm sensation, and Theresia's world revolutionized. With her cheeks dyed, she gazed at the man, her beloved. Before her eyes, Wilhelm said nothing, silently awaiting her words. Such odd conduct. She was the one waiting. He seemed to not understand that, so once again, just like before, she initiated, "Are you in love with me?" "You know that," a brusque reply, and he averted his face. The moment she rounded her eyes upon the answer, in the world ensconced only by the two entered sounds, the temporal pause of the spectators came undone, and a large number of palace guards advanced towards them. Present there were the figures of personnel well acquainted with Wilhelm. Goodness gracious. As Wilhelm formed a somewhat relieved expression upon seeing them, she puffed her cheeks. To look someplace else when she is standing right before his eyes. Just what impudence was this? She had not even heard him say the words he ought to yet. "There are some things I want you to express in words, you know." Dot. Wilhelm turned his head, scratching his cheek as though to varnish the situation over. However, before long he yielded to Theresia's gaze and sighed, embracing her slender waist closer to himself once again, and gently drawing his face close to the astonished Theresia's ear. "Someday, when I feel like it." It felt it would take a long time for him to feel like it. Bearing such displeasure in her mind, she nonetheless avidly anticipated that day's befall, her weakness being what she lost her heart to. Theresia forgave the words of the one she loved. After that, looking back on it now, a lot happened. Welcoming Wilhelm as her husband, who had cut into the ceremony and had perpetrated unprecedented recklessness by asserting he would take away the leading lady, was one tribulation. Succeeding Theresia, who had quit being the Sword Saint, Wilhelm enrolling in the Royal Guard with the recommendation of Bordeaux and the others as well, was one tribulation. Having affirmed a lifetime of service to Theresia, Carol entered a relationship of love with one of Wilhelm's comrades, and the question of whether she would marry him or not was one tribulation. Having accumulated an exceeding number of large-scale feats in battle, Bordeaux being provided a seat in the committee that settled major political situations was one tribulation. With so much, truly so much happening, those days were really fun. "I'm in love with you, Wilhelm. What about you?" In the end, never did he ever pronounce the words that followed, though he did prove through his actions in his words' stead. Only either a kind woman or a woman who was head over heels in love with the man could have been swindled by that. Since both held true for Theresia, she kept on getting swindled. Their time as a couple passed in tranquility and carefreeness, just as Wilhelm had promised Theresia. Ever since that ceremony, never even once did he make her grip the sword. Neither did Theresia bear any lingering sentiments towards the sword. The sword god's voice had long become inaudible. Yet, the divine protection of the Sword Saint did occasionally come to surface. For example, when cooking, upon gripping a kitchen knife, she spontaneously understood the optimal angle for striking and such. Above all, having an ability to cut aptly comprised merely the first step in preparation. As she began to learn more about what followed, she started to realize that being a housewife was much tougher than being a swordsman. In addition, this was also about the time she learned how to control the divine protection of Death God. She accidentally cut her finger with the shell of an ingredient whilst cooking. Voluntarily created wounds were anyhow subject to the divine protection. Pallid from the wound she had carved onto herself, as she panicked in an attempt to somehow stop the bleeding. The bleeding ceased immediately. Was it really so easy, she thought, nigh revolted, accepting the divine protection's existences and controlling their power. Despite of having been conferred a title so immense as the Sword Saint, in reality she was merely a little girl without even a grasp on the things she possessed. If only had this happened much earlier. Such mighty emotions brimmed her heart, reminiscing the images of her brothers. Theresia. At such junctures, Wilhelm returned as though willfully, and as Theresia concealed her deepest heart, he removed her tender robes and domineeringly advanced. On such moments was she saved. "Are you In love with me? Only that question did he stubbornly refuse to answer, though. After that, again, a lot happened. Truly, a lot happened. The couple's son was born, Heinkel, the lady whom Heinkel welcomed as his wife, and she gave birth to who would be Theresia's first grandchild, Reinhard. Nobody at all was to have been at any fault. Not Heinkel, whom she proudly called her son, who devoted greater sincerity and endeavor towards the sword than anyone, with full earnesty and effort, nor the bride who was afflicted by the illness called sleeping beauty, depriving Heinkel of any opportunity for vindication, and left the child Reinhard all alone, nor Reinhard, who was blessed with talents capable of sending shivers upon a single glance, his childish frame crammed with preordainments of an unneeded extent. No one was at fault. That's why the one at fault, just as always, was herself. Heinkel distorted. The bride was taken prisoner to dreams, and Reinhard endeavored to be loved by such parents. She found herself, having been the first one to take notice of this and failed to do anything, to be the utmost foolish and good-for-nothing. There's a battle called the Great Subjugation. The battle to bring down the white whale. Over there a knight of the royal guard only in name, and a weighty mission only in name. The trembling voice of her son accreted upon the submitted proposition, and Theresia, alone and solitary, cemented a decision. The longsword she once favored and habitually used had since always been under Carol's care, retained in condition identical to back then. I am against it. What are you thinking? Though she was well aware this would happen, Wilhelm was against Theresia's decision. She was pierced by a sharp glint infused with will. His hair mingled with white, his voice lost of its former youthfulness. Even so, Wilhelm's foundation shan't change. His dignity, his zeal, his clumsiness, everything continued to be the way Theresia had fallen in love with, and continued to love. I have made my decision. All are arbitrary. Just who asked for something like, could it be? Wilhelm realized on whose proposal Theresia's obstinate attitude came to be. His face tinted red with fury. His insuppressible essence of swordsmanship split open. That idiotic buffoon feels some shame. H.K. Neither you nor I have the right to say that. Wilhelm identically lamented for their son. His furious expression fading, Wilhelm bit his lips. His fury persisted, yet suppressing his anger and feigning composure was something he had become adult-like in. I too will take charge. You have your own duties to fulfill. You must be aware, Wilhelm, it cannot be that you have forgotten Ford Sama's grief. The daughter of the king's younger brother Ford had been kidnapped by someone who intruded into the royal castle. As the commander of the royal guard, Wilhelm had the duty of retrieving her at once. It was impossible to have the sword demon travel alongside to the great subjugation. The call made in substitution for him was for Theresia, the currently active successor of the divine protection of Thesward Saint, requesting her participation in battle. She could not refuse. Her days of tranquility lived in relinquish of the sword were solely concocted upon her own selfishness. She could not presume upon that any longer. Theresia, something like this is Wilhelm. Theresia called her husband, who attempted to persuade her all the more. Before his face, his breathing faintly halted, she inquired with a smile, a question. After a long time, are you in love with me? Why, HKK. Unrest. The same emotion as the past, she saw. While smiling, Theresia used her hand like a sword and swiped Wilhelm's shoulder, an attack that slashed the air, cleaved the skin. Bared defenseless before his wife, Wilhelm was unable to react to the strike coming from beyond the bounds of his attention, as the wound on his shoulder started to bleed. Theresia, what are you doing? The power of the divine protection of Death God was activated on the shallow wound of his shoulder. It wasn't severe, but the bleeding shall subsist. As long as Theresia remained next to him like this, as long as she didn't take distance from him. Theresia? Her body gently leaned onto his chest. Whilst feeling the sturdiness of the arms that caught her, Theresia placed her lips on the wound on Wilhelm's shoulder. The blood dyed her lips in scarlet. She felt the taste of her husband's blood for the first time. With this, you can no longer come after me, because if you're close to me, that wound will not close. You did something so stupid for something like that. Let me make it clear. Even if the bleeding does not stop, I will still. If you do, then there will be no point. With a faint smile, Theresia let go of his body, and, whilst pointing towards the wound on Wilhelm's shoulder. "I shall leave that wound as is, so that you do not follow me. I will close it once. Both of our jobs are done. No need to worry. Who do you think I am? I am the strongest swordsman in this world. The most powerful after you. Even if you compare yourself in your mid-40s to in your youth, don't say anything so redundant." She flatly shut the mouth about to articulate discourtesy. Geez, this was how it was after more than 20 years of marriage. The steel remained yet unchanged. "Hence, I'm in love with you, Wilhelm." "Yes, that's correct. Answer that afterwards." "Afterwards?" Wilhelm furrowed his eyebrows, to whom Theresia nodded, and, whilst pledging their reunion upon her husband's wound, "Upon my return that day, please let me hear the words I didn't get to hear." Her memories were evanescing, dissipating. Visibility disturbed within the sandstorm. Sounds of the environs became sporadic and difficult to grasp. Someone's wrathful roars, shrieks, screams could be heard. One plane of her visibility was saturated in verdant green. No, it was the ground. It was the hue of a grassland. Upon surveying the surroundings, a dense fog locked the world in its entirety, less than 10 meters from her. The subjugation forces had suffered halfway decimation, and her unit faced annihilation. A desperate stampede began, and failed to perceive which direction to run into amidst the thick fog. However, solely a vague sense of titanic pressure from the other side of the fog could be felt. Hence, voices flew, fleeing to its opposite direction. All of a sudden, she was unable to remember what had occurred. Within the severe, violent clash, the engagement should have nevertheless progressed in their favor, and despite having long retired from battling, her might should have also served to be useful. That was how she ought to have felt. Her thoughts went only so far before she took notice of faint malaise. She glanced down to her palm. Something was off. There was no problem in her limbs, her eyes, her feet, but she somewhat felt as though she had lost her wings. The divine protection, she realized. No longer could she anywhere feel the sensation of the divine protection of the sword Saint Tot. All the same for the sword god who had remained beside her no matter how estranged and distant from the sword she was. That scorn was no longer anywhere either. Reinhard! Theresia simultaneously had a hunch to whom the divine protection had gone after vanishing from her body. Was this the same feeling her uncle got when he sensed Theresia had inherited the divine protection? Otherwise it may simply be that Theresia was aware of Reinhard's limitless natural talent. Whichever it may be, Theresia did not doubt that the generation of Sword Saint following her would be Reinhard. That intuition was perhaps traitorous to her own son, Henkel, but no longer remained either anyone she could put the blame on, or the time for her to put blame. Oh my, for a lone lady to remain in a place like this. Quite gallant indeed. The graceful voice of a young girl, unbecoming for the time and space, resonated. Turned back, and Theresia saw a petite shadow within the dense fog. White clothes, platinum-tinted hair, intimate and affectionate. An amiable gaze imbued with sympathy boundlessly extolling togetherness towards the unacquainted. Misdirected love, to an odious extent. It seems I have not quite been taken a liking to. Bracing her longsword, Theresia stepped forward. Had she been in peaceful times, she may have bore concern for the young girl. However, this was the world of death ruled by the dense fog of the white whale. A young girl emerging here transcended mystery. Even without the divine protection of the Sword Saint, Theresia's body bequeathed part of a former genius with the sword. Manifesting adequate ability of the zenith of swordsmanship, the bolting slash rended the young girl's petite figure into two. I wish to understand you. The young girl's voice tickled her eardrums, and her consciousness was impeded with a splintering sound. Within the darkness, her consciousness descended. As though sinking within lukewarm water with her limbs bound, Theresia's body submerged, wilting. The future of her grandson, the heart of her son, the bride who connected the two. Worries and disquietude ran past her as though in haste. And, in the end, Wilhelm calling the name of the man she loved. Her consciousness ceased in its entirety. And, Theresia, a pathetic face. Steadily opening her eyelids, there she saw a crumpled face. His head had become completely white, and more wrinkles of aging had proliferated on his face. but she could not help but think that this was handsome in its face. Own right, there was no way she could have mistaken. It was the face of her husband, though it seemed quite some time had passed since that parting. She inhaled a deep breath. There were others close by. Could it have been Heinkel and Reinhard? She could feel their presence. All three men of the Astria family had assembled here, perhaps gone out of their way just to meet her, just to give her a send-off, because everyone is so kind. Wilhelm, Theresia, I am... Wilhelm choked on his breath, his face etched with wrinkles, exceedingly unseemly before their son and grandson. Just where did he forget his dignity and majesty? Above all, looking back at it now, such weaknesses of his surprisingly stood out always as well. Theresia, listen, Wilhelm. Her voice was husky, yet peculiarly youthful, as if it wasn't hers. No. It was unmistakably hers, but she was supposed to be a proper grandma now. It seemed like her voice back from when she had first fallen in love. How embarrassing. When she had first fallen in love, she felt awkward upon feeling so. There was not much time left, yet they wasted time simply gazing into one another. But, even still, that's all right. Theresia had sufficiently conveyed the words she should have conveyed. Wilhelm, too, must realize that. Therefore, the one in need of time, of opportunity, of words was him. Theresia should simply, quietly, wait for those words. Albeit she will have to wait. Her hopes will assuredly be fulfilled. That's the kind of man Wilhelm Trias was. That's the kind of husband Wilhelm van Astria was. Wilhelm, there's something I must tell you. Wilhelm, I am a poor speaker. I failed to convey my thoughts well, and caused hardship to you as well. That's why even in more than 20 years, never even once did I. Wilhelm, for 20 years, I may have made you feel distressed, but I am... Theresia. A stupid person. Seeing him struggle to speak, as he clumsily fumbled to form words, she could no longer bear it. Ended up laughing. Truly, just what was this man saying? Theresia. Did you really never notice? Her hand reached for the cheek, earnestly seeking heartbreak. The countenance verging on tears even now. Her body was terribly heavy. There was not much strength left in her body, but pouring all of her remaining strength into her fingers, she wiped away the tears trickling down his face. Theresia, you had always been saying it. Did he perhaps intend to hide it? Did he perhaps intend he could conceal it by simply never expressing it in words? Theresia, your eyes, your voice, your conduct, your actions had always. All of what Wilhelm had directed towards Theresia had been, more than anything, clearly conveying this person's heart. Wilhelm, I am with you, Theresia. You are with me, that's why. It was sufficient. In love, from the beginning till the end, my life was surely one filled with blessings. I had my brothers whom I was cordial with. I had a female friend who was always warm towards me and took tender care of me. I was saved by many people. I met Wilhelm. I'm sure lots of problems still must be remaining, but I have faith that you all will be all right. But the truth is, just one thing. There was just one last thing left in my heart that I regret I didn't get to ask. How surprised would you be if you got to know that it was actually love at first sight? Their exchange of words of love with one another was the end. Smiling in satisfaction, her cheeks dyed with the tint of love, and eyes glistened with tears. Theresia van Astria's form lost its shape and crumbled in the blink of an eye. Within the arms of the kneeling Wilhelm, no longer visible was the figure of a bloodied, gasping woman. What was bequeathed was only a wreath of ashes, and that alone gave credence to the sentiment that she was here, her life incinerated within his arms. Theresia had become a wreath of ashes. Wilhelm looked down towards such vestiges of Theresia's, his gaze simply casted down, wordless. Yeah. Well, anything less. Elena. Masibanga. Whoa. Which ninset. But, are you satisfied now? And, instead of the silent, immobile Wilhelm, a man raised his voice. The red-haired, middle-aged man Henkel aimed a glare pervaded with hatred at Reinhard, who was standing beside him. Reinhard slowly met that gaze and shed a sigh. Reinhard. Satisfied. What do you mean, Henkel? Don't play dumb. It's just as how we saw it. Are you satisfied? You must be satisfied now, both in name and in reality. The position of Sword Saint is all yours now. Congratulations. The rumors of you robbing it by killing the previous generation are now true without a speck of doubt, too. Tell me, aren't you satisfied? Hey! Reinhard, I don't quite understand what you are saying. Henkel, don't you make that blank face. You shitty brat. Exhaling a hoarse breath, Henkel tried to grab Reinhard. However, Reinhard avoided his fingers and constrained the body of his real father through his palm, as the latter stomped the ground to a paining extent. There remained not a scintilla of impact on the form of the current generation Sword Saint for slashing the previous Sword Saint to death. Truth is, it didn't serve to be an opponent either. As though that truth was shoved onto him, Henkel's throat faintly shuddered. Henkel, don't get carried away, Reinhard. HK. Attempting to inveigle such tremors of his own heart, Henkel grew further frantic and spat out whilst pointing a finger towards Reinhard. Henkel, no matter how many sweet nothings you line up, what I saw won't change. It is fact that you slashed down Mother Theresia van Astria. I'll proclaim it. I'll spread the word, such that nobody approves of you as the Sword Saint anymore. Henkel, no matter how unconcerned you look, there's no way you'll let go of your honor as Sword Saint. You may have dubiously managed so far, but not anymore. The one slashing his own blood relative to death is the Sword Saint, the Sword of the Kingdom? Don't make me laugh. You murderer. Reinhard. Deputy Commander, no matter how many times you say it, I do not understand what you mean. It is the Deputy Commander's misunderstanding that I slashed the previous generation to death. Henkel, who... To Henkel, who argued vehemently, Reinhard gave a quiet response. Henkel rounded his eyes upon those words. But Reinhard did not seem to intend deception or making excuses. Reinhard did not seek to opine. Reinhard was stating the truth. Reinhard. The enemy just now was merely a corpse mobilized via some secret arts. It could not have been the previous generation Sword Saint. Grandmother, did you not misconceive something? Henkel made a stupefied expression at Reinhard's words. He then rammed his hands into his red hair, tearing them off violently. A faint laughter leaking him. Henkel, with an unhinged smile. Henkel. Then, what was that at the end? When she was? Talking to father? What she was, Miss Meyer. The regular cecil reverso aim shore, here James. When she was glaring so bitterly at you and me. What was that, if that wasn't Mother? Wilhelm. Enough. Now stop, Henkel. Canines bared. Henkel burned with emotion transcending hatred. The one to halt Henkel's fury was Wilhelm, having maintained silence until now. The aged swordsman, remaining in his crouched stance, tore a sleeve of his coat and treated the wound on his right leg, the locus impaled by the longsword. The wound that shouldn't close due to the ability of the divine protection of Death God had started losing its efficacy since the moment Theresia's being was lost. No, prior to that, it had stopped from the juncture the sane Theresia had returned. What ached instead was the wound carved onto his left shoulder at their parting. The sane Theresia on his left shoulder, and the demised Theresia on his right leg. With the loss of both, the wounds carved with the divine protection of Death God dispelled in their efficacy. Henkel? Stop, you say. Father, are you fine with that? This guy is... Wilhelm. Stop. Henkel. Stop. As Henkel attempted to snarl again, Wilhelm forbade him once more. Taking off his coat, now lost of a sleeve, Wilhelm wrapped Theresia's ashen vestiges in the opened cloth. It would be far too lonesome to abandon her to the wind's mercy as is. He believed he must, at the very least, return her ashes back to her grave. Henkel. Ha. Seeing the state of his father, Henkel gnashed his teeth in vexation and swallowed his words. And, retrieving the ashes, Wilhelm stood up on a teetering gait. Even if his bleeding had ceased, his body had lost a considerable amount of blood. The wound on the joint of his right leg was deep, making it feel uneasy to let him walk by himself. Reinhard instantly attempted to support his tottering shoulders. However, Wilhelm... Stay away. Ooh. Wilhelm's bellow abjured those fingertips about to touch him. Reinhard halted his raised arm, and Wilhelm did not attempt to turn towards his countenance. Gazes never intertwined. The sword demon inhaled silently. Wilhelm. Reinhard. Reinhard. Yes. Contrasting Wilhelm's quivering voice, Reinhard's voice was confident and dignified. Closing his eyes upon hearing his tone, Wilhelm articulated, "It was a question. Wilhelm, do you regret that you slashed your grandmother, Theresia, to her death?" A faint interval sojourned in the answer to the question. Or perhaps this dialogue may have gotten deemed meaningless, similar to Heinkel's earlier. However, following a pause, Reinhard responded, "Reinhard, no, I did the correct thing. I shan't regret it. Wilhelm, I suppose so. That's right. Wilhelm, you are correct. I am mistaken. That is why there is no longer anything to talk to you about." Responding with a quiet voice, Wilhelm turned his back to Reinhard. The grandfather and grandson, without ever facing one another, concluded the decisive dialogue, and, with a single upraised finger, Wilhelm pointed towards the city center. "Wilhelm, I am worried about the city hall, to which Garfield Ono is headed. If it would be possible, then I would request you to head there to provide support." Sword Saint Reinhard Dono. Terribly formal and unduly distant. Upon his polite words, Reinhard looked in the direction his finger was denoting. He then nodded, and finally glanced toward Heinkel. Heinkel, yet charred with hatred, faintly paused his breath to those blue eyes. But Reinhard let pass such trivial terror of his. "Reinhard, the outdoors are dangerous. Deputy Commander, if it would be possible, then head to a shelter." Along with Wilhelm Dono, taught Heinkel, "You just shut the hell up? Hurry up and disappear." Hurled with the words of a seeming sour loser, Reinhard turned his face away. He then bolted towards the waterway, leaping as though to kick the water's surface. With momentum enough to bound over a building, he disappeared in the direction of the city center. Witnessing his inhumane talent and ability, Heinkel spat. He subsequently rushed to Wilhelm, who was steadily dragging his right leg as he walked. "However, Heinkel, Father Dono going alone is... Wilhelm, please leave me alone. I don't want anyone to see my face right now." "Heinkel, Father, Wilhelm, there is no need for you to worry about me. You should just worry for your own safety. Hide yourself in a suitable building or shelter. You should be fine." Leaving solely his opinion behind, Wilhelm walked, deserting Heinkel, his wife's ashes wrapped in the coat he carried. He dragged his feet and faded into the distance, left behind, unable to call for his halt or walk by his side. Left behind, as Wilhelm dwindled out of view, Heinkel was, "Heinkel, what's your problem? 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 Damn it, what the hell is your problem?" In the plaza, bereft of anyone, glaring at the stone pavement, Heinkel spouted his fury, tearing at his head, roaring his rage inexplicable in words. He hurled the sword fastened to his waist to the ground. Strummed by the ground with a solid echo, the beautiful night sword glided across the floor and fell. Heinkel. Shit. God damn everyone. Everyone just go die. Just go die. H-A-K. In the deserted plaza, bereft of anyone, only Heinkel's bleeding screech resounded in solitude. The screech, melding boundless, ceaseless resentment and grief, echoed far and wide. Grandfather, father, grandchild, the battlefield uniting the Astria family, thus drew its conclusion. Once a lady, a grandmother, a mother, a wife. The end of Theresia of Anastrea engraved wounds upon the hearts of the respective three. With this, all of the battlefields in the fight for the Watergate city of Pristella drew their curtains. Chapter 74. Fruits of the Battle for Pristella 1. The heinous witch cult, who captured the 4 control towers and threatened the city, have been thrown back. With this, the safety of the city is affirmed. The triumph is that of the Watergate city Pristella. Subaru heard the broadcast that resonated in the city along with Emilia as they hurried to the city hall. The cheerful announcement was transmitted through a magical device that conveyed the voice to the city. Although there were parts where the sound broke, It was only the fluctuation of the voice of the person making the broadcast. There was no reason to doubt the contents of the welcoming announcement. Emilia. Subaru. Just now they said, Subaru. So it seems. Somehow or other, it feels like it's over. In front of the bright-faced Emilia, Subaru relaxed his cheeks as he dropped his shoulders. The reason for his listlessness was out of relief and a little bit of anxiety. Subaru. At any rate, it's 'cause the enemies are who they are. There was Capella of Lust, who possessed the authority of variation and change. In the worst-case scenario, there was the possibility of the broadcast voice being a ploy to cast voice, being a ploy to cast false hope over the citizens. There was no guarantee they wouldn't go that far, and that malice was what made the Sin Archbishop so frightening. However, the voice of the broadcast, which appeared to be that of Kiritaka Muse, his statement was consciously respectful. He wasn't able to conceal his faint emotions and joy. Upon hearing that voice, one didn't have any reason to worry about being fooled by such wicked trickery. Subaru. That means that everyone did it. The broadcast stated that the 4 control towers occupied by the Sin Archbishops had been recaptured. At least with this, it was safe to assume that the END, where all the water gates would end up being opened, and the city would end up being both flooded and annihilated, had been avoided. On that point, they could be sincerely relieved. If there was one problem which made Subaru concerned, it would be the victims. Subaru. Miraculously, Regulus didn't end up causing any casualties. Although they had a somewhat powerful lineup as well, their enemies were the Sin Archbishops with 1 or 2 peculiarities to them. The only reason they overcame the crusade against the invincible Regulus was because he himself was lousy in battle. The cunning, lust, and wrath, whose defeat he could not witness, and gluttony, with whom he was connected by fate, calling them difficult enemies or threats was simply not enough. Even though they'd won, their damage was frightful. Emilia. According to what Subaru said, there were also Sin Archbishops in the other control towers. All the others, I wonder if they're okay. It was Emilia's words that were accompanied by the same unease Subaru felt, who couldn't put on a joyful face. Subaru shook his head, biting his lip, in front of Emilia, who had cast her gaze down. Subaru. I also feel troubled about that, but all we can do is trust in the others. I want to confirm that they are fine as quickly as possible. Emilia. Yeah, that's right. With such simple words of comfort, he couldn't dispel Emilia's distress. If they considered how powerful the enemies had been this time around, they couldn't avoid the possibility that there were victims among their allies. Still, it couldn't be said that the massive destruction to save the city was the result they had desired. Thus, although it depended on the circumstances, taking into account using return by death as one of his options was a determination which Subaru had held ever since the start of this operation. Personally, Subaru did not like the strategy of incorporating his return by death. Of course, he was opposed to choosing his own death, but it was also related to the trial he had witnessed at the sanctuary, the world after Subaru's death. In fact, it wasn't known whether or not the world continued after Subaru's death, but the trials revealed that such a possibility existed. So Subaru had firmly decided that he would not use return by death to increase the number of attempts. Even so, if Subaru willingly chose return by death, it would be when the unacceptable result of having to continue with a loss awaited him. And this time, Subaru was considering such a possibility. Those who swore to recapture the city and challenged the Sin Archbishops, the royal candidates, their knights, and their allies. In order not to lose those he did not want to lose, he was prepared to repeat the pain and suffering. Emilia. Subaru, your brow is very wrinkled. Subaru. Huh? Emilia was gazing straight ahead at Subaru, who had a grim and serious expression on his face. She'd shot Subaru a look at his wrinkled brow, causing him to reflexively open his eyes up wide. As her amethyst eyes filled with gloom, Emilia spoke to him. Emilia. After all, no matter what you do, you still care. I'm sorry. Although it's a difficult time, thanks to those who captured me. Subaru. No. It's not Emilia Tan's fault. Even without Emilia Tan, it was necessary to defeat Regulus. If Emilia Tan hadn't been there, I don't know if we could have saved the brides. To save the brides from greed, They had to temporarily stop their hearts, which carried the lion's heart. Emilia was probably the only one who could have done it from their existing lineup. Ferris perhaps could also have been a possibility. Without her, in the worst-case scenario, it would have been necessary for the brides to become sacrifices to defeat Regulus. Subaru. Well, I didn't want to make that choice either, and Reinhard would have allowed it. Even if it was a necessary sacrifice to face such great evil, he couldn't accept that. That young man, who was a bundle of justice, could never allow even a few sacrifices. In that situation, the affair with Regulus might not have been resolved so quickly. Subaru. Or I may have ended up dying halfway through if only I ended up getting involved. First of all, if Emilia had not been kidnapped, there was the chance that the formations of the teams to defeat the Sin Archbishops would have been very different. Since no one knew what the right answer was, it was useless to think about. But, hopefully, Subaru. After we split up, Reinhard went to the others. That will lessen the damage. That is what I want to believe. Emilia. Yes, that's true. We have to make sure of that as soon as possible. In response to Subaru's reply, Emilia nodded with a serious look on her face. And, as he resumed his step towards the city hall next to her, Subaru gently placed his hand on his own chest. He felt that his heart was beating slightly faster. There. Another concern that Subaru had apart from his preparation for return by death. The sensation of a strange black force callously curling next to his heart. It was a perverse impurity that slipped into Subaru at the same time that the death of Regulus was confirmed. Subaru vaguely knew the identity of that impurity. The witch factor. That so-called thing was probably the identity of the impurity that connected Subaru and the witch cult. Just after defeating Betelgeuse Romanicanti of Sloth, Subaru felt the same discomfort inside his body. The identity of the foreign force he felt was the witch factor, and the first person who had told him that was the witch Echidna. The witch factor had a profound connection to the Sin Archbishops and the witches of Sin time, and for some reason, it also affected Subaru, as if it was consuming him. If so, this was surely related to the Witch of Envy who induced his return by death. It wasn't something that could be considered positive. Subaru. No matter how many creepy things possess me, I'm May. That should be fine. No matter how much the influence of the witch factor increased, he would never let it affect him, even if the witch factor consumed Subaru every time he took down a Sin Archbishop. Plus, if Beiko wakes up, she'll get mad at me for not having told her. No matter what the witch factor was, there was no need for Subaru to worry about it alone. He had companions who would work together with him to try to solve the problem when he confessed his concerns to them. He was sure he'd find a way to get over it. Emilia. Subaru? Did something happen? Worried about Subaru, who spoke awkwardly, Emilia turned her glance to him. Subaru said no, and shook his head, and after thinking a little, Subaru. By the way, while listening to the broadcast before, I think Kiritaka's doing all right. If she knew, Liliana surely would be glad. Emilia. Kiritaka-san disappeared. Subaru. It protected Otto, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. For some reason it didn't feel like he was dead, so I wasn't that worried. Emilia. Then cheer up more, or I'm going to end up feeling sorry for you. As if she were casting away the anxiety that hung over her, Emilia pouted at Subaru. Instead of being anxious about the possibility that someone had been hurt, he should have been glad that someone had been saved. Perhaps that was also a necessary attitude for his current state of mind. And so, the two of them rushed on trying to avoid triggering each other's anxieties as much as possible. But the scene that awaited them wasn't something optimistic. Subaru. This is terrible. Subaru was stunned to see that the city hall had collapsed and turned into a mountain of rubble in front of his eyes. The words that came from his dry lips gave off a candid impression of that scene. The city hall was a 5-story tall building that was rare to see in the buildings of this world, but its greatness had crumbled without a trace. The marks of destruction extended as far as the foundations of the building. The center of the plot of land where the city hall had been located had been crushed enormously. The large sunken hole looked like an open mouth. This collapse likely wouldn't have happened unless the foundations of the buildings had received a major blow. Subaru made this assumption from the remains of the building, Amelia, who witnessed the same thing, gazed around with a restless expression on her face. Amelia, the broadcast from before, it should have used the magical device that is in that building, no? Yet, with the building in this state. Subaru. Now that you say it, that's true. Faced with Amelia's concern, Subaru looked around his surroundings in a hurry. The collapse of the city hall was not an unimportant matter. It was undoubtedly the result of having been breached by the evil grasp of the witch cult. In addition to that, in the city hall there wasn't only the magical device. Otto and the others who did not participate in the groups to recover the control towers, and the victims of Capella's authority also remained. Since the city hall suffered so much damage, it meant that there had been a battle. If so, what had happened in the city hall where only the non-combatants had stayed behind? Kiritaka's transmission. Even the fact of that matter had become suspicious. But Subaru's concerns. Oh. No. The moment I think there's someone coming, it finally ends up being Subaru and Amelia, in fact. Subaru. Beatrice? The girl's familiar voice reached Subaru and Amelia, who had frozen in their tracks. When he looked up, Beatrice was at the top of the rubble looking at the two of them as she walked down holding the hem of her fluffy dress. She went down to Subaru's side, who opened his eyes in surprise and looked at him from top to bottom to check the condition he was in. Beatrice. You don't seem to be injured. I'm relieved, I suppose. If you'd been hurt while Betty was absent, I wouldn't have been able to leave you alone even to go to the bathroom. Subaru, I'm not a child who needs this much care. Or rather, what I should be saying is, Biko, why are you here? Subaru was surprised by Beatrice, who had crossed her short arms and held her head high with an aloof expression of composure on her face. That flippant attitude was exactly the same as always. Subaru, weren't you supposed to have spent all your mana and left the front lines? At least, you shouldn't have been able to participate in this battle. Beatrice. Spence sounds like you're blaming Betty, so stop, I suppose. If it wasn't for Betty's devotion, your leg would be a little thinner now, in fact. Your thanks, your appreciation, and your hugs aren't going to be enough, I suppose. Subaru. I know. Subaru gently stroked the furious Beatrice's head the way he always did. Beatrice puffed her cheeks in dissatisfaction. But even so, she took a step closer to Subaru, quietly enjoying his caresses. And following this interaction between contractor and spirit, Amelia gently butted in. Amelia. Beatrice. Thank goodness. Amelia seems to be fine too, in fact. If something had happened to you, Bubby would have been distraught, I suppose. Thanks to that, Subaru risked fighting without Betty, in fact. If you've learned anything out of this, don't let yourself be captured again, I suppose. Amelia. Thank you. I'm sorry for making you worried. Beatrice. In particular, Betty was only a little bit worried for you, in fact. Amelia looked at Beatrice, who had moodily turned her face away, with a smile on her face. Then Amelia gazed over Beatrice's entire body, and gently narrowed her widened eyes. An ornate dress, and carefully manicured curled hair. Both were slightly stained with mud and blood. This was the proof that this spirit girl hadn't just woken up from her peaceful dreams. Subaru's absence, and the collapse of the city hall. These unexpected events were surely related to Beatrice waking up. Amelia. Amelia directed her gaze, which was full of such thoughts, and Subaru tucked his chin in. And, whilst looking down at Beatrice, whom he was still stroking, he said, Subaru, thank you. It seems like you were hard at work during my absence. I'm sorry about everything. I only ever cause you problems. Beatrice. I'm pretty used to you causing me problems, so you don't have to worry about that, I suppose. No. Still do worry a bit about it, in fact. Worry about it, and give me your thanks, I suppose. Subaru. Yeah. But, even if you were hard at work, it was a bit over the top. Crushing the entire building is a bit too much. Amelia. Beatrice did this. Amelia looked at Beatrice in bemusement whilst she pointed at the mountain of rubble. Amelia, do you know how much it'll take to repair a building like this? Subaru. With Beatrice's pocket money, I know it'll be a big project that'll take a few decades. Beatrice, what are you two saying with those serious faces, in fact? What Betty did is different, I suppose. Betty saw this building only after it became rubble, in fact. Subaru. I said I know. If you'd struck it, we'd be able to hear it from really far away. Such a cute girl. Subaru cackled as Beatrice tried to defend herself from the false accusations. To this exchange, Emilia said, "Hey, which one is it?" For now. If they'd encountered Beatrice near the remains of the city hall, then Subaru. At least, it seems like we won't have to worry about the witch cult trying to get up to no good around here. So, what happened to Otto and the others who were supposed to be in the city hall? Beatrice. Explaining that will be complicated, I suppose. But those who were in the city hall are... and... we were able to escape as well. So you needn't worry. A voice with a Kansai accent, or rather more accurately, a Kararagi accent jutted in between Beatrice's reply. As they turned around in response to that, they saw a petite figure which was walking around the mountain of rubble. For a moment they felt something peculiar about that person's appearance, as the color of their hair that she was adjusting with a hand comb was of a different color than the one they were used to. Subaru, is that you, Anastasia-san? Anastasia, what's up with the doubt in the way you're calling me? Must be this, right? It's... 'cause now my hair color is different. Her soft light purple hair was now dyed dark green. Only with Anastasia in her kimono did their impression change a bunch. She looked at Subaru and Beatrice, and then, when she looked at Emilia, she gracefully nodded in satisfaction. Anastasia, seems like you were able to get Emilia-san back without any problems, Natsuki-kun. The Sword Saint told me, so I wasn't worried about that. Subaru. So Reinhard was able to rendezvous with the others without any issues. Anastasia. He came whooshing out of the sky. Right now, he's looking for any stragglers from the witch cult. Or rather, I should say that he took Farah-san to visit the evacuation shelters. Subaru. Visiting the shelters. That sure is the duty of a healing arts user. Even if they'd repelled the Sin Archbishops, considerable efforts would be needed to repair the damages which the city had received. Ferris' role would be quintessential for the quick recovery of the functions of the city. It looked like Reinhard now was being used in place of Ferris's own feet to get about. Emilia. I'm sorry. I also caused him a lot of trouble. But what happened to you, Anastasia-san? Like, with the color of your hair, or with this building? Subaru. Indeed. Did you have a makeover to change your hair to a color which is more pleasing to the eye? I think it suits you as well. But when you know the original Anastasia-san, it feels strange after all. Anastasia. Natsuki-kun, you're pretty skilled at spewing out nonsense. However, I only dyed it for a little strategy. Besides, it didn't pay off. On the contrary, it went bad as far as I could see. Anastasia sighed as she twirled her hair around her finger and looked on at the remains of the city hall. From the words she was saying, it seemed like she was involved in the collapse of the city hall. Subaru. Ferris is fine, right? What happened? And what happened with the others? Anastasia. The story is simple. After everyone left to defeat the Sin Archbishops, an evil and attacked taking advantage of your absence. They screwed things up a bit. Subaru. It doesn't look like they screwed things up only a bit. It was clear that it had been a ferocious battle, quite in contrast to Anastasia's lackadaisical tone. The attack on the city hall, a malignant trick that took advantage of the departure of the combatants. He felt like it was probably lust, or wrath, who had been behind this. However, the one he felt was most likely was Subaru. Was the one who came here. Lust. Anastasia. It's as I'd heard. Their personality was the worst. My encounter with EM gave me the willies. Her opponent shouldn't have been so frivolous, tantamount to only giving someone the willies. But Anastasia's attitude didn't show any signs of fear or shock. It took real guts to have encountered a Sin Archbishop. He wanted to flatter her with an A as expected of you, but more pressing than that. Subaru had something gnawing at his mind. Subaru, I'm sorry. We left the control tower, and after that there was a surprise attack on the city hall. I should have taken more care. Anastasia. Don't worry about it. We just did as we fancied whilst Natsuki-kun was missing. Moreover, it's embarrassing that we didn't get anything out of it. According to Anastasia's words, it seemed like she was expecting a surprise attack, That was what Subaru felt. She'd probably dyed her hair green as a strategy for that. When he thought to the relation between dark green hair and the person that Capella was likely interested in, he could vaguely understand the strategy they had devised. Subaru. Anastasia-san, you dressed as Crush-san and dangled them the bait, is that what you mean? If you turned back Lust with just you and Ferris with that, then that'd leave us in a fix. Anastasia. It would have been cool if we did that, but we had someone else there. Priscilla-san's esteemed knight, Subaru. Ah? On hearing the unexpected name come out from her, Subaru widened his eyes in surprise. Al was the one who had been least interested in the battle to recapture the city, and to begin with, he was supposed to have gone with Priscilla and Liliana to defeat Wrath. If he'd stayed to defend the city hall, the Wrath capture team would be in a state which invited uncertainty and anxiety about their combat force and combination. Anastasia. Just so you know, the team that faced Wrath came back safely. Anastasia explained this to Subaru, who had doubt etched all over his face. Whilst giving a wry smile, she looked over in the direction of the control tower that Wrath had occupied and said, Anastasia. Priscilla-san came back unharmed. The songstress Liliana came back along with her prince. To everyone's surprise, Subaru. Her prince. Do you mean Kiritaka? Those two went to battle, and came back with a guy who we didn't know whether he was dead or alive. What happened? There were too many mysteries. Like Priscilla coming back unharmed from the battle with Wrath, and Kiritaka and Liliana reuniting. He would have liked to hear more details about that story, but he had to prioritize the general gist of things more than that. Subaru. Can I believe in the broadcast from Kiritaka before? Anastasia. Subo. The recovery of the control towers were a success. What follows that is the status of everyone who fought. What happened to them? The city hall had collapsed, but they'd probably taken the magical device out from it. So, it didn't mean that he had to doubt the possibility that the broadcast was a trap. The other problem was that, in the end, they'd only considered the damage to things from the start. And, to Subaru's question, Anastasia said, Anastasia. You needn't worry, Natsuki-kun. You and y'all were the last to come back. Subaru, we were the last ones. And what about the others? Anastasia. Don't worry. Emilia and Beatrice anxiously watched along with Subaru, who was showing slight traces of impatience. In front of those three, Anastasia nodded her head whilst smiling and said, Anastasia, everyone came back safely. Not a single person was missing, and that was her response. Garfield. Captain, you came back safe. The nearest evacuation shelter had become the new rally point, in place of the city hall that had collapsed. A blond boy came running and called out with a cheerful voice as he looked at Subaru and the others who had joined him. It was Garfield. Subaru. Oh, Garfield. Hey. When he tried to raise his hand, he was surprised by the figure that came running. Though Garfield's upper body was naked, his whole body was covered in blood. Nonetheless, his expression was radiant. It seemed that he'd had a rather difficult battle, but it seemed that he had fulfilled his duty. Just by seeing that, Subaru immediately changed his expression from surprise to a smile. Subaru? Hey, it's you who doesn't seem well. Your face looks terrible. Garfield, I don't want to hear that from you, Captain. I don't think that I can say that, but it's your captain who showed his guts. He rescued Emilia-sama without any problems. Subaru. Of course. When Subaru proffered out his fist, Garfield bumped his fist with his own. That was enough to honor each other's good fight. Subaru. But I heard Lust showed up at the city hall. You. Where and with whom were you fighting? Garfield. 'Tis obvious with the 8 Arms Kurgan. Although, I don't know to what extent he can be called by that name, Subaru. Wushi. Banadi. Nam Subaru. What do you mean, Garfield? My Mazzini self was fighting only with a dead body. Surely when he was alive he wasn't like that. That's why I don't feel like I won. It was a secret technique to manipulate the bodies of the dead and use them as warriors. There was no doubt that this time this secret technique was used in the secret maneuvers of the witch cult. However, it seemed that the warrior's capacity deteriorated compared to when they were alive. If he had been a warrior like Garfield, he may have been able to perceive that difference. Whether that had caught his attention, apart from the victory itself, it somewhat seemed like Garfield felt as if he'd failed to obtain the result he'd desired. That feeling, it was not something Subaru didn't know about. Emilia, the enemy wasn't strong. Is that why you're down? Emilia, who had been listening to the conversation, tilted her head as she didn't understand the feeling. At her words, Garfield first gave a "good thing you're safe, glad that she was back." Then he violently scratched his short blonde hair. Garfield, to be down, 'cause he wasn't strong. That ain't it. Somehow I can't explain. E.T. 'Cause Emilia Sama's a woman. Emilia. It's something women don't understand, so? Subaru understands? Subaru. Just a little though. But even for men there is something like an unknown barrier between the strong and the weak. But I think the result is because Garfield is strong. Aren't you overthinking this? Garfield. Am I overthinking it? Emilia had a face that showed that she didn't understand, and Subaru's response wasn't entirely positive. At that, Garfield nodded with a sorrowful look on his face. Garfield already had his head full of worries in respect to strength. There was the question of having challenged Reinhard to a duel, and also that later he had received a painful initiation from the way of the witch cult. Even if he thought with his head, no matter how much he thought, the answer to his problem didn't come into view. It was possible that this was something like that. That was why, with regard to that, Subaru. Hey Garfield, if you think about it. Oh no. And so, oh, there's Garf. It's who? Garfield. Gwa. In front of Subaru, who was trying to give him some advice, Garfield's body fell down with a loud thump. He barely noticed the little figure colliding against Garfield's waist, but his hand didn't come out in time to stop him from letting out a groan of pain and tumbling down. He gazed at the collapsed Garfield. The one who sat on his chest, who had fallen off guard, was a feline girl wagging her tail. The girl pricked her ears up as she put on a cheerful and adorable expression on her face. Nus, ladies shiro, worms in the swadi. Why, calling, I'm a scorer. Let you now, wow, aim the fair. Fuhaha. You let your guard down, Garf. Your real enemy is in your heart, and within your heart, you already have important people in there. I mean, it's filled, Garfia. You're knocking and climbing a person's chest. Mimi. Heh, Missy told Mimi. That slapping the man on the butt can attract love. Or something like that. Missy said that is attractive or something. Slapping him on the butt is what Missy said. Mimi squealed with laughter, on top of Garfield. She was no longer in a state where she was losing blood from her deep wound that couldn't be healed. Before the face of the girl who had completely recovered, Subaru touched his chest and bent down. Subaru. You look lively, Mimi. Mimi. Oh, Ansan. Welcome. Welcome. It seems like a lot of complicated things happened while Mimi was sleeping. Good job. Mimi slept very soundly, but it seems that Garf also tried very hard, didn't he? Good job, Subaru. You don't seem to have changed. That's the most important thing. Isn't that right, Garfield? He had heard that Mimi's wounds had been inflicted from protecting Garfield. Garfield had been shook to the core from her wound that refused to heal, and he'd carried her back on the verge of death. He wondered whether he was relieved to see Mimi better or not. But, at Subaru's call, Garfield, who was still sitting on his butt, rubbed his nose. Garfield. Tea would have been problematic if I changed too much. I've said many times, but making a fuss while you're recovering. Mimi? What? Did you say something, Garf? Mimi, who brought her face close to Garfield's, raised her voice and glanced down at her own chest. Mimi checked the inside of the white robe and opened her eyes wide with surprise. Mimi? Garf? This is terrible. Your wound's reopened. Blood is streaming out. Garfield. Idiot. That's why I told you. Gain and again. Damn it, if I don't bandage it, gain, and apply healing magic, it won't heal. Come here. Mimi. Ukia. It hurts. It hurts. Due to the wound getting worse, Garfield took Mimi's hand, who remained composed, and took her to the inner part of the shelter. Faced with this exchange, which was as noisy as a typhoon, even Subaru remained speechless. Emilia. But If Garfield stays like this, he may not have time to worry. But, next to Subaru, who remained stunned, Emilia placed her hand on her lips and said that suddenly. Whilst gazing at the back of the two of them walking away, she referenced back to Garfield's prior worries. I see, thought Subaru, in agreement with those opinions. Subaru. Despite everything, they make a good pair. Those two. That is, Emilia. Mimi is cute, and it seems she really likes Garfield. It seems that Garfield likes Ram, so I don't think it's going to be that easy. Subaru. Yeah, for sure. Wait, did Emilia Tan make a comment about love between men and women? Oh, even though the example was easy enough to understand, Subaru was surprised that she could make that kind of conversation. Emilia, who even before Subaru's confession had been in a state where she didn't understand the love between men and women, had been able to comment on the love of others. Emilia. Subaru, I feel like you just said something really rude. Subaru. All right. Though I'd thought that was an accurate recognition. No way did Emilia Tan change without me noticing, and she's dressed in a wedding dress. Emilia. Even though it's ended up very much in tatters. Due to the fact that it was difficult to move around in, she'd torn her wedding dress. It seemed like she didn't need to worry much about that around here. Beatrice. My, in fact. They're a bunch of children. It seems like they only grew up in size, I suppose. Subaru. I don't want to hear that from you, who most resembles a child here when Beatrice threw out her jape to recap things off. Subaru cleared his throat. Then, if Mimi had recovered, that meant that... He looked around the shelter in search of the answer. Subaru. In a corner where there were people rejoicing at their reunion, he found the figure of the wizened swordsman standing in silence. Subaru held his breath for a moment at the figure of the sword demon who had his eyes closed in silence. Emilia. Subaru. Subaru. Sorry. I'll be right back. Replying back to the anxious-looking Emilia, Subaru left both her and Beatrice there, and slowly walked up to where he had pointed his gaze to. First of all, what should he call out to him? However, that worry ended up being unnecessary. Wilhelm, is it Subaru Donna? Subaru. Yeah, it is. Wilhelm, who opened one of his eyes, caught sight of Subaru, who had approached him, hesitating on speaking out first. Seeing those silent blue eyes, Subaru realized that keeping his silence was pointless. Wilhelm was resting his back against a cold stone wall, blending into the landscape. Subaru stood beside him and saw his figure from the corner of his eyes, a figure full of wounds that made him feel the echoes of a violent battle. There were traces of cuts all over his light garb without his jacket. His gray hair that he tied back had come loose and was flowing down his back. What looked more painful was the blood-stained cloth that was wrapped around the top of his right leg. That was enough to know that it was a deep wound that threatened his life. But what caught Subaru's attention the most wasn't Wilhelm himself. It was the jacket that was right next to him, which had something that seemed important wrapped inside it. Subaru. Wilhelm-san, that's Wilhelm. He had tried to check what was wrapped up in his jacket without giving it any thought. Receiving Subaru's words, Wilhelm directed his gaze to the bundle. The wizened swordsman kept his silence for a moment, and then moved his parched lips. Wilhelm. It's as you've guessed. It's my wife, Subaru. Wilhelm. Immediately after she died, her body turned into a pile of ashes. It would have been too wretched to leave her exposed to the wind this way, even though it's shameful that I put her in my jacket. Even if she's mere ashes, I want to place her in a grave and mourn her. It meant that the secret technique that moved the corpses of the dead, in the end, the corpses turned into ashes. It was a sacrilege towards one's soul after death, and the impact it had on the people who had ended up being the target of this secret technique was immeasurable. He couldn't even imagine what was going on in Wilhelm's heart when he thought about it. Wilhelm. I'm really sorry. It's a rather unmanly, meaningless attachment. Subaru. Don't say it like that. Wilhelm. Subaru immediately raised his voice on hearing Wilhelm's tone, which sounded like he blamed himself. Whilst unaware that he'd gotten himself worked up, Subaru looked straight ahead at Wilhelm. Wilhelm opened his eyes a crack, and looked over at Subaru as well. Subaru. I don't think you're wrong, Wilhelm-san, not now, nor back during the White Whale. You're an incredible person whom I respect. What's so wrong about appreciating the people you care about? There's nothing to be ashamed of. Thinking like that is no good, Wilhelm. Subaru dono. Subaru. You're incredible, Wilhelm-san. Your wife. Placing her in her grave, mourning her. Those thoughts are no mistakes. I can't really express myself well, but you are amazing. Those were his true feelings. Those were, without a doubt, Subaru's true feelings. His true thoughts that he didn't want denied. Back during the time of the White Whale, and during his sorrowful reunion now, destiny had been really cruel to Wilhelm. Yet even so, the sword demon had gone against destiny to his utmost. He traversed it with his own willpower and tried to reach love. Not all results may end up being rewarded. His repentance and remorse may remain sempiternally. But it should end well. Wilhelm's love in loving the one he loved. It all should end well. Subaru, it's nothing to be ashamed of. Please, duly place her in her grave. And, if the opportunity presents itself, and it's not too much of a nuisance, please let me visit her grave as well. Wilhelm. Subaru. I want to do so. I think that's what a person ought to do. He wasn't wording himself well, and furthermore he was getting emotional. Subaru grew vexed at himself. In pushing his own egotistical feelings, he wouldn't be able to help it if Wilhelm burst into laughter. It would be quite natural for him to say that it was none of his business, and refuse him. However, Wilhelm abruptly let his lips slacken before Subaru. A small gap broke through on his stiffened, tense face, and he said, Wilhelm. Yeah, please do, Subaru dono. I also want you to dedicate some words to my wife, I think. If it's you, Subaru. No. Why, yes, I will. I'm honored. He'd gotten his permission, or more accurately, it was thanks to Wilhelm's generosity. After hearing Subaru's egotistical wish, Wilhelm let out a soft sigh, guessing by his face that he didn't want to talk anymore. Subaru bowed his head down. He should leave Wilhelm alone with his wife for a bit. But before leaving this place, he wanted to make sure of one last thing, and that was, Subaru, Wilhelm-san. About your wife, did you manage to? Wilhelm. Had he reached closure with her? Had he ended up reaching a result he didn't want? Naturally. Confronting his dead wife couldn't have ended up acquiring a desired result. Even so, no one other than Wilhelm could have been permitted to face her. After having took in that situation, Wilhelm had sought closure. Thus, Subaru shouldn't be the only one who wanted that, at least. Wilhelm. My wife. Wilhelm started to speak to Subaru, who had stopped in his tracks to look at him, but his words stopped there. Wilhelm's gaze moved slightly away from Subaru. He directed his gaze to his jacket that had his wife's ashes wrapped up within. For a split second, a huge swirl of emotions floated through his irises, and he spoke out. Wilhelm. Yes, I exchanged words with my wife, and certainly, I said goodbye. Words, it was a figurative expression, most likely. Wilhelm's wife had been the prior S-word saint. Clashing swords with her was a conversation like no other for the sword demon. Their blades of closure themselves should have been their final words of goodbye. That's why. Sure, that closure had been the result of Wilhelm's choice. Wilhelm. I love my wife. I should have gotten that across. Subaru. I see. Wilhelm's quiet confession of love. In contrast to the modest tone in his voice, there was a zeal which scorched the hearts of those who listened to it, and Subaru's chest grew hotter. Taking a deep breath, Subaru closed his eyes. Pouring out of him were raging billows of emotions. Keeping each one in check, he opened his eyes. Wilhelm, who was in front of him, had a lonely smile on his face. However, since he'd allowed himself to break into that smile, it felt as if he'd been saved, and Subaru too allowed his lips to relax. Subaru. Wilhelm-san. Tonte. Thank you for your hard work. Wilhelm. Subaru. Perhaps very soon everything will get hectic, I think. But until then, please rest. I'll go around a little more to see what happened. Subaru spoke too quickly and wasn't sure whether the last words were right or not. He scratched his cheek with one of his fingers, and felt embarrassed as he turned his back on Wilhelm. Behind his back, Wilhelm. Subaru dono. Subaru. Yeah? As he was called while he tried to leave, Subaru stopped and turned around. Then Wilhelm, who had a slight trace of surprise on his face, immediately said, No. and shook his head. Wilhelm, my apologies. It's something trivial. Please don't pay attention to me. Subaru? Is that so? No, when you say it like that, it makes me feel the opposite. But, well, right. Yes. I'll see you later. Subaru walked away from there, with a bitter smile adorning his face due to Wilhelm's atypical reaction. Seeing what Subaru looked like when he returned, Amelia and Beatrice seemed to express relief on their faces. In that regard, Subaru's expression had probably changed quite a bit between the time he'd left and the time he'd come back. Subaru himself was well aware of that, since reuniting with the dead was not something to be happy about. But at least Wilhelm ended it with his own hands, and he was satisfied with the result. He felt that that fact was a modest salvation as he narrowed his eyes. The sword demon stared at the back of the dark-haired boy who walked away. His lips were firmly pursed together so to hold something back. It was a breakdown in his camouflage which until a little while ago had masked his real intentions with firm willpower. A frenzy of emotion which was likely to gnaw through his pursed lips if he were to disregard it, even now. Surely what he kept hidden from that boy in his chest until then was... Wilhelm. Subaru Dono. You are. Only within his mouth, whispering in a hoarse voice. Did the sword demon say the boy's name, Wilhelm? You could be my... Having said that, the... Sword demon closed his eyes as if he'd closed off his own feeble heart. The continuation that made no sound was never heard by anyone. It was also something that would never come out of the mouth of the sword demon. That was the only thing, which the sword demon would never allow. Chapter 75. Fruits of the battle for Pristella. 2. After ending his conversation with Wilhelm, Subaru quietly felt relieved. Along with Garfield, the two of them that should have been tasked with Lust. They were supposed to be the combination which should have had the most difficult fight. In actuality, Lust had abandoned her control tower, and it had been Wilhelm's wife, Theresia, along with the former hero, Kurgan, who'd ended up blocking their path. However, it was already guaranteed that there were no casualties in these 3 spots. Subaru. Of course, Garfield and Wilhelm should have much to reflect on. In fact, Garfield had spoken about the reservations he had left, and it was easy to imagine that wounds too difficult to express in words lay within Wilhelm's heart. And yet, even so, Subaru was happy that the two of them had returned safe and sound after finishing up their battles. If there'd been casualties amongst his acquaintances, Subaru had resigned himself that he may have ended up having to use his return by death. That's why he was relieved that the two of them had survived without him needing to use it. However, that sense of relief from the fact that they hadn't ended up dying was connected with another conviction of his at the same time. Namely that after all, he wouldn't have to once again depend on an unnatural power like his return by death. He'd made full use of his return by death and challenged things many times to try and secure a better future. After depending so much on that power, at this point, maybe he could speak ill of it. However, it was for this reason. It was a conclusion that only Subaru could reach, precisely because it was Subaru who had died many times, and each time he'd overturned the future. To begin with, something like return by death should have been unnecessary. Surely there was a way to secure the future he wanted, even without his return by death. Like now, where everyone worked together with each other for the same objective. So to secure that, Emilia, Subaru, was Wilhelm-san okay? Coming out to greet Subaru, who had returned, Emilia asked about the wizened swordsman who had been standing in a corner of the shelter. To her words, Subaru jerked his chin into a nod, without looking back. Subaru, yeah, I think he's okay. He's wounded quite a bit, but it seems like he managed to take care of the wounds within his heart, which were the most alarming. Emilia, I see. Although it's obvious, he really is a strong individual, isn't he? Subaru, indeed. He's a strong individual for sure. That's why he's okay. Subaru nodded his head up and down multiple times at Emilia, who told him that. Emilia opened her eyes up wide, seeing Subaru's gesticulation, and then burst into a smile. Seeing Subaru frown at her unexpected reaction, she placed her hand on her mouth, and said, Emilia, I'm sorry. Subaru's behavior around Wilhelm-san is really different in comparison to when you're with other people. How can I put it? In truth, I think he's pure as the driven snow. Subaru. No one's as pure as the driven snow these days. Subaru gave a wry smile at Emilia's antiquated words, which felt like they came from the Showa era. Following that, he scratched his cheek with one of his fingers. Even if it appeared like he was teasing her, he understood what Emilia was trying to say, and that was plenty enough for Subaru himself to be aware of it. Subaru, Wilhelm-san is, how should I say it, special. Because he's an amazing person whom I can sincerely admire. Well, that's what I feel anyways. Emilia, I know that he's an amazing person too, but that being the case, Reinhard and the others have to know that too, right? And yet, despite all that, Subaru, the perspective changes between someone of the same age and someone from a different generation. The disparity you feel with those of the same age has rather large implications on you that end up making you feel miserable. But the differences you feel with those older than you can be set as a goal for yourself. Someday, when I'm a sullen old man, I want to be as imposing as Wilhelm. Emilia. I getcha. If you say so. Emilia nodded, with her face full of understanding, at Subaru's frivolous manner which he'd broken into to hide his embarrassment. Subaru felt defeated by that attitude. Speaking seriously about it, not even Subaru knew how he should express the deep emotions that he felt as words. Though probably, almost certainly, he thought that it was a good thing that he didn't need to put them into words. Betty believes that growing out his beard wouldn't suit Subaru, in fact. Subaru, I didn't think it was this sort of conversation, but, well, whatever, it's okay too. I'll grow out a beard when Biko deems it appropriate. Beatrice. Well then, will such a time come, I suppose. The elaborate coexistence between furriness and adorable is an area that cannot be sustained without Bubby's elegance, in fact. Devote yourself to it, I suppose. Emilia. Yeah, I say, as Emilia and Beatrice exchanged their feelings in a manner that was typical for them. Subaru pointed his eyes over towards a corner of the shelter which had suddenly grown noisy. The evacuees who were gathered in a corner of the shelter, all of the individuals that were there had been released from their fear and unease that had been born from the city being occupied. However, they had inexplicably cheerful looks on their face, and that was because Liliana. Well then, allow me to sing again. Please listen to my new song, the burning song of the flaming city. Subaru. That racket is Liliana, huh? There was a short, young girl with brown skin in the middle of that kerfuffle. He could see the lively figure of the bard strumming her lyre, shaking loose her blonde hair. Her appearance caused an unmistakable impact. It had an originality to it that shot out askew that he didn't think even lust could imitate. It was Liliana without a doubt. Beatrice. She's a truly strident girl, in fact. Emilia. But Liliana was one of the people who fought against the Sin Archbishops too, right? I can't imagine at all how she managed to fight. Taking notice of the same thing as Subaru, Emilia and Beatrice relaxed their shoulders too. If she was acting so lively, then no doubt Liliana had made it back alive with no injuries as well. Her and the others' place of battle, their battle against Wrath, was a place which he couldn't imagine. Neither the strategy nor the fighting strength needed, or the most proper result. Subaru had already considered the possibility that Liliana's song would have been useful for confining serious authority, however. He didn't know how they'd been able to put it into practice in reality. He was specifically determined in wanting to hear what on earth had happened in their place of battle. Subaru. It won't be easy to get close to Liliana right now. Let's postpone it for later. Emilia. Yeah. Besides, now is definitely the time where Liliana's songs are most necessary. Us taking that away wouldn't be good. Let's postpone talking to her until much later. Beatrice. Yeah, agree, I suppose. That he would like to pass on talking with that irritating girl, in fact. Subaru and the others made this conclusion whilst they watched Liliana strumming out a tune, singing at the top of her voice with utmost passion. In reality, if they only took into account her singing voice, she was worthy of the title of songstress. He concurred with Emilia's opinion that right now the city needed her. When he looked, Kiritaka's figure was right next to Liliana as she gave her performance. His expensive suit was covered in mud and blood everywhere, and there were also traces of rips left on it. It was the outcome of having fled through scenes of carnage, and according to Otto's story, it had been unknown whether he was dead or alive. Subaru. No one's ought to have had a comfortable scene of battle. Taking note of Subaru's gaze, Kiritaka bowed in his direction. Subaru waved at him and started to walk further into the shelter once again, in search for the next of his companions. Then, Beatrice, who was walking right next to him as he broke into a walk, said, "Beatrice, it's not too important, but it was that man that woke me up when I was sleeping, I suppose." Subaru. Kiritaka, Beatrice. That man even went as far as crushing some of his precious great magic stones, in fact. Bet he doesn't care if it was down to his sense of responsibility, or if it was for someone, I suppose. But that's what happened, in fact. Subaru. I see. That's great, Biko. You did well to say it. Beatrice. I suppose. Having heard this story that help had come from this unexpected source, Subaru stroked Beatrice's head. Beatrice puffed out her cheeks, seemingly in dissatisfaction, but it went without saying that this was just a facade. According to the story he'd briefly heard from Anastasia, Beatrice's actions after she'd woken up had also been an indispensable contribution in regard to the current results. If it had been Kiritaka who'd played a role in that, then it could be said that he'd fulfilled his duty corresponding to his role as a city executive. Emilia. Subaru. It seems like those who got injured are in the furthest part of the shelter. Emilia, who was looking towards that part of the shelter, told Subaru that as he chatted away with Beatrice. When he looked towards the dingily lit area pointed out by her, there in the middle of the bustle was an area that was being used as a field hospital. There were mats and blankets spread out directly on the ground, and several injured people were laying there. This was supposed to be the first place which Ferris visited. So even though the people lying down hadn't completely recovered, their lives probably weren't in danger. Subaru. Does that mean that treating so many people to their full is difficult, even for someone like Ferris? Beatrice. It doesn't matter how skilled you are at healing magic. There's a limit to the amount of mana a person can hold, in fact. If you go around healing everyone you see, then you'd run out of it pretty much at once, I suppose. It was a wise decision, in fact. Beatrice, who had replied, looked faintly vexed as they gazed at the rows of the injured. Even though she hid it on the surface, she was a tender-hearted spirit whose feelings ran deep. Beatrice's healing magic was quite effective, even if it didn't even get close to Ferris's. But even if we were to say she had any mana, the quantity which Subaru supplied would never get anywhere near that. It was inevitable that she was vexed, and lamenting her lack of strength. Emilia, in truth, I would also like to go around helping everyone with my healing magic, but... Subaru, you have another role, Emilia-tan. That's why for now, you need to put that aside. Emilia. Yeah, I know. If they let themselves be carried away by the emotions of the moment, they wouldn't be able to reach their goal, and would end up losing everything. Subaru called out to Emilia so she'd restrain herself, and as they walked in between people who were groaning in pain from their wounds, they searched for their companion amongst them, and soon after, they were able to find the guy they were searching for. Huh? Indiro. Always. And Fraz about the rest. Z. Natsuki-san, over here. Subaru. Heya, Otto. In the last row of the injured, there was a person who waved his hand. Noticing the young man's familiar figure, Subaru and the others approached him with a sense of relief. Lying on a ready-made bed, with a faint smile on his pale face, was the proud warrior-grade head internal affairs official of the Emilia camp, Otto Suwon. Otto. Though now it feels I was given an evaluation that I really can't let by. Subaru. That's your imagination, warrior-grade internal affairs official. Once again with you, it's the same old story, wandering around the city seeking blood, in search for foes. You love doing that, don't you, Otto? Soon there's going to be strange rumors again, once you stop with these completely false claims. Instead of a greeting of reunion, Subaru exchanged jokes with Otto, who was lying down. Otto shouted and dropped his shoulders in resignation, and Subaru crouched beside him to check his condition. He didn't seem to have lethal injuries, but both of his legs looked painful. Emilia. Otto-kun, how's your wounds? Otto. It seems that walking will be a little bit difficult until I have recovered, but apart from that there's no visible trauma. When it comes to situations, Emilia-sama should have been more difficult. It's rather too pathetic of me that I'm severely injured. Emilia. That's not true. It's proof of having fought with all your strength, isn't it? Otto-kun's job isn't to fight, so it's good that nothing terrible happened to you. Otto. So far, Emilia-sama is the only one who has decent common sense regarding the work of a head internal affairs official. Emilia. Eh? Before Otto, who murmured deeply, Emilia tilted her head with a confused look. Putting that aside, Subaru asked Otto for an explanation of the situation in which he got injured. Initially, Otto was supposed to stay at the city hall and await the reports from various places at the rally point. Subaru. The injury isn't because you got caught in the collapse of the city hall, right? According to what Anastasia-san said, those who stayed at the city hall were Anastasia-san, Ferris, and Al. Otto. I don't know exactly what the three who remained did. When I left the city hall, through the waterways of the city, I bumped into Gluttony. That's why I ended up like this. Subaru. Gluttony. That bastard. Damn. There's also lust. How much more do they intend to mock us? Subaru's heart started boiling once again when he heard the name of his despised enemy. The wickedness of the witch cult altogether had derided and undermined everything which they'd set up from their predictions. Their behavior in ignoring the control towers was a mockery towards those who had gotten onto the stage. Otto. Fortunately, thanks to Felt-sama and the people of the White Dragon's scales, we managed to oppose them somehow. However, without the help of Beatrice-san, I don't know what the outcome would have been. Beatrice. Despite us outnumbering them, I couldn't bear to see it, in fact. Emilia. Yes. Thank you very much. Emilia gently stroked Beatrice, who had puffed out her small chest. That exchange was pleasant, but what interested Subaru were Otto's actions. Leaving aside the result of the meeting with Gluttony and why he left the city hall in the first place. Even if he had been out of the formation to intercept lust, he should have stayed in the shelter, and nothing more. It shouldn't have been necessary to leave the shelter and walk through the city. Otto. There was a request from the witch cult, the priority of obtaining a certain book. Guessing Subaru's doubt, Otto spoke quietly. The book which the witch cult had requested, he spoke about it rather hazily, probably as a consideration that Emilia was listening in behind Subaru. Subaru nodded at his concerns. Subaru. The one that's with the restoration specialist. What's his name, Otto? It's Mr. Arts. No one should know that it was commissioned to be restored by him. But, to make absolutely sure, I tried to collect it. In the end, I encountered Gluttony before I met up with Mr. Arts, and this is the result. He understood the reason why Otto had left the city hall, and walked about the city despite the threat of the witch cult. Again, it looked like he tried to fill an area which Subaru hadn't been attentive about. He hadn't thought thoroughly enough about the attack on the city hall, and the recovery of the Book of Wisdom. Subaru. At least consult with me first. We're friends, right? Otto. Emilia-sama was kidnapped, and you also carried the fate of the city on your back like a hero. Did you want me to put another annoying burden on top of that? I'm sorry, but I didn't intend to pressure my friends with these stupidities. Subaru. K. Though he'd intended to joke around, he'd unexpectedly ended up reciprocating with happy words, making Subaru grunt. Seeing their exchange, Emilia and Beatrice exchanged glances and gave a deep sigh. Beatrice, these guys aren't honest, I suppose. Emilia, I think it's normal for them. But then, that book? It'd be better if we collected it. Whereabouts? Subaru. I'll take care of that. Or I'll get Garfield too. Emilia Tan doesn't have to worry herself too much about that book. Emilia. Yeah? He didn't want to let Emilia get involved much with the Book of Wisdom. It had backwards compatibility with the Gospels, and was also a sort of relic that a witch had left behind. Not bringing it near to Emilia as much as possible was one of Subaru's silent resolutions. Subaru. But those who met Gluttony were Felt and the White Dragon's scales, right? Leaving aside the mercenaries in white, Felt didn't end up hiding somewhere. Emilia. But I can't really imagine that girl staying quietly in one place, perhaps. Subaru. I agree with that. Felt and the others had arrested Reinhardt's father, Heinkel, and he'd heard that they were standing guard over him. Therefore, they shouldn't have participated in the recapture of the control towers, although there was probably no one to communicate that decision to. Subaru. So, Felt is Otto. She was exhausted, but she didn't really have any injuries like these. She came rushing out of the shelter now, to pick up the subordinates she'd brought along. Subaru. Tonchin-kan, right? I heard about that. It seems like those guys are doing surprisingly well. A trio who had both a good and a bad impression. But none of that remained. They had an acquaintanceship where he'd been killed once by them, but instead of taking revenge someday, he'd tried to leave it in the past. In any case, it was a good result that he was able to confirm the safety of that camp. After that, they would take care of the task related to the Book of Wisdom. So the next issue was Otto, Natsuki-san. Be careful in the next shelter. Subaru. In the next shelter. Otto said that to Subaru, who was immersed in his thoughts, in a low voice. To the turbulent emotions which had been put in his voice, Subaru's voice also naturally lowered in response. Otto gave a small nod on hearing Subaru's reaction. And, Otto, one of the Sin Archbishops is being held there. No, What's this? Is it you, commoner? How dare you show your wretched face in our presence? That impudence is worthy of admiration beyond awe. He'd left the shelter which had been made into a field hospital, and headed to the next shelter following Otto's words. Compared to the former shelter, the scale of that shelter was quite small. If the previous shelter was like the parking lot of a shopping center, this shelter was like a bicycle parking lot at best. Immediately after he'd gotten the vague impression that its purpose, even if it was a shelter, was probably different, the woman in red who'd set herself up at the entrance of the building spoke that out to him. The woman's name was Priscilla Barriel. Among the royal election candidates which had gathered in the city, she was someone who lacked a cooperative personality completely. Even so, even someone like that was undoubtedly a reliable ally in this situation. In addition to that, it was Priscilla who was in charge of the unknown monster, Sirius of Wrath. The ability to destroy that threat ever so splendidly and make it back was a result that had to be praised sincerely. Subaru, that you don't like my face is your personal subjectivity, so that's okay. For now, good work to the both of us. I'm relieved that you came back safe. I'm not flattering you. Priscilla. Meaning a personal subjectivity is the aesthetic sense which has to be respected the most in the world. It's not even worth evaluating what you have to say. Well, it's fine. However, there are no words you can say in defense for your blindness in saying safe upon seeing mineself. Subaru. Are you injured or something? Priscilla was sitting on a chair at the entrance of the shelter, fanning herself. Looking at her upper and lower extremities, he couldn't find any injuries or anything like that. No, it wasn't about injuries or not. Priscilla's white skin didn't have a single scratch on it. Even the dress she wore didn't have a speck of dust or dirt. If there had been any differences before and after the battle, it would have been regarding her neck accessory and that her hair had come loose. Emilia, your necklace and hair clip, have you lost them somewhere? Priscilla. So even a commoner with such an undiscerning eye will take notice of it if it's a woman? Even though I don't like that boorish way of calling it a necklace. It seems to bring resentment. Subaru. That you weren't safe in reality, you were talking about your accessories. To Emilia's naive and innocent words, Priscilla snorted in response. Certainly she'd now lost her luxurious gem-encrusted necklace, as well as the hair clip which kept her orange hair in place. The aroma of her charm had increased when she'd let loose her hair that was normally held in place. What a sinful woman she was to being with. Priscilla's radiance was rather like that of a poisonous flower. If you approached, you'd end up getting stung. Subaru. So, I'll pass on getting stung. Why are you bothering to stay at this shelter? I didn't think you had such an admirable personality as to volunteer to keep guard. Priscilla. Foolish japes. Mineself shouldn't have to engage in these kinds of jobs that commoners do. It isn't mine actual intent to be in a place like this, but I cannot allow others to gaze upon mine sense of beauty now. So I avoided the public's gaze as a compromise. Besides, Al insisted, Subaru. I think he'd try to quickly deny that if he were here. Whilst he imagined the exaggerated motions of denial from the iron helmet, Subaru directed his gaze towards the shelter's entrance. He didn't catch any glimpse of said iron helmet, but he'd heard that he was in this shelter. In other words, he wasn't outside, but rather inside the building, next to the Sin Archbishop. Subaru. Is Al keeping guard inside? Priscilla? T.S. So. We don't know what an evil thing like that would get up to were we to leave it alone. Hence why Al is keeping guard over them. When it comes to him, he ought to do a good job. Subaru. You didn't think he'd try to kill them? That's unexpected. Priscilla. He can do so if he wants. Mine self wouldn't stop him. Had she felt bored answering him? Priscilla yawned whilst covering her mouth with her fan. That seemed to be her way of expressing indifference at Subaru's question. She had no intention of stopping him if he entered the building. Subaru gazed at the entrance of the shelter and placed his hand on his chest where his heartbeat had gotten slightly faster. Emilia. Subaru. If you're scared to go in, you needn't force yourself to. Beatrice. Indeed. In fact, I don't think we'll get anything out of it, I suppose. Emilia and Beatrice both gently expressed their opinions to Subaru, who'd stopped in his tracks. He felt like he wanted to let himself be coddled by their concerns. However, as soon as that thought popped into his head, he noticed Priscilla's cruel gaze looking over at him from the corner of his eye. It was a gaze that regarded all of Subaru's doubts and hesitation as a boring farce. Whether he went forward or backward, Priscilla's evaluation of Subaru likely wouldn't change. For Subaru, who'd still been given the lowest evaluation that was completely unsparing, that he did not care about. He didn't care about it, but he regretted that the two who were with him had also been evaluated that way. Subaru, I'm going. In any case, it isn't a problem that I have to escape from. Emilia and Beatrice. Subaru made up his mind, and the two of them didn't give their opinions for or against it. They just stood by his side, so as to respect his will. Then, with the two of them accompanying him, Subaru stepped into the dark shelter. Priscilla wasn't even looking at their backs anymore. It was rather like her, he would say. With the parched pitter-patter sound of their footsteps, they moved forward into the stone building. Soon they could see the end of the passageway, ahead of the path which turned to the left. Is that you, bro? I heard the princess voice, so I thought she was talking with someone. Crouched down in the passageway, carrying his blue dragon sword on his shoulder, the iron helmet, Al was awaiting them. When he saw Subaru and the others heading towards him, he turned his attention to Emilia. Al. Oh, it seems like the mist too is all right. Good work, bro. Subaru. It's cause Emilia Town's well-being was my minimum requirement for victory. Moreover, regarding you, I've heard you ran into many problems. Priscilla's irrationalities in particular were crazy. Al. Ah, you're being completely serious. Still, I too was wondering what was going on with her this time. Well, no, I'm almost always wondering what's going on, so I've got no persuasive power. Emilia. But it doesn't seem like you dislike that. Al, who had grumbled out something like a complaint about his mistress Priscilla, was hit right on the nose by Emilia's innocent words. He couldn't see that which was concealed behind the helmet, but he felt like he'd shaped his lips into the form of a W on the other side. In practicality, he was a man that was always dragged around everywhere by Priscilla, and despite that he still wanted to be her servant. He supposed they had a relationship that others wouldn't understand. For a little while, Al twisted his neck in an environment which felt like it had devoured him. He clapped his shoulder with the ridge of his blue dragon sword and abruptly directed his gaze towards the back of the passageway. Al. It's a bit late for you having come this far, but did you come to speak with the Sin Archbishop? Beatrice. Do you think there would be another purpose, I suppose? Do you think we'd bother coming to chat with the guard? There's no way we'd waste our time, in fact. Al. This little girl sure is scathing, huh? Don't get yourself so worked up, Biko, was it? Beatrice. Before Beatrice's cold, sharp gaze, Al deliberately shook his head, keeping Beatrice in check, who seemed like she was about to grab him, regardless of their difference in height. Subaru glared at Al, who'd started this unnecessary provocation. Subaru. I more or less get that you're upset, but please, don't provoke her. Biko, you too, don't fall for them. Deal with it with the dignity of an adult. Beatrice. Betty will only allow Subaru to call her that way, I suppose. The next time you call me like that, extremely terrible retribution awaits you, in fact. Al. Yeah. I understand. You couldn't be any colder. As he spoke, Al moved to the side of the corridor and made way for them. A door came into view ahead of them when they moved further into the passageway. Most likely, the Sin Archbishop was locked up in there. Suddenly, the back of Subaru's neck started to tingle, complaining out of a tense feeling. Al. The Sin Archbishop is within. They're being restrained so that they can't get up to no good. So for now, I don't think it'll end up becoming a massacre. Also, I'll give you just one piece of advice. Subaru. Advice. Al. Bro. The miss. And that spirit too. It'd be better if you went back home without talking to them. Nothing good will come from getting involved. Leave this be. And go back home. Subaru. There's just no way we can do that. Dropping the tone of his voice, his opinion was an earnest one, which he spoke with a serious voice. Denying those words with a shake of his head, Subaru replied that he couldn't do so, and rejected his suggested. And, to Subaru's reply, Al spoke out. I guessed as much, with a sigh. Al, no matter what I say, I don't think I ever get much credibility. This time my behavior here was in the wrong. I ain't got any excuses for it. Subaru, that's really not the reason why. Well, it's true that you weren't cooperative, but that doesn't mean I'm saying I won't listen to you. Don't get the wrong idea. Taking into account Al's terrible words of self-castigation, Subaru pointed at the door at the end of the passageway. The task he had at hand with the person within was one that was Subaru's problem only. Whether his intentions had been transmitted, Al sat down with a plunk on that spot. And, whilst he pointed to the door at the end, only with his head, he said, Al, I hope you don't lose sight of yourself whilst you speak. Subaru. Look, don't hesitate to help me if something happens. Al. If that comes to pass, I'll send in the princess. So no matter what happens, she'll send them straight up to heaven. Exchanging a final conversation, Subaru and the others said goodbye to Al and headed towards the door. There was something drifting about that made them feel a strange sense of oppression in regards to the door which led to the closed room. Having arrived here, even if it was trying, he couldn't avoid it. And so with that determination, Subaru grabbed the doorknob and forcibly pushed the door open. It was a narrow room in which the air flowing in it smelled of dust. Its light source was small and dim, even for a shelter. It only had the bare bones. It was a narrow room that could fit at most 5 or 6 people in it if you jam-packed it. The lack of air could be felt inside it, and, in the middle of this room, now... Aha, so... you came, my dear. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Thank you. On top of an old chair, with her whole body completely bound by chains, was that monster. Sirius was awaiting them. Chapter 76. Fruits of the Battle for Priestella 3. The Sin Archbishop of Wrath, a bandaged monster who claimed to be the wife of the madman. Sloth. Sirius Romani Conti had her entire body tied up with the chains that had been her own weapon, and she was locked up in a room of the shelter without being able to move about. Sirius. I was bored because no one came, nor would they come close. But they went to call you, my dear. Thank you. I'm sorry. Thanks to everyone, it seems like we can have a happy reunion. Even though it seems like there's some nuisances as well. On having seen Subaru enter the room, Sirius' voice called out in greeting. However, the final part of her words were filled with an intense anger towards Amelia and Beatrice. Subaru. As always, it seemed like Sirius was mistaking Subaru as a body that was possessed by Betelgeuse or something like that. Of course, it was just what she wanted to believe. Whilst overwhelmed by the monster's powerful gaze that radiated with madness, in which she had clearly lost her marbles, Subaru shrugged his shoulders so to mask that and said, Subaru, you're quite composed for one who's captured. I don't know if Priscilla thought to try and capture you on some whim of hers, but we definitely won't be releasing you safely. Sirius. Even if you say that, they can't get rid of me either so easily, right? Thank you. I know you care about my well-being, but I'm sorry you took the trouble to worry, but that makes no sense to me. It's like that, isn't it? With this peculiar thought, Sirius interpreted Subaru's threat as a positive. The monster kept its quiet posture on the chair, and only let its slightly cracked voice quiver. Sirius, so long as there's love to think of others and want others in everyone's hearts, no one can deny me. It's the same even for that prideful girl. Subaru, your authority shouldn't have worked with Priscilla and Liliana. It's not like there's no one capable of hurting you. Sirius, but that isn't you. Whatever doesn't come from you yourself, no matter what it is, ultimately makes no sense to me. Thank you. I'm sorry. Subaru. Chich, He gritted his teeth at Sirius, who had relaxed her bandaged lips into a smile. It seemed like a conversation had been established, but in reality, there was no mutual understanding between them. The resolute values within Sirius didn't accept even a modicum of external stimuli. The more it struck him, the more the stricken Subaru got hurt. Beatrice, Subaru, it's pointless, in fact. It's meaningless to expect human emotion like introspection or empathy from such people, I suppose. These guys are nothing but malevolent, in fact. Serious. Spirit in the form of a girl. Don't you get closer to my precious petal juice. When Beatrice pulled Subaru's sleeve, who was clenching his teeth, Sirius bluntly began to take a sullen attitude. Beatrice snorted her small nose to the words of that monster, and tugged Subaru's arm even closer to her. Beatrice. That's too bad for you, I suppose. But Betty belongs to Subaru. I was needed here, and here I am, I suppose. Don't you call Subaru by that disgusting name, in fact. You don't even know the true meaning of holding that name. Serious? Don't get carried away, little brat. That person's side is the place which I snuggle up to in heart and flesh. Don't you dare point your mistaken arbitrary devotion to that person. I'll set your backside on fire, burn the inside of your belly to cinders, and turn you into fertilizer for the Ode Lagna. Emilia, both of you, don't get worked up and start fighting. It'll make me angry too. When the stormy atmosphere was created by Sirius and Beatrice, the intervening Emilia's gaze became sharp. Got it. He was in a situation where he was surrounded by 3 women, being pulled by his arm. But Subaru didn't have the liberty to joke about it right now. Such was the strong feeling of oppression he felt in his soul by being next to Sirius. He wasn't sure if it was caused by the authority that monster possessed. Subaru. Emilia. Beatrice, step back. Perhaps she'll just talk with me. Although, regardless if there's someone here or not, it's doubtful if it'll happen. Emilia. But, Subaru, please, this is an unexpected chance to speak with the witch cult. If it wasn't for this situation, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to sit down and talk with the witch cult. Emilia let out a sigh at Subaru's request, and both she and Beatrice exchanged glances with each other. They took a step back so as not to interfere with his conversation with Sirius. Then, Subaru, who'd been entrusted with this situation, turned to face the bound monster once again. Subaru. As you wish. I will speak with you. So, you've been making your chains to creak since a while ago. Stop moving. If you slip free from your bindings, we'll be forced to beat you down. Sirius. You too have your standpoint. I understand that. It's fine. These chains won't come loose or break so easily. Thank you. The captive Sirius was delighted with Subaru's attitude, who had tried to converse with her. It didn't imply that Emilia and Beatrice's figures were out of sight, but it seemed like she'd completely expelled them from her notice. Sirius. So, what should we talk about? Because of your relation with me, there's hardly anything to say between us. We can just exchange love, don't you think? Just kidding. I'm sorry, Subaru. Your purpose. Yes. Your purpose. The purpose behind why all of you sin archbishops attacked this city at the same time. You don't need crap like the book or the artificial spirit. At least, we know quite well that all of your purposes weren't really to steal them. Serious. It's a misunderstanding that we didn't really intend to, though it's certainly true that I personally didn't want them. I don't know about the other guys, but I was just following the Gospel's description. Subaru. The Gospel. That again? It was the same with Petal Juice as well. Why do all of you follow that strange book? Petal Juice followed it as well. And as a result, he lost his life. The Gospel's description showed the path of the future that an owner must follow. Even knowing such circumstances, it wasn't omnipotent. That much was clear if he thought about the final moments of that lunatic. Subaru knew that the path of the future which could be seen was not absolute. Yet even so, Subaru, why does the witch cult follow exactly what the book says? Is it because that book will help with the resurrection of the witch? Of your beloved witch of envy? Serious. Please don't misunderstand, darling. Subaru. Misunderstand? Serious emotions of joy suddenly disappeared from her voice on hearing Subaru's accusatory voice. Whilst the monster looked into Subaru's eyes with her glittering eyes, on her face which was wrapped in bandages, she twisted her lips so to bare her yellowed teeth. And then, she spoke. Serious, You're the only one I love, the only one. I don't care about the witch. Everything are just necessary things to get to you. Subaru, Sirius, the other Sin archbishops are similar. All of them have worthless, insignificant, repulsive desires, and merely cling to their authorities. For me, my only reason is love. And for my beloved dear, it's different. I'm sorry, it's different in every way. The witch cult's purpose was the resurrection of the Witch of Envy. Oh, Subaru had believed without any doubt that it was so, considering Betelgeuse Romani Conti's behavior and utterances, and in addition the creed and acts of barbarism he'd heard about the witch cult up until now. However, that principle, the very reason for the existence of the group known as the witch cult, had been shaken here. Of course, Subaru had also met Regulus Corneus, and they'd exchanged words too. As soon as he thought about whether that conceited, egocentric man, who'd looked down on everything besides himself, was going to idolize the witch, his sense of incongruity became stronger. Now that he mentioned it, it was obvious. The more he thought about, the more he could come to a better conclusion. But if it was like this, then what purpose did the witch cult have in existing? Subaru. Then why the hell are you all in the witch cult? Sirius. Because you're in it. Subaru. Sirius. That is my sole reason. I'm here to exchange my love with you. I don't know about the others. If we become one, I think you'd understand. Becoming one, in brief, probably meant melding their hearts with each other with the power of her authority. But that wasn't understanding. It was forced conformity. It wasn't possible to call forcing a heart against its will by binding it to the same emotions a way of understanding each other, let alone becoming one. Subaru. What are the purposes of the other Sin archbishops? What is the ultimate goal of the witch cult? Sirius. Well, who knows? I'm sorry. Regrettably, it's something that doesn't interest me. Subaru. In general, where does the witch cult meet? Is there anyone who leads it? Sirius. No, especially with such established routine. You know it too. Whilst still putting on a crazed smile underneath her bandages, Sirius avoided Subaru's question. No, she probably didn't even intend to dodge it. The monster was going to sincerely answer in a monster-like way to her husband, Betelgeuse's, questions. Due to her behavior so far, there seemed to be no doubt that Sirius had an aberrant devotion towards Betelgeuse, on top of her dependence. In other words, just like the monster had stated, she really didn't know anything. Sirius. Even so, after all, it's like that. Subaru. Sirius grumbled that out whilst looking at the pensive Subaru from below. Subaru reacted a little slowly to the frigidness of those words. The monster took advantage of the momentary gap that was born from it. The small chair creaked as it tilted, and Sirius' face drew close to Subaru's visage. Her bloodshot eyes stared at Subaru, who'd held his breath reflexively, from close up. Sirius tilted her chair, still bound up to her ankles, and balanced herself up using only her toes, which hung barely free. Her body fell forward with an injection of momentum so to lean against Subaru. Subaru. Oh, Sirius. I thought something was strange ever since the time we reunited back at the clock tower, but I was so sure. The passion of that day is nowhere to be found in your eyes. My dear, are you being swallowed? Subaru. Sirius. You're being eaten up by a soul, by a body which was supposed to be a temporary abode, and you've ended up unable to move about. Really, you're such a useless person without me. Sirius' long tongue suspiciously licked Subaru's cheek as she breathed out a fevered sigh. Feeling the rough tip of her tongue on his skin, every single hair on Subaru's body stood on end. A growing sense of discomfort erupted within his chest, and the back of his eyes became dyed in deep red. It was crazy to think that this phenomenon had simply been caused from her vile action. It was crazy to think, but he didn't feel like he could consider anything else. And then, Emilia. Ice Brand Arts. Sirius. Gah. The blow of an ice hammer came swooping diagonally and hit Sirius' body, who had been clinging to Subaru, and launched her to the back wall along with her chair. The sound of an impact was raised, and Sirius, who had received this icy blow defenseless to stop it, fell down. Dust blew up across the narrow room, and bits from the ceiling came pattering down. Subaru. Oh, Oh. Standing next to Subaru, who had ended up falling on his knees, Amelia dematerialized the ice hammer she'd created. Subaru, who'd been slow to notice that it'd been Amelia who'd let loose that blow without any forewarning, let out a long sigh. He really couldn't comprehend what had happened during this moment. Beatrice. Subaru's such a big idiot, I suppose. Subaru. Tetch. Eco. Amidst the impact and the parched sound, Subaru blinked, noticing that his cheek had been slapped. The one who'd struck his cheek was Beatrice, who'd nestled up close to him. She looked at Amelia out of the corner of her eyes and said, "Beatrice." If Amelia hadn't interrupted that now, Betty would have done the same, in fact. You were too careless around someone like that, I suppose. In the worst case, she could have ripped your throat apart with her teeth, in fact. Subaru became aware of his own carelessness, thanks to Beatrice's words. It wasn't an exaggeration or something he could laugh at. In reality, Sirius had licked Subaru's cheek with her tongue, putting to one side the repulsiveness of that action. If that tongue had been a fang, and if instead of his cheek, it had been his neck, Subaru wouldn't have been able to stop it. Amelia, don't try anything strange. I'm a little scatterbrained, so I can't hold myself back very well. The next one will surely be a really painful blow. Amelia declared that she didn't intend to go easy, whilst keeping her guard up against the collapsed Sirius. Sirius was completely bound, such that she wasn't able to move a bad. The excessive precautions they'd ended up taking against this opponent, who was kept as a prisoner in this state, was proof of the monster's fiendish being. It seemed like he'd forgotten about that in front of the threat of its authority, however. The Sin Archbishop of Wrath stood out from the rest, even in looking at its combat strength alone. At a first glance, one would think that the strongest in the witch cult was Regulus the Invincible. But in reality, since greed relied entirely on his authority, his threat had been low, a strength that didn't depend on an authority. Along with the threat of an authority, in this sense, the other Sin Archbishops were way tougher than Regulus Beatrice. Subaru, you should have already known this, I suppose. You won't get anywhere, even if you talk to this person, in fact. She's not the type that you can have a proper conversation with. I don't know what she knows. But even if you wish to get something out of her, you aren't going to be able to have a sane conversation to find out what she knows, I suppose. Subaru, if it's impossible to converse with her, Beatrice, pose the queries to her body. What I mean is torture, in fact. Though that isn't something which Subaru should do, I suppose. It's something which the kingdom does sometimes after having caught someone, in fact. Beatrice tugged at Subaru's arm so to get him to stand up as she expressed that cruel point of view. Torture. Subaru felt an indescribable feeling of uneasiness in regards to that word. Along with death and brutality, they weren't words which were heard or spoken in his everyday life. Although he didn't know the reality of it, with how much such gruesome things were practiced, if they were within reach of their imagination, he understood it, along with the anguish of the people who were exposed to that. Subaru, I don't think it's what they deserve. Subaru's mentality wasn't so naive to believe that human nature was fundamentally good. He didn't think that everything had to end up with death when it came to settling a battle. The thought of wanting to finish things up without killing as much as possible had always been in his nature. That was a moral value which he'd brought in from his original world, and that in itself was a naivety which Subaru couldn't detach himself from. But, even so, there'd always been a conclusion that had stepped past the boundaries of those morals. He would have preferred to finish things up without killing if he could. In the end, that thought meant that he would have to kill his opponents that necessitated it. That had applied to both of the Sin Archbishops, Betelgeuse and Regulus. And it would be no different when it came to the other Sin Archbishops Sirius, Capella, and Alfred of Gluttony as well. He felt hatred and a lust for revenge. But in yet a different part to that, there was an intent that had determined that those guys were people he would have to kill. Subaru, I'll be excusing myself from talking with you anymore. When we separate here, I probably won't get another opportunity to talk with you. I don't think that's a pity, nor commiserable. But hurry up and spit out what you have to say, and then you can rest in peace. That'd always be helpful. Telling someone to die, right to their face, had brought him a difficulty breathing. Subaru said merely that, and made a motion to leave the room since there was nothing else left anymore. As Beatrice had mentioned, if they wanted to try and get information on the witch cult from Sirius, they had no other way but to pose the questions to her body to get more out of her. That was a different task, one which Subaru could not do. When Subaru showed his intention to leave, both Amelia and Beatrice's faces broke into relief. Both of them had been against entering the room from the start. It was a regrettable situation in that they'd just been put in a foul mood without gaining any results. However, thinking about it in a positive light, it had become clear to them that the way those guys thought was incomprehensible. It seemed they should be content with that. Subaru. There was no telling what would have happened if he'd gotten close. Subaru and the others made their way to the entrance without bothering to lift Sirius back up, who still lay toppled over thanks to Amelia's blow. It definitely wasn't a laudable attitude, but with that, Sirius. Subaru. Wait up. Subaru stopped in his tracks due to an unpleasant sensation that grated against his skull just when they were about to reach the entrance. Then, he looked down at Sirius, who was lying on the floor. The source of that unpleasantness came from over there, from the collapsed Sirius. The monster was lying on her side, breathing crudely from her nose whilst pressing her face against the cold floor. Her breathing was so awfully ear-piercing that it had drawn his attention to her. Just before leaving the room, he'd realized that she was humming. Subaru. Stop that song. What are you trying to do? Sirius. She was out of tune. Her pitch and rhythm were both in a state of chaos. This dissonance didn't come to a stop there. It was nothing else but a declaration of serious intent in regards to Subaru's words. In other words, a refusal, a rejection. Subaru. I told you to stop. This song is grating through my head. Sirius. Duh. I'm sorry. But songs sure are great, aren't they? They taught me that songs are wonderful. That's why I wanted to try and sing all of a sudden. Subaru. Liliana. Oh. Sirius should have heard the song when she squared off against Priscilla and Liliana. He had no idea how her song had sealed her authority during their fight. In the midst of battle, the monster hadn't hated the song, and she'd learnt something of it. However, the monster's understanding of the song definitely was of different strokes to the feelings which Liliana had put into hers. Hers was something more eerie and distorted. Subaru. Don't compare her song with yours. Yours is different, it's something else. Sirius. I could say the same about you. You're different. You've changed. You're definitely different from that person whom I love. Even if you're the same, you're different. Subaru. Huh? Sirius. Betelgeuse is inside you. Soul and soul will melt together. Flesh and flesh will become one. And like that beloved person will surface. Though, it will take some time. What I ought to do is help that. To see that person waking up by your side. Still collapsed on the floor, Sirius twisted her neck and looked up at Subaru. An endless swirling storm of emotions surged up in her crazened eyes. Anger, joy, sorrow, and a longing that she couldn't conceal. All continued to swirl in Sirius' eyes. Sirius. I'll drag that person out from inside of you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Please. Until that day comes, take care of your mind and body. Subaru. Sirius certainly understood that Subaru and Betelgeuse were different things. She should have understood that. But yet the monster hid under a convenient fantasy, i.e. what, overriding him. Betelgeuse, who slept inside of Subaru, would someday come out to greet him, she'd said. There's no such thing. That would be impossible. It was likely true that Betelgeuse's witch factor that he'd taken in was inside him. However, there's no way that safeguarded Betelgeuse's spirit. From where did this monster find these similarities between Betelgeuse and him to have repeated such bullshit? Or was it that Subaru and that lunatic had some similar parts when seen from the outside? Sirius. One last thing. I'm going to give you some advice so that you don't end up doing something unnecessary. Subaru. Advice? You? To me? Sirius. Yes. So that I don't lose my beloved darling. Be careful around gluttony. Bizarre eating, gourmet, and satiation will eventually try to snatch you away. If that happens before he wakes up, no one will end up being able to remember my darling. Subaru. From the place he'd least expected, Wrath had mentioned the name gluttony and given him information on them. Although the content itself wasn't anything unusual, it was just information which he already knew, but No. Subaru. Wait, gourmet. And who else? Serious. Gourmet. Bizarre eating. And satiation. Being eaten and taken in without anyone noticing what was lost is an act of barbarity against love, which must melt together, blend together, and become as one. If you get the chance, please kill gluttony, since they're a bother. She revealed that about the Sin archbishops who were in the same position as her. And what's more, she'd indifferently wished for their death. It was great that in this case, there was a fatal discrepancy in the relations between the top brass and the witch cult. The issue was what Sirius had said about gluttony. No, about the gluttonies. Subaru. I totally thought that the gluttony which Otto came across was the gluttony who was in the control tower, since they'd been prowling about like lust, but what if that wasn't the case? And it was just one of the gluttonies from the gluttonies, 2 additional ones. What if all of the 3 gluttonies were lurking in the city, and it hadn't been just that one? And what if the gluttony in charge of their control tower had continued to protect its post? Subaru. Shit. I need to make sure. Subaru clasped his head in dismay at his own stupidity. He kicked the floor and headed towards the entrance. Now was not the time to continue talking with Sirius. Subaru had to make sure with his own eyes the safety of everyone who had participated in the battle to defend the city. He had to make sure that no one had disappeared due to their names being devoured by gluttony. Subaru. Emilia. Beatrice. Go straight back to the shelter we were at before. I've got to make sure of something. Emilia. Subaru? I don't know what's blown into you, but calm down. Subaru. When this is over, I'll calm down all you want. I'll calm down. So, please let me do what it takes for me to calm down. It's something urgent. Subaru hurriedly replied that to Emilia, who had touched his shoulder. Emilia gulped, seeing Subaru's behavior, and then nodded, saying, I understand. Beatrice, who from the start hadn't intended to interject in Subaru's behavior, looked shocked. Subaru had already forgotten about Sirius, and had hurriedly jumped out of the room. Emilia. Wait up, Subaru. I'm coming too. And so, Emilia hurried after him, and both of their footsteps moved away at a quick pace. As she listened to them, Beatrice turned her head back when she was at the door, and looked at Sirius, who was still face flat to the floor, and then pointed her palm at the monster. Beatrice. To tell you the truth, it's not like I don't think turning you into smithereens here would be proper, I suppose. Sirius. So, why don't you do so? Spirit whore. It'll be most welcome for me if it speeds up that person's awakening. Beatrice let out a sigh at the provocative, serious manner of speech, and then lowered her palm. The little girl held the hem of her dress with the hand she'd lowered, and her eyes became filled with strong emotion. Beatrice, if you make Subaru sad, Betty will definitely kill you, in fact. Sirius. Of course. My beloved Betelgeuse's resurrection should just be welcomed by emotions of joy. It was uncertain how much she understood, or if she was done here or not. But regardless of that, the doddering conversation ended, and Beatrice left the room, closing the door behind her. Just before she did, Sirius's distorted hums slipped into Beatrice's eardrums, a harassment and severity of sound that grated against your sense of hearing with its distorted rhythm, like trampling the concept of music underneath it. A completely new kind of music that planted unpleasant feelings in others. It was the music of resentment. The door was closed, and the music of resentment was cut off. But no matter where she was, that distorted rhythm remained in her ears. Beatrice chased after Subaru and Emilia at an adagio pace whilst tasting that unpleasant sensation. After leaving Sirius prison, Subaru rushed over to Al, who was waiting in the corridor. Al, who had been on standby, his blue dragon sword held in his hand, was taken by surprise by Subaru's threatening attitude who'd stormed his way over. Al, hey bro, I heard a super loud noise. You didn't kill her, right? Punching and kicking also counts as prisoner abuse, so they ain't things you can really praise. Subaru, I didn't kill her. Afterwards I'll give you a proper explanation about the prisoner abuse. More importantly, I need to check something. Al, no one died where you were, right? Al? Well, if you're asking about the whole city, I don't know. But at least, me, the cat-eared cis bro, and the miss with the Kararagi accent are all fine. I thought you already knew. Subaru. I know, but Ah shit, I won't get anywhere this way. It was natural that it had been an inconclusive answer. Following with Subaru's concerns, if there had been someone who'd ended up as a victim of gluttony, that person would have disappeared from Utter's memories, like MM. In that situation, asking, is there not a person you don't remember? Made no sense. The easiest way would be to tell Al and Amelia everyone's names, one by one. Subaru. Tch. That was scary. That was terrifying. Although it wasn't the time to cower, it would be terrifying to hear it from someone's mouth. It would be much more reassuring to go back to the shelter and check the safety of everyone with his own eyes. Subaru. I'll go back to the shelter. Please don't take your eyes off until Reinhard comes back for whatever reason. Al. All right then. But, well, no, I won't ask the details. Gives me the chills. Shaking his hand, Al didn't question Subaru's true intention behind his behavior. Subaru went back through the passageway whilst avoiding thinking unnecessarily about problematic things, and left the shelter, looking at Priscilla from the corner of his eye, who seemed bored as ever. That's the second one, he counted. Priscilla. Commoners sure are of small caliber, hence why your hearts get perturbed by such trivial things. It's such a big issue. If you're going hither and thither, at least focus your attention like you're sightseeing as much as you can. Subaru. That you haven't changed doesn't relieve me one bit. See you later. Not having time to stop, Subaru quickly passed by in front of Priscilla. It was a manner, or rather, a disrespect, which could have fouled Priscilla's mood. But she didn't say anything about it, and only muttered, "How boring," whilst fanning her skin. Amelia. So Subaru, what do you want to do? What is it that you have to make sure of? Returning back to the shelter full of the injured, Amelia called out to Subaru, who was restlessly looking around. To her call, Subaru hesitated for a moment on whether to ask for her help. Thinking about Rem's case, Amelia didn't have any resistance in regards to gluttony's meals. Subaru hadn't forgotten the shock when he'd learnt about the loss of Rem's name from her mouth. He'd resigned himself to the possibility of that wound reopening once more, and he'd the courage to explain the situation to Amelia. Because this was an unconscious blade which Amelia couldn't take into account. Subaru. Till now, Subaru had confirmed the names of several of his companions who'd fought in the defense. Beatrice and Anastasia first died. Then Garfield and Mimi were added to that. Then Wilhelm and Otto, Liliana and Kiritaka too. Feltzbeing was confirmed too from Otto's words. According to the girl's story, Reinhard and Ferris should also be fine, and Priscilla and Al, whom he'd been with just a little while ago. In other words, it wasn't yet possible to check the safety of Subaru. It seems we met up safely. Subaru. Reinhard? A refreshing voice called out to Subaru, whose thoughts were spinning around rapidly from his side. When he turned around, there was a red-haired young man who had raised his arm in greeting to him. It was Reinhard. It had been only a few hours that he'd met up safely with him, who after Regulus' defeat should have gone around to provide reinforcement to the other camps. Nevertheless, now that he was looking around for his acquaintances, he felt honest relief in being able to see his face. Reinhard. It's a relief that both Amelia-sama and Beatrice-sama also reunited safely. Amelia. Thank you, Reinhard. You should have been running around the city, right? Thank goodness you're all right. Yeah, truly. Reinhard. No, it's no big deal. Besides, even without me, everyone fulfilled their roles steadfastly. My modest power was only a little bit useful. Reinhard replied politely back to Amelia, and then looked at Subaru. Reinhard narrowed his sky-blue eyes, and as if seeing through to the depths of Subaru's heart, he said, Reinhard. So, Subaru, did something happen? Right now you look like you're flustered. Subaru. Right now I want to check if something happened. Reinhard. Have you met with Elt, and the others? Well, Rachens, and the others, that is. The trio of Ton Chin Khan. Now that it had come to this, they also belonged in the framework of comrades. He'd heard from Otto that Felt was fine. He'd also heard that her servants were fine, but that didn't mean he'd mentioned the names of the 3 servants and confirmed them. He wasn't able to feel relieved. To the desperation of Subaru's question, Reinhard gently placed his hand on his chin and said, Reinhard? Yeah, they're fine. Felt-sama. Those three, Rachens, Gaston, and Camberley, are all safe and sound. Rachens and Gaston have injuries, but they aren't so serious enough to worry. In regards to Felt-sama having acted independently, I think she will have to reflect on this later. Don't you? Subaru. There seems to be a pretty big chance that our internal affairs officer was saved thanks to Felt, so do take that into account, I beseech, for a lenient punishment. Anyways, there wasn't anything else in addition? Reinhard? Anything else? Subaru. Anything else? No. Sorry. It wouldn't really be a specific question. So, after we separated, did anything happen? Any problems? Or anything that worried you? Even if he thought about it again, he still didn't have a specific question to ask. Subaru felt miserable. However, Reinhard didn't laugh at it. Instead, he quietly mulled it over and shook his head. Reinhard. No, my apologies, but nothing is coming to mind. Nothing particularly problematic happened after I left you and Amelia-sama. That, I think, Subaru... I... see. My bad. It isn't that. Well, yeah... There's a lot I'd like to talk to you about. So when you can, won't you gather along with Felt too? I'd like to consult with the people involved about what happened now, and what comes after. May I leave that to you, Reinhard? Sure. Since it's a request from you. Right now, I'd just ask Felt-sama to stay quietly in the standby area once again. So it'll probably sound sarcastic to her, though. Subaru. Yikes. That's bad. Afterwards, I'll apologize as well. So for now, I'll rely on you. Giving a wry smile at Subaru's words, Reinhard looked around his surroundings a little, and then quickly left the place. When he jumped out to the outside of the shelter, you could barely see his figure, which was leaping over buildings in one bound. He would soon meet back up with Felt, it seemed. The problem was Emilia. Subaru Ferris is here. You want to hear his story, right? Subaru. Yeah. I also wanted to talk to Ferris. Called by Emilia, he looked at where she was pointing at. There, he was able to find the figure of Ferris, who was restlessly letting his gaze wander to and fro in a corner of the shelter. The cat-eared healing arts user was staggering about, and his complexion looked awful. Most likely, it was the result of his healing voyage that he'd been taken on by Reinhard. By freely using his healing magic, it seemed like he'd sustained a considerable burden. Even so, he was walking around looking for his next patient without resting. Or it didn't seem like that. No. Ferris, who was looking around his surroundings, noticed Subaru and Emilia, and raised his voice up. He hastily tottered over to them, and caught a hold of Subaru's scruff of his neck as if he was going to collapse. Propping his light body up, Subaru called out to him with an "Hey," and then... Ferris, tell me. Subaru. Ferris. The Sin Archbishop. They were caught, right? I'm gonna make them spit out everything they know. I'm gonna find out how to treat Crush-sama. So, tell me where they are. Subaru was paralyzed by Ferris' gaze, which glared at his right in front of his wide-open eyes. Ferris' fury was like that of a raging fire. He was only concerned for the well-being of his beloved mistress, and if it was to save her, he was prepared to show no mercy to those who know how to make that possible. Subaru. Ferris, calm down. I understand your feelings, but the result won't come even if you hurry to do it. For now, let's talk. Ferris. Don't say what's convenient. You understand my feelings? There's no way you do understand them, it seems. Whilst you speak so calmly, you know how much Crush-sama is suffering. If you'd understood, you wouldn't be able to remain calm. Stop being so irresponsible. Subaru. Having been jabbed in the chest, and a finger pointed at him, Subaru kept his mouth shut. Having been attacked by irrational comments, Subaru couldn't even reply back. Crush's condition hadn't changed. She was still infested with Capella of Lust's blood. But more than anything, Subaru felt relieved by Ferris' comments just now, realizing that he hadn't forgotten Crush. That black corrosion had also set itself into place in Subaru's right leg, and the palm that he'd touched Crush with. But there was no way that would bring relief to Ferris' heart. Ferris, I have to save Crush-sama. I can and will do everything that is necessary for that. If I have to torture the Sin Archbishop, I will do that too. I know how to cure people. That's why. Even if I break them, I can heal them. That's why? That's why. I'm gonna sell one of them. Ferris. That's enough already. Subaru couldn't say anything to Ferris, who was burning in frustration. And then, the one who'd called him from behind him to stop was the wizened swordsman who couldn't stand to see this situation. Wilhelm called out to the knight who served the same mistress as him with a voice which was devoid of all emotions. Wilhelm, I fully understand how you feel, but this behavior is nothing more than an insult to Crush Sama. More so than anyone else. First, calm yourself. Do things after you calm yourself. Ferris, you're saying you understand how I feel like as consolation. Wilhelm, I understand. Wilhelm forcibly stopped him in his tracks with a low tone of voice when Ferris had tried to flare up at him. And then, Wilhelm looked at the jacket, which had the ashes wrapped within it, which he'd hugged against his chest. Ferris immediately bit his lips, his face guessing immediately who it was that slept there. Ferris. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair. It is not fair. Old man, Wilhelm. I know, it is poor of me to impose on your generosity and kindness, forcing that on you, who opposes the pain of others more than anyone else. You should blame this old man. Eris. Woo-woo-wah. Sop. Ferris held back his tears and hung his head down. Wilhelm embraced his head and nodded at Subaru. It looked like it meant that he would take over. Ferris too would have to face the conference later in place of Crush again when he calmed down. It would be necessary to discuss the handling of Sirius then. But for now, what they should do is exchange words so that they know each other's conditions. Wilhelm's serene eyes communicated that to Subaru. There was a pitifulness that depended on that. Subaru bowed his head and left the place. Subaru. Wilhelm-san must want to cry too. Why did everything go wrong? There was no way to have achieved joy for everyone, acquaintances and strangers. How much did Subaru have to fight, strive, and try in some way to choose the best option, to arrive at that outcome? It was something that he did not know. He had recently confirmed the safety of Reinhard, and felt. And also Ferris and Crush. The ones that remained missing were Julius and Ricardo, who had gone to recover the control tower of Gluttony. In addition to that, Priscilla's page, Schult, and although an unpleasant person, Heinkel. Speaking of which, Julius' younger brother Joshua. Ever since the problem started, he'd always be Subaru. Just when he was thinking that, Subaru saw the shadow of someone watching the shelter from the outside. He wore well-tailored white garb, and had a slender knight sword holstered at his waist. A handsome and tall profile, along with lustrous purple hair that was almost flashy. There was no way to mistake him. It was Julius. Right now, the guy he wanted to check the safety of was here. Subaru. Hey, Julius. He quickly lifted his hand up and raised his voice to try and greet Julius, who had let half of his body peek through. But when Julius noticed that Subaru's eyes were looking at him, he quickly turned around and left. He tried to leave the shelter at a fast pace. Subaru. Faced with Julius' unexpected behavior, Subaru let out a stunned voice. That reaction was completely unexpected. His opinions had been divided in respect to whether Julius would have obediently replied to his voice. But even so, he would have never imagined this reaction. It wasn't an obedient answer or sarcasm. He simply ignored him. Subaru. Is that bastard kidding me? Having spouted out all the irritation that had been boiling within so far, Subaru chased after him. It wasn't that he was worried. But he was looking for him to confirm his safety. He shouldn't have had that attitude. What was he up to? He had to catch him and find out. It was necessary to mention that this was not the time to joke around. Emilia. Hey, Subaru? What's going on? Subaru. That pretentious bastard Julius was there and ignored me just now. I'm going to go get him. Emilia. Leaving behind Emilia's voice of surprise, Subaru ran and chased after Julius. After he jumped out of the shelter's entrance, he saw his back, which was about to disappear beyond the street. They were clearly movements to avoid the gaze of the public. However, if he wasn't running, it'd be easy to catch up with him. Subaru. If you're okay, just hurry up and say you're okay. As if he was condemned, Subaru ran to the corner of the street. With one walking swiftly and the other running, the distance inevitably shortened. As soon as he turned around, he was able to see his back, and Subaru raised his voice. Subaru. You bastard. Why the hell are you running around when everyone's so busy? If you don't show your face, you'll cause concern. No, it's a general opinion. Julius. Upon hearing Subaru's violent voice, Julius stopped. Julius turned his face only, and calmly gazed at Subaru with his yellow eyes. Subaru frowned at the silent glance, but Julius did not change his posture. Julius, my apologies. I was looking for someone, but it looks like that person wasn't inside. I'd like to make my way to another shelter, if you'll excuse me. Subaru. Wait. What are you saying? What you're looking for surely has to be Anastasia-san, right? If so, I was in that shelter. You just didn't realize it because you were impatient. It's not like you. Yes. Chich, he called out to the back of him as he tried to leave after he left behind merely words of courtesy. Then, Julius showed a dramatic reaction to Subaru's words. He made his shoulders spin and turned around with a surprised face. Subaru. Eh? What's up? Subaru reflexively reacted with a shrill voice. It seemed obvious why. Julius' expression, as he turned, was tinged by an astonishment he had never seen before. No, astonishment wasn't the only thing in his expression. What was there was a gleam, as if he had been clinging on to something. Faced with that emotion that didn't suit Julius at all, Subaru didn't know how to respond. As he saw Subaru like that, Julius gulped, and with an expression of anguish. Julius! Subaru, you are referring to me? Subaru, what kind of question is that? You don't have a personality unimposing enough to forget you in just a few hours. Finest night. Julius Eukulius-san. What nonsense are you? Shrugging his shoulders, Subaru responded as if making fun of Julius. And in the midst of that exchange, he stopped talking when he realized his own stupidity. Beatrice? Subaru, don't off on your own. Subaru, whose throat had frozen, and Julius opposite him. Both Emilia and Beatrice had come chasing him and joined the scene of the two facing each other in the street. When they saw the two looking at each other in silence, their large eyes flickered. Emilia. Well, you're in the middle of something, right? As she noticed the strange atmosphere and tension, Emilia anxiously tilted her head. Subaru felt a bad presentiment at her reaction, especially from her gaze which was looking at Julius. Thus Subaru pointed to Julius. Subaru. Yes, that's right. But it's not that. Emilia tan ... Biko, you too. Well, Emilia and Beatrice. Emilia and Beatrice raised question marks at Subaru's awkward words. He had to do something. Probably a definitive question. Subaru swallowed his saliva and took a glance at Julius. Before Subaru's gaze, Julius prepared himself and lifted his terribly hollow face. Subaru. I found Julius. So, I can take him to the conference, right? Beatrice. Julius. Upon asking, Beatrice gazed at Julius. Then, Emilia spoke doubtfully in a low voice. Emilia? Julius-san, is he an acquaintance of Subaru? And as if to repeat the nightmare of before, she said that. Chapter 77. A nameless knight receiving the jolting impact. His body got out of the dagger's trajectory, not being in a position to sharpen his blade, and even if he did accept it with his broken knight sword, he would not be able to evade the severe wound, was the conclusion that anyone would realize at a glance. Henceforth, Julius was able to notice that he was being shielded. However, it was, again, a different subject whether he should express relief or gratitude for it. Julius. Ricardo. Ricardo. Shit. He got me. HK. With an anguishing voice, Ricardo, who had pushed Julius aside, narrowed his eyes. When he called out that name, at the same time, a spout of blood clouded Julius' vision. The blood had sprouted from the rough, bulky right arm of Ricardo. Having lost everything from his elbow, it was a gash exposing the soft cross-section. The arm covered in bestial hair gave rise to a sound and fell onto the cobblestone. And the big hatchet it was gripping too made a dull sound and rolled on the ground. Julius. How did such... HK. Ricardo. This ain't the time for saying that, Julius. Raise your head and look towards. At Julius, who was breathing heavily. Ricardo slammed a loud yell. However, that was abruptly obstructed by the attack of the dagger he suffered on the abdomen, and his nose was smashed and broken by the solid knee's direct hit, throwing him aback, and as Ricardo flopped onto the floor with his limbs stretched out, Gluttony sneered. "Roy! Ha ha. Aren't you going to completely say it, Atsu?" Julius. Tolka. The form of Alfred, who was shouting out his delight, and Ricardo, who had collapsed. Seeing the figures of the two choices came up in Julius' mind. Which one of the two should he give precedence to? A seemingly instantaneous gap had been produced there, and the appetite of Gluttony would never overlook that gap. "Roy, to look away in the middle of the meal, you really don't have manners. Ni Selma." "Julius, you bastard!" Like a springed doll, Alfred leapt trickily. At that phantasmagoric movement, Julius' reaction got faintly delayed. The outstretched palm, and the broken knight's sword entangled, and the feeling of his chest being traced by the palm, with his slash being dodged. What followed immediately afterwards was an inexplicable sense of loss. "Roy, thank you for the treat, Titsu." At the end of that voice, for some reason, his consciousness distanced further and further, and Julius. Though it is pathetic, in the midst of the battle against Gluttony, my name was stolen. Perhaps that is what this current situation is. Based on what Amelia had said, that truth had been brought to light. Expressing a cynical smile on his face due to the truth of being forgotten by his acquaintances, Julius shrugged his shoulders. "Subaru. Name got eaten? Is that what you mean?" But, eating the memories and names of people was the blasphemer. Sin Archbishop Gluttony. The threat of getting the name eaten and having all connections cut off. Subaru was well aware of its fearsomeness. However, looking at Julius now, who seemed to be in a healthy shape, he could not help but feel his understanding was frivolous. Subaru. His victimization is like Rem or Crush-san. Having her memories eaten and completely forgetting her own former self was Crush. Having her name eaten and vanishing from the memories of people with not a single exception, and continuing to be in a deep slumber in that state, was Rem. Victims of Gluttony. The two young girls were sufferers Subaru was well acquainted with. However, coming here, Julius had been trapped in a state different from those two, his own memories having not been lost, nor did he lose consciousness. However, from memories of his surroundings, his existence had disappeared. Subaru. Really? Does nobody remember? If you attempt from one side, Julius. I have already met with Anastasia, Salma, and Ricardo. For some reason they treated me like an unacquainted person. I have endured that experience. Being unable to thank the one who shielded you is displeasing, isn't it? Julius, reflexively, killed his sentiments and replied, but his smile, which faintly had too much energy being put into it, or the tone of his words, naturally, were difficult for Subaru to behold. No matter how strong Julius' consciousness may be as a knight, there is no way he could bear such mental stress with ease. With the ruin of the relationships he had compiled, the fear and despair of losing the days he had lived personally. That was the sense of loss Subaru had tasted, to the point of it being painful when he had arrived into the different world at first. Subaru. Beatrice. Beatrice. What Subaru wants to say is understandable, in fact, but, unfortunately, even Betty does not remember that man, I suppose. Betty is already outside of the Forbidden Library, in fact, sympathizing with his intentions at a single call. Beatrice, with a difficult face, horizontally rotated her neck. At Triss's point, the confirmation Subaru had picked up, that was, whether she remembered Julius or not. As Amelia did not remember, naturally, there is no way Beatrice would remember. That was how it was supposed to be, but there was a possibility that Beatrice was an exception. For some reason, Beatrice was Subaru. Even though you remembered Rem. Beatrice. It can be said as many times as you'd like, but rather, that case itself should be thought of as the exception, I suppose. And now, it should be thought that it has been proven with the man in front, in fact. Subaru. In the end, that is the inference regarding your memories, huh? It had been some time ago. Some time ago, Beatrice, in the Forbidden Library, had once referred to I am after her name had been eaten by Gluttony. Subaru had questioned that after she had formed her contract, after the forbidden library had been lost, but this was one conclusion they had reached after their exchange. Subaru. When isolated from the outside into the forbidden library, Byoko does not get affected by what is outside of the room. That's why the moment Rem's name was eaten, no effect was taken. Is what I had thought, isn't it? That's why once exited from the room, special treatment would not be given. Huh. Beatrice. That tone. Seems like there is a problem with Betty leaving the forbidden library, I suppose. Subaru. And nothing like that. I am mammoth happy to be able to walk under the rays of the sun with you, Beatrice. In fact. And within that short back and forth lay the truth. And in fact, Beatrice exhibited no peculiarity regarding Julius. Beatrice's inference was surely that the barriers to her memory served their purpose only in the forbidden library. Rather, in this case, the problem here was not Beatrice's distinctiveness, Emilia, but why does Subaru remember Julius-san? Just like the time with that Rayem-san. Subaru. That's it. Question that would dawn upon everyone was finally spoken by Emilia, the sole person in the entire world who remembered Ram, whose name had been eaten. Subaru. Forgotten even across the preservation of the memories of Ram, who was her twin elder sister, however. Emilia and the others did not make a reference. That must also be because, looking at Subaru connect to Rem with such devotion, they could not randomly speak regarding the memories, or make any implicitly believing rash remarks. But not just that. The ability to refute Subaru's memories could only be done by nothing else but having definite proof, which not a single one of them possessed. However, it was different this time. In this case, the concerned party who also remembered aside from Subaru. In brief, Julius, who had been forgotten since his very beginning by the world, retained consciousness. Naturally, the reconciliation of that mutual recognition and the reason for Subaru being treated as the exception of the authority of gluttony gave rise to doubts. Emilia. Does Subaru have any idea? No holding secrets, okay? Subaru. I don't intend to hide anything at all, but I think I sort of do. I won't say that. Emilia. Isn't that a secret? Subaru. If you can't confirm it, don't declare it. I don't think that's secret keeping. Conversing with Emilia, Subaru investigated the possibility of him being an exception. The feeling that had uprisen in the very beginning was the influence of the witch factor sleeping inside of Subaru. If the authority of gluttony of eating memories or names was the power of the witch factor, then it was conceivable, due to a certain cause. It may not apply upon Subaru, just like unseen hand. Perhaps Subaru could return by death, through the power of the Witch of Envy. With the power of that witch invoked, it may have had cancelled the effects of the authority of gluttony, and there was the remaining feeling of the exceptionality like that of Beatrice's forbidden library. That was because Subaru belonged to a different world. Subaru is a human whose origin was from a different world, and not an existence who belonged to this world. Not being an existence of this world, he doesn't fall under the effect of the authority which interfered with the concepts of this world. How was this hypothesis? Subaru. However, if it's the latter, then the way to confirm it is easy. Julius just has to meet with Al. The sole person in this world who was under the same circumstances as Subaru was Al. Regarding the exception of the authority, if the latter hypothesis happened to be correct, Al must also be remembering Rem and Julius. Above all, the Al of this world and Rem had no acquaintanceship with each other. Henceforth, it could not be confirmed. Subaru. There's no way he can say that even this time, huh? Emilia. Subaru? Subaru. It's regarding Emilia-tan's question, but there's something I want to confirm before answering that. Julius, you'll have to come with me. At Subaru's voice, who cut short the chase, Emilia made a somewhat discontent expression. He was keeping secrets, is what could perhaps be thought as well. But this was a measure necessary for attestation. Above all, in the case if the hypothesis correctness being proven, what both Subaru and Al held in common, the part of both of them being trippers from a different world would be obscure. The ones whose hometowns lay beyond the great waterfall do not fall under the effect of the authority. That absurd explanation would be the only option left. Subaru, don't tell me. You won't refuse, will you? It is regarding you, after all. Julius. I must state that I have no choice. It seems, under the present circumstance, you are rather knowledgeable regarding the condition inflicted upon me. I shall follow you. Subaru. Why do you have such a delicately large attitude, you? Whether the calmness had been restored through the conversation till now, the attitude of the elegant-appearing Julius, with his jaw pulled in, returned. Regardless of appearances, the uprosen situation was too tough on his mind and heart. Not charming at all, was another way to put it. Subaru, suddenly getting absorbed in appearing admirable and increasing problems for the party in contact. Anyway, let's go back to the shelters. I think now it's the suitable time for all the people concerned to assemble too. That's it. What about Ricardo? He had taken part in the suppression together with you. He's fine, right? Julius. He did get injured whilst shielding me, but it should not have an effect on his life. He is currently being properly diagnosed by Ferris. Subaru. Is that so? Then that's okay, I guess, at Julius' reply. Subaru's innermost thoughts were half relief and half reflection. To dissect, the relief of Ricardo's safety, and the reflection of Julius' insensitivity, who had directly inquired from the ones he had fought alongside with, and at Subaru, whose voice diminished, Julius sighed. Julius, I do not expect you to show friendly concern. If you conduct yourself the way you always do, it would be more comfortable for myself, after being in such perplex because of the environment. Well then, let's return to the shelters. Saying that, Julius, friendly, patted Subaru's shoulder. Julius, though it's not something too pleasant, there is no choice but to leave my introduction to you. The fruitless effort of the display in the hall of the royal election, it would help if you would withdraw that at this occasion. Subaru, don't go about digging up people's guiltful history. Shit. Worrying for you is a mistake. Pushing away the hand on his shoulder, Subaru turned towards Julius while stepping towards the shelter. Of course, he would not misunderstand by thinking that Julius' reply just now were his true feelings. Moderating Subaru's feelings of guilt, he has simply given his reply in the need of a smart response. He knew that. As he knew that, Subaru. Am I an idiot? No. I am an idiot. Why must he now uphold an attitude of giving salvation to Julius' heart? He, who lost all others, above all, must be feeling the helpless anxiety of solitude. How could he mistake on his words and his judgments? His own insensitivity was terribly irritating, and Julius was almost just as irritating as well. In the situation where anxiety was natural, acting as normal was a strength of his as well. That strength was surely something which Subaru could never attain, despite his desire. Until Julius were to be left as is, Subaru would certainly harbor his own sense of responsibility. Looking at the back of Subaru, who was heading towards the shelter, after having angered him, Julius' lips' edges curved into a slight smile. It was a powerless smile, one which he could never let Subaru see, who had his back turned towards him. Emilia. That face. Do you intend to not show it to Subaru? In that dim gap in his heart, a silver bell's chime pounced in between. Turning back, there lay the line of sight of amethyst eyes towards Julius. At that gaze, wearing gloom, Julius concealed his smile and shook his neck horizontally. Julius. Maigre disposition. Futile resistance of the defeated. That is what it is. Please do not point it out. Emilia. Defeated, you say? Julius. Perhaps we were the only ones who missed among those who headed to capture the control towers. Fully realizing our great insufficiency, I now live in disgrace, and have been left alone in a prohibited state, completely defeated. With a stubborn attitude, Julius strongly brought attention to their defeat. At his attitude, Emilia's eyes wavered heartbreakingly. Emilia, at this moment, may have been able to find the powerlessness of Julius' heart. Emilia. I'm sorry. However, Emilia's utterance was different from what Julius had been intending for. At Julius, who raised his face, Emilia embraced her slender shoulders. Emilia, the truth is, I don't know what should I say to you right now. I'm sure I must have had known you, but still, I cannot remember. And I can't be reliable like Subaru. Julius, in Subaru's case, he should not be referred to much. He is the one that is the exception, isn't it? Emilia, even still, I know you are being hurt. That's why I cannot do anything but apologize and In regards to Subaru, thank you. The fact that she thanked for Subaru was unsettling. Emilia sighed at Julius, who furrowed his eyebrows. Emilia, Julius-san's current face, if Subaru saw it he would certainly be pained more. That's why. Thank you for hiding it. I'm really sorry. Julius. Please stop, Emilia-sama. It is not something to be thanked for. And furthermore, you are making too much out of me. There is no need for such consideration. It was true. Julius, subjected to Emilia's gaze, filled with innate kindness, could feel the inappropriate comfort. With such admirable consciousness, it was not as if he had confirmed Subaru's innermost thoughts. It was something much simpler, a much more uninteresting reason. Julius. I don't want him, Subaru, to pity me. That is all there is to it. Up front. Drawing closer, gazing at Subaru's stature, Julius declared, pulling Beatrice's sleeve, who was close to him, with a difficult expression, was Subaru. At such a figure of Subaru, Julius was unable to discard his own powerlessness. Why those thoughts? That reason was... Emilia. Just now, I feel I heard Julius-san's true thoughts for the first time. Emilia, continuing her steps, commented that about Julius' words. Julius thoughtlessly rounded his eyes, and Emilia raised a single finger. Emilia. It may not be of too much help, but I will also talk to everyone to try and convince them. That's why, along with Subaru, trust us as well. Let's go. Julius. Yes. Also, Emilia-sama... Emilia. What? Calling a halt to Emilia, as she turned back, Julius elegantly bowed. Though it may not be in her memories, it remained inside of him as if carved deeply, that courteous etiquette as both a knight and a noble. Julius. Being called Julius-san by Emilia-sama gives rise to a helpless sense of unpleasantness. Please refer to me as Julius. That way of reference. Emilia. It used to refer to you like that, isn't it? I understand, Julius. With a finger on her lips, Emilia consented. After that, Emilia drowned in thought, and shortly glanced at Julius, then proceeded to face towards the empty sky. And, Emilia, can I ask something too? Julius. What might it be? Emilia. Right next to you, minor spirits. No, maybe quasi-spirits. Those children are flying about in seeming uneasiness. Did you know that? Julius. Yes. I am aware. Because they are buds that, being close to me, will eventually bloom. Julius closed his eyes at what Emilia has pointed out. Right beside him, when he closed his eyes, he knew there were the quasi-spirits, wielding the power of 6 colors, flying about. However, those buds had no knowledge of why they were there. That is why for them, Julius, my current self's words will not reach them, just like the words for my master or my comrades. Chapter 78. The remaining ripples in the Watergate City. Reinhard. Ah, Subaru. Thank goodness we didn't miss each other. I'm back. Oh, Subaru. Reinhard? How quick. You only just left. When Subaru and the others returned back to the shelter after they'd picked Julius up, they came across Reinhard, who had just returned to the same shelter. Subaru gave a surprised response at his speedy work, and Reinhard, who had slightly raised his hand up as he walked towards them, suddenly broke into a frown. With a face that felt Subaru's awful complexion and the unease in the somewhat anxious attitudes of the 4 of them, he said, Reinhard, what's the matter? Subaru. Is there something wrong? Subaru. There's definitely something wrong. But it's difficult to choose the words. There's something I want you to confirm too. Reinhard, if I can be of any help, you may ask for whatever you want. What is it? Reinhardt's response to Subaru, who dropped the tone of his voice, was as sincere as ever. That's why he wanted to trust in his extraordinariness, as he'd done so far. Starting with the battle against the Bowel Hunter, all the way up to the battle against greed. However, that line of thinking of attaining salvation by divine grace was... Subaru, do you know anything about the guy who's standing next to me? Reinhard. You don't mean Beatrice Sama, right? Reinhardt said this whilst he looked down at the little girl in the dress that snuggled by Subaru's side. Subaru, in silence, didn't reply to Reinhardt's words. He merely kept staring at the S-word saint, praying that the answer he desired would be returned. To the fervor of that gaze, Reinhardt looked at the other person standing next to Subaru, and slightly narrowed his eyes as if he were thinking. However, Reinhardt, my apologies. He's someone I don't know. Judging from his aspect and appearance, I think he's one of the valorous individuals of this battle, though. Julius. Julius' cheeks stiffened at Reinhardt's reply. The two of them were supposed to be close friends who were companions from the Order of Royal Guards, with his name eaten. That connection of friendship also ended up being cut short. Julius cast his eyes down gloomily on hearing that reality, and Subaru, looking at him from the side, was feeling dejected too. The Sword Saint, as the strongest in the kingdom, was the most skilled swordsman, having cut apart even the witch cult. Not even Reinhard van Astria could escape from the influence of the authority of gluttony. Or perhaps having thought that it was possible if it was Reinhard was only a baseless wish. That wish was cruelly broken and only confirmed his own shallowness. Reinhard, my apologies. I don't know the reason why, but it looks like I wasn't able to meet your expectations. Julius. It should be us who say that. From your point of view, that question must have seemed like an accusation. It is us who should apologize for presuming upon that consideration. It was Julius himself that took responsibility in replying to Reinhardt's apology. He masked the shock of being treated as a stranger by a friend. He looked around the shelter as he covered himself with words of calmness. And then, Julius. It seems like it's almost time for the important people to have gathered. It's high time to start the conference that included what to do next. Reinhardt, I understand. You mean say that we'll talk about you two there, right? Guessing the intentions behind Julius' words, Reinhardt lifted his chin. In fact, the valorous individuals of the defensive battle from earlier, those involved in the royal selection, along with the city officials, were beginning to gather inside the shelter. And right then, a young woman dressed in a kimono came back from outside that very shelter. Anastasia? It looks like they've gathered before we told M to. How convenient. Anastasia, who'd finished looking around the outside, said that with a smile as she tugged on her scarf. Echidna. From within the surrounding shelter, in her field of view, she obviously must have seen the figure of Julia standing next to Subaru. But it didn't look like she was going to mention him. Anastasia, it seems like with Amelia San and Feltson we're nearly just about complete. If Priscilla San comes after, then that'll be enough. Then, I reckon we can start the conference. Anastasia made her suggestion as she clapped her hands together. She said it with an air of composure, without even calling out to her best knight who should have been reflected in the corner of her eyes. The place that had been designated as the conference room in place of the Lost City Hall was a meeting place near the shelter. This meeting place was also a shelter, but due to its poor provisionings against flooding, the disaster that had kept the city of Pristella on high alert, it seemed that the shelter hadn't been used during the turmoil. Anastasia. To start things off with, it ought to be a good time for the people in the other shelters to start going back to their homes, don't you think? In truth, we also wanted to go back to the inn. But it seems like the tidying still hasn't ended. When it came to tidying, was she referring to the inn or the people involved in the current turmoil? Anastasia had probably made that comment so it could mean either one. So to take the initiative amongst those who had gathered at the meeting place. Anastasia, first of all, let me thank you all for your hard work. Luckily, the amount of damage which the Witch Cult's grand offensive caused was extremely low, including both the people who are here and those who aren't. That's what I believe. It was a battle like no other. Those present in the conference. Anastasia, even without those grim faces, I too understand. The damage was low. Your faces say that you ain't convinced by those words. The looks on those unsuspecting silent faces became harder at Anastasia's words, who in some regards seemed unconcerned. Anastasia shrugged her shoulders and looked around the room at that. At the meeting place, not only were the original members who had undertook the battle to defend the city assembled, but also the other collaborators who'd gotten involved had joined. From the Amelia camp, there was Amelia, Subaru, and Beatrice. Both Garfield and Otto were absent due to the gravity of their injuries. From the Felt camp, there was Felt, Reinhard, and Camberley, whose face was pale due to his out-of-placeness. Gaston and Rachins were absent due to their wounds and exhaustion. From the Crush camp, the most important member, Crush, was still resting in bed, so Ferris and Wilhelm were participating instead of their mistress. From the Priscilla camp, there was Al and Priscilla, whose face looked bored. Next to them was their attendant, Schult, safe and sound. It looked like Heinkel's safety had been confirmed, but he was an absentee. And from the Anastasia camp, there was Anastasia, who was standing in the center like she'd taken the reins. There was Tivy and Ricardo participating as well, the latter of which had white bandages wrapped throughout his body, and Julius, who was seated away from them, on the Amelia campsite. Finally, there was Kiritaka, Liliana, and the White Dragon Scales who'd joined due to their involvement. Nearly 20 people in total who were involved one way or another had gathered in the room to carry out the post-war conference of the defensive battle. And the one who got the ball rolling and spoke out a rebuttal against Anastasia's initial speech was Ferris, his attitude unsettled. His yellow eyes shook with irritation as he raised his hand up. Ferris, the post-conference is important. I understand that, but I wish to speak about how we're going to deal with the Sin Archbishop. In the end, one of the top brass of the witch cult was captured alive, right? There are many things that we need to ask. I want to hurry that up. Anastasia. Well, I knew Ferris-san was going to say that. By the way, what's Crush-san's current condition like? Has there been any change since? Ferris. I can just say she's stable. We couldn't get any information out of Lust, so right now she's recovering her strength with my healing magic, and relying on her willpower. For a moment her symptoms were relieved a bit, thanks to Subaru-kun's help. But, being looked at out of the corner of the eye from the frustrated Ferris, Subaru fixated his gaze on his own palm. A part of his palm had turned black, and it was in a state where it exposed an unseemliness like that of a burn or birthmark. A similar change had occurred in Subaru's right thigh, which was covered by his trousers. Subaru didn't feel any pain, or the feeling of anything foreign in it. But it wasn't like that for Crush. The removal of that which was definitely eating up her strength was a matter of the highest priority to save her life. And it was also rather tough for a woman to bear those black veins on her skin. That a beautiful woman like Crush had been affected made her stand out all the more painfully. Anastasia, if I'm to speak honestly, I ain't in agreement with keeping that Sin Archbishop alive. That thing is a being that brings only trouble. If it's possible, killing him in a hurry would definitely be for the best. Ferris. But then our leads would disappear. Whilst Subaru worried about the black veins, the argument between Anastasia and Ferris was reaching a boiling point. In regards to the captured Sin Archbishop's treatment, Sirius, Ferris stubbornly shook his head at Anastasia, who had suggested its execution. It was natural from his point of view. However, Anastasia merely shook her head at Ferris, who was getting fired up. Anastasia, I think what happened to Crush-san is a pity, but they're different matters. Besides that, even knows anything about Lust? No, I don't think they do in the long run. To me, it seems very unlikely that the witch cult was cooperating with each other. Ferris, if they're connected, then why? Why did something like today happen? The Sin Archbishops all gathered and came to attack the city, and yet they're not cooperating? Anastasia, of course, even I ain't saying that their actions overlapped by happenstance, but their aims, retreat times dispersion, don't match. It'd be a little weird to call that cooperation. The witch cult doesn't have any awareness of stuff like cooperation. Ferris, that's just a deduction, right? Raising his voice, Ferris completely denied Anastasia's words. It looked like Anastasia, as well, had realized that her suggestion was difficult to accept, and it didn't seem like she was going to give a rebuttal to that which she'd been denied by Ferris' sentimental argumental. Thereupon, Subaru slowly raised his hand up. Subaru, may I say something? I also have an opinion, but if anything, an opinion that's close to Ferris. I don't think it's pointless getting information out of Wrath. Ferris. What do you mean? Subaru. It isn't a story I'm proud of, but a little while ago, I was allowed to speak with Wrath for a short amount of time. There I was able to hear a little bit about gluttony. Even if it was only about the length, depth, and closeness of their relationship, it's too hasty to say we can get any information out of them. In fact, Roth had thrown some words similar to a warning at Subaru about gluttony. Thanks to that, there was a part in which Subaru had realized the possibility of gluttony having several individuals, and had ended up not overlooking Julius when he'd tried to distance himself from the shelter. He couldn't close his eyes to this. Nevertheless, within Subaru's true feelings, he also had a part which agreed with Anastasia. Subaru. But, leaving aside whether we can or can't use them as a source of information, I also have a bad feeling in regards to keeping them captured. Though all the Sin archbishops are like that. Right now, so that they could partake in the conference, serious guard duty was entrusted to the White Dragon's scales. She was in a condition where she was bound in chains without quarter, and had even been gagged so to stop her from talking. They'd also been instructed to take turns keeping guard, as their hearts had the potential to be manipulated were they stay near her for too long. Nothing should happen during this conference. But his anxiety was unending. Subaru. It's necessary to feel this anxiety whilst they are captured alive. I can't unconditionally make a decision about what to do about that. Ferris. Which side are you on? Ferris pointed his eyes, which were full of hatred, towards the fence-sitting Subaru. Subaru grimaced at the heat of his gaze and said, Subaru, I'm not taking sides. Honestly, I think both of you are right. In the worst case, I will do something about the black veins in Crush-san's body using the parts of my body which haven't turned black, if that solves the issue. Then I think that'll be no issue. Ferris, Emilia. Subaru's own judgment was a fairly extreme conclusion in regards to Crush, black veins. Upon hearing those words, Ferris's face became flabbergasted, and Emilia looked at him with rebukeful eyes. Everyone else also turned to look at him with shock and complex emotions in their gazes. Emilia, I also heard about that, but that's truly as a last resort, right? Right now we don't know what'll happen even if it's nothing, but acting like this is normal is Subaru. Well, it's not like even I want to put that seemingly unhealthy ink in my body for fun. But we have a precedent with Crush-san that it relieved her symptoms a little. Emilia. Subaru. What I mean to say is, don't hurry in drawing conclusions. I understand the feelings of impatience, but even if my back or my butt turns black, given that they're out of sight, I'm not reluctant to help out. That's what I'm on about. Despite there being a way to be able to do something, letting it go by due to his own cuteness would leave him a bad taste in his mouth. Crush was a valued benefactor to him, and more importantly, there was a way that didn't involve his, nor any of the others' life. He'd try and help as much as he could if it was something like darkening his skin which was out of sight. Wilhelm. Ferris. Sit yourself. For the time being, Subaru Dono is right. Ferris. I know, I really know. The one who pulled Ferris' sleeve, who was lost for words, and made him calm down, was Wilhelm. Ferris looked down and tried to say something to Subaru, but sat down without saying anything in the end. Subaru let out a sigh on seeing his state. The mood around the then tensioned meeting area went back to normal. Even so, the situation from before still continued. Anastasia. In any case, I understand that everyone's opinions regarding the treatment of the Sin archbishops are divided. It's worrying to keep EM alive. Even the limits of mine Natsuki-kun's instincts ain't coming out. In truth, if they'd killed M, instead of captured M, our talk would have gone all the more quicker. Priscilla. What? This worthless spiel has ended. No matter how much you gaze upon mineself, no rewards shall be given to a show that lacks value. Cease that beggar's look immediately, Priscilla replied with a yawn to the bantering Anastasia's look. That misplaced reply was proof that Priscilla hadn't been listening to the conversation properly up until now. Her participating in this conference must also have been some kind of whim of hers. Anastasia. Dawn speaks so slyly, though that attitude is unbecoming for one who captured someone from the witch cult alive more than anyone else. Why did you capture M? What led to this bizarre turn of events? Priscilla. As if mineself knew whether she'd live or die. When I gave the final blow, the Yang sword clouded over and its sharpness disappeared. Thus, she survived. The one who dragged her out from the canal was one of the rabble who'd drained the water in search for the songstress. It has nothing to do with mineself. Anastasia. It doesn't bother you that the one you'd tried to kill didn't die. Priscilla. The contrary, mineself drove the sword solely to kill. If she didn't die by that, then mine self has no intention to kill her again. Though she didn't die by mine hand, it seems to be all the more convenient as far as mine self is concerned. Anastasia. Ha. I don't understand, but 8. Anastasia seemed to have given up trying to understand Priscilla, who as ever had elaborated her enigmatic theory. Subaru didn't know her intentions either, but Priscilla's thinking probably wasn't understood by anyone else. It was dubious whether even Al and Schult, who stood by her side, understood heads or tails of it. Reinhard. At least, I am against judging Roth in this place. I do want to respect Ferris's feelings, of course. And it's also a unique opportunity for the kingdom. On top of strictly keeping guard of them, I think that we should make an effort to get what they know out of them. I think it's better to kill M. Even just remembering those Sin archbishops makes me sick to the stomach. I don't think they'd say anything that half makes sense. It's better to kill M before being dragged into something problematic so that they won't cause any problems in the future, probably. Reinhard. Sama. For your information, I ain't at all saying this to get on your nerves this time. And, coming from a different place, the opinions were split between master and servant. Reinhard, who had advocated that they should keep Wrath alive, and Felt, who had denied that. Although Felt's opinion wasn't well grounded, Felt herself didn't seem to think that her opinion would be accepted. In the end, Wrath's person would be given into custody to the kingdom. It looked like it would end up like that. Reinhard. I shall be the one responsible for escorting Wrath to the royal capital. In the case Wrath is scheming something, I would be the person most able to deal with it. And in the worst case, there's the eventuality that a conviction might need to be carried out too. Anastasia. When it comes to being suitable for that, you are, it seems. But in this case, will San follow you to the capital too? Or shall master and servant go their separate ways? Felt. If Reinhard's going, I'm going too. This time, it can't be helped. Reinhard's face changed to one of astonishment on hearing Felt's words. Felt caught a fleeting glimpse of his face from the side, and plastered a deep scowl on her lovely face. Felt. Don't get the wrong idea. The fact that I can't stand you ain't changed. It ain't changed. But there's times where I ain't gonna do that. Reinhard. There are times where you aren't going to do that. Felt. I don't know. Try ask that to your own chest. My chest ain't soft enough to reply back to you. Digging out her underdeveloped chest for her age, Felt stuck her tongue out at Reinhard. Reinhard cast his eyes down, seeing his master's attitude, and then quietly lifted his chin up. Only they themselves knew what feelings there were between master and servant. At any rate, it looked like the Felt camp too wasn't the same as it had been a year ago. Camberley. Well, in that case, Reinhard. Camberley. Look after Rachens and Gaston. Once they can move about, they may first return back to the mansion. Bring them only in contact with old man Rom. Camberley. Yes, sir. I understand. A look of relief came over the uncomfortable-looking Camberley on receiving his orders. For now, thanks to Reinhard volunteering, they could feel at ease regarding Wrath's escort. What came after, that which they could get out of Sirius, would be the duties of the kingdom's experts. Kiritaka. Then may we move to the next issue. Ladies and gentlemen, the one who'd raised his hand up after he'd seen the matter of Wrath's treatment decided had been Kiritaka. He gazed at everyone's faces whilst he adjusted his slightly messy hair with his hand, and then he spoke out. Kiritaka. First of all, regarding the battle to protect this city, I'd like to thank you all on behalf of all of its citizens. If it wasn't for all of you, the city of Pristella would likely have fallen into the evil clutches of the witch cult. I offer my deepest gratitude for that. Kiritaka hung his head low and bowed, having taken responsibility for speaking of the general consensus of the city. Liliana, who was by his side with a look of panic on her face, also bowed her head like Kiritaka had. Putting Kiritaka aside, Liliana's earnest reaction was quite unlike her. Perhaps her fight against Wrath, or something after that, had caused a change in her attitude. In any case, Subaru, we were already in the city, and involved. We didn't have the option to just watch on as a spectator, so you don't have to thank us to this grandiose extent. Don't you think, Emilia? Yeah, besides, maybe the witch cult taking over the city was just a bonus for them, judging by their aims. Whether we saved them, or they saved us, maybe we don't know which one it is. Emilia and Subaru insisted that it was hard for them to accept the praises at face value for the witch cult's attack. Certainly, the greatest part of repelling the witch cult had been down to the merit of the members gathered here. However, in the first place, the Sin Archbishop's aims were Emilia, the artificial spirit, and the Book of Wisdom. All of those things had been brought in by those involved from the outside, and the Emilia camp had been responsible for gathering them all. They couldn't sincerely accept their praises. Wait up. It bothers me that you say that freely, as if it were the consensus. Are you really saying that if we hadn't been here, they would have slammed the door shut on those witch cult guys? I reckon we need to talk more clearly about that. Priscilla, 'tis vexing, but I'm in agreement with that beggar girl. Don't drag us into all of you commoners' self-convenient diffidence. Don't be so conceited, you half-witch, and you Philistine. However, the harsh duo stated their rigid opinions on hearing the words of Subaru and Emilia. Felt and Priscilla looked at each other after they finished speaking, and immediately looked away, their faces looking disgusted. Ever since from the start, those two did not get along with each other. Only those in her camp were close to Priscilla, so it a pretty normal reaction. Kiritaka, please settle down. I'm gladdened by Emilia Zama's words. But as felt Sama and Priscilla Sama said, the city's defense was all of your merit. This I vow as a representative of the city. In the meantime, I'd like you to lend your strength just a little while longer. Subaru, be strength. You mean the next issue you mentioned earlier? Kiritaka, indeed. It's about the inhabitants who were transformed by that wicked power. Everyone there went silent at hearing Kiritaka's somber tone. What he was about to point out was something which everyone here understood. The staff of the city hall who'd fallen into the evil clutches of lust and had been transformed into inhuman forms. One had been transformed into a black dragon, and the other dozen or so had been transformed into huge flies. They still couldn't do anything due to the effect of lust's authority, variation, and change. For now they ought to have gathered them in one place and concealed their existence, though. Kiritaka, the culprit, lust, has fled. No, even if we could catch lust in the first place, it's doubtful whether or not they'd have any intention to turn them back to normal. Subaru, that's for sure. But we can't just leave them, right? Is there anything at all which we could do? Isn't it even impossible for Ferris? The changes to the people who couldn't turn back to their original form were fundamentally different from injuries or disease. Seeing Subaru's gaze, Ferris shook his head and then bit his lips. Ferris, even I simply can't cure that. No, it isn't about whether I can cure them or not. It isn't an injury or disease. They were just transformed into those kind of creatures. Healing magic can only help you get back to being right as rain if you're injured or sick. That's why healing magic is futile against those transformations. Kiritaka, to be frank, I can't tell if the people who were turned into flies have awareness. I can't make the distinction. And a fly the size of a person can't even fly to begin with. They haven't learned how to move their wings properly. They're in an incomplete state. But if they have awareness, Subaru, if they clearly understand their circumstances, they'd end up going crazy, I guess. They had lost their own figures. It was a frightening change, even in just thinking about that. However, considering that they'd been changed into something inhuman, into something repulsive, it made it all the more worse. When your body isn't free, and you even lose the means to express your will, you could imagine pretty easily what they'd be thinking in the end. For sure they would. Priscilla, those who were transformed into vile insects would want to die, I'd imagine. If there's no chance to turn them back, then would it not be merciful to bestow that? Al, princess, that's Priscilla. Be silent, Al. There's no meaning in mere wishful lip service. Mine self has no mercy to dish out to slothful pigs, but killing those who revile fate by being trifled to absurdity with is also a kindness. In short, that's what it means. With her harsh view, Priscilla dismissed Al, who had instinctively voiced his opinion. However, the reason why Al didn't make any more objections was because Priscilla's opinion was also correct in some sense. Ugh. Of course, he didn't think they should die, but they had been transformed into flies, and there was no known way to get them back to normal. It was perfectly natural that they would want to die. Subaru, it's impossible to negotiate with the culprit. Lust. Dort. Healing magic doesn't fix them. What do we do? Kiritaka. I'd wanted to ask everyone about that. It doesn't matter even if it's a shot in the dark. Does no one have any idea on how to cure them? Still seeming to cling on to hope, Kiritaka's question was drenched in both expectation and resignation. No. The amount of resignation was stronger, and that was natural. If there'd been any possibility to cling on to, someone would have been bound to have suggested it by now. In other words, at this point in time, where no allusions to a solution had been made so far, Kiritaka, I understand. I profusely apologize for the inconvenience. Dealing with them is an issue for the city. We shall take the responsibility afterwards. Subaru. Take the responsibility. What will you all do? Kiritaka. We'll consider the possibilities after this. We have to check the will of those involved and see each of their conclusions. No matter what the final opinions are, we shall see it through until the very end. They sounded like strong words that implied the end in which they ended their lives, instead of the one where they could return back to normal. Kiritaka's conclusion was inevitable in a sense. It was inevitable, but it was too soon for that conclusion. Emilia. Wait, wouldn't you be able to leave it to me? Kiritaka. Emilia-sama. Having realized that their discussion on that matter had reached its end, Emilia quickly raised her hand. She looked straight at Kiritaka whilst feeling his anxious and expectant gaze converging on her and said, Emilia. A way to return them all back to normal right now. Sorry. That I don't know. But I want you to not make any hasty conclusions. We need more time, Kiritaka. I understand your feelings, Emilia-sama. But about whether they have that time in them, the big issue is for how long their spirits can maintain their equilibrium in their transformed bodies. Emilia, yeah, I know. That's why I will make time to protect their minds. It may be a crude method, but it'll surely be able to do the job. A way of putting them to sleep. Subaru? I see. Cold sleep. Realizing Emilia's intentions, Subaru snapped his fingers and then raised his voice. As he felt the people around him tilting their heads quizzically due to the unfamiliar words, Subaru nodded at Emilia, who was looking at him. Subaru? In other words, you mean the same way as with the brides in the church, right? With Emilia Tan's magic, we'll put the transformed people into a state of suspended animation. It may end up just postponing the inevitable, but it's sufficient to put off making a conclusion. In the meanwhile, we should find a solution. Kiritaka. Freezing them and keeping them sleeping. Is that possible? But won't they end up freezing to death in their sleep? Emilia. They'll be fine. It was for a short while. But I used this on the brides. So I understand the effects on one's health. And besides, I also slept for around 100 years by myself. Kiritaka. You yourself slept. Although an undesired commotion spread throughout the meeting place, Subaru clenched his fist at Emilia's words. It was unusual that Emilia was being positive about her magic and that she had insisted on trying to use it this way as well. And it was a fine play that even Subaru hadn't thought about. It certainly wasn't a drastic solution to the problem, but they just needed time to find a solution from somewhere other than lust. At least their possibilities should be increased in not having a set time limit. In the worst case, yes, it was the worst case. But there existed a possibility. Subaru would defeat lust with his own hands and take away the witch factor she held. Or perhaps, if it was him, it may not be possible that he could return them back to normal using the power of that witch factor. He'd just taken in the witch factor of greed, and it was possible that reproducing the Sen Archbishop's authority was merely a pipe dream. Kiritaka. If that's possible, by all means, I would like to ask that of you. But, Emilia, let me do it. You won't regret it for sure. Emilia repeated her request to Kiritaka, who was hesitating, at a loss for what to think. Kiritaka agonized about it before her earnest attitude. However, Liliana, who was at his side, tugged at the cuff of his suit. The brown girl looked up at Kiritaka, and then flared up her nostrils. Liliana. What are you worried about, Kiritaka-san? Why not? Let her try. After all that Emilia-sama said, it's natural that there's a chance of success. Kiritaka. Of course, I want to believe that too, very much so, Liliana. However, this is something that involves many lives. We can't come to a conclusion so easily. Liliana, there's no need to worry. Emilia-sama will not fail. Because, cares you say, the great heroes of the future can all surmount such tribulations without difficulty. Those heroic tales where they surmount any wall standing in their way, no matter how tall or thick it is, blood boiling and flesh raising. A tale which fascinates everyone is created like so. The gentle strum of the lullier, unsuitable for the meeting place, resounded throughout. None of Liliana's idealistic notions had any basis, but for some reason, they did have a strange persuasive power to them. Of course, it wasn't so simple as to make their conclusion using just that. Subaru. At the least, let's ask their families. If the staff of the city hall are the victims, then their family should be in the same city, right? We should try and hear from them whether they leave open that possibility. Kiritaka. In regards to that question, there shouldn't be anyone who seemed to have abandoned their family. Subaru. Then we can talk later about whether we will leave this to Emilia or not. And, regarding whether they will believe Emilia or not, well, I'd like to hear about that specifically from the consensus of the city. Kiritaka directed his gaze towards Emilia, showing signs of hesitation. If Emilia had cowered from that look, then perhaps the debate would drag on even further. However, Emilia nodded without fear at his clinging gaze. Emilia, leave it to me. I will do it without fail. Confidence and conviction, even though it was somewhat of a different feeling, Emilia had shown her willingness to face her own deeds with a strong sense of self-awareness and preparedness. Kiritaka. Kiritaka was speechless in seeing the gaze in Emilia's eyes, and in hearing her assertion. And it wasn't just that. The gazes of the people around which were pointed at Emilia also showed an infinite variety of reactions, as if they were swaying in a wave of emotions different to the ones so far. Finally, Kiritaka let out a deep sigh. Kiritaka. I understand. For sure, I reckon we should endeavor to make our wishes come true rather than jumping to hasty conclusions, since otherwise the battle to protect Pristella too had seemed reckless at first. Emilia. Yeah, I'm really thankful. Kiritaka. It's me who should be thanking you. Kiritaka smiled wryly at having lost his position. After the conference, and after they got permission from the victims' families, it seemed like the cold sleep from Emilia's magic would be realized. Subaru replied to Emilia's nod by giving her a thumbs up. Having cleared up the second point of dispute, what came next was their last topic on the agenda, and that was... So, the last issue. There have been many reports of unconscious people of unknown identity that were found one after the other in various parts of the city. I'd like for us to discuss this matter. Most likely, for the knight who had been forgotten, and had remained silent until now, it was the most important issue. Right now, the number of nameless people is reported to be 36. Amongst them for us, it includes 6 people who appear to have been part of the White Dragon Scales. Furthermore, it's very likely that the number of nameless people will increase in the future. The one who led the debate and gave the report was Dinas, the representative of the White Dragon Scales. With his fingers he touched the dragon crest that was embroidered on his white garb, a strong expression of regret adorning his face. Most likely that was the crest that denoted that they were White Dragon Scales. The ambiguous testimony that he had said, who appear to have been part of, must have been related to that crest as well. Felt it's okay to say that the guys who were attacked by that Sin Archbishop are nameless, right? Like the guys who popped up out of nowhere, suddenly defeated. Kiritaka. Taking into account the situation, it's reasonable to think that, I'd say, their uniforms have matching embroidery sewn in. It's really frustrating that their identities are completely unknown. Dinas. What's more is that there's 30 more people who are in a similar position. It's a complete mess. It's unclear to say whether they were or not. It's difficult to judge what the best thing to do is. The victims of gluttony, dealing with the people who had had their names eaten in some sense, were harder to deal with than the victims of lust. After all, The victims had completely disappeared from the memories of those who knew them. On top of that, if the people in question weren't conscious, then there were no clues left to find their identity. Even with the people from the White Dragon's scales, it may be great that just their affiliation was known, but no one knew more than that. They didn't know who they were caring for, or such. Felt. All of the nameless that you found were unconscious, right? What was the healing arts user's chick? No. Guy's prognosis on that. Ferris? It's the same as with lust as well. I don't know why they are unconscious. The result of my prognosis is that I think they are just sleeping. But this too isn't a certainty. Those who just sleep should keep weakening. But then there's the case of Ryemchan. To the words of Felt, Ferris looked over at Subaru, and then spoke. A year ago, having suffered the same damage from gluttony, Rem had been diagnosed from Ferris similarly as to the nameless people. The result of the prognosis had been exactly the same, and still up until now, Rem hadn't woken up, and yet her health hadn't deteriorated. Even though she seemed asleep, he had to say that her body wasn't carrying out its functions for life support. Her hair wasn't growing, and there wasn't even any excretion. She was in an unfathomable state. Subaru. Putting aside knowing their identities or not, the care of those people is easy. It's better to deal with bedridden people since they're bedridden. We can just leave them sleeping in their beds. Even though in truth, I'd like for someone who knows them to be by their side. Ricardo. Since that ain't possible, that's the issue, ain't it? It's something arduous. Even though he knew saying that had been half meaningless, Subaru had done it for M. In the real meaning, he had no other choice but to defeat gluttony for M. Even if he knew that, having offered a little bit of opposition was Subaru's self-satisfaction. Subaru's naivety was denied by Ricardo, who'd raised his voice, his face showing no traces of ill will. When he turned to take a glimpse at his side, Ricardo was sitting on two chairs set side by side, having crammed his huge body in, and was taking part in the conference. He still seemed to have his spirited attitude unchanged. But there was something that was different in just one place, and that was the hefty amount of bandages that were wrapped around him, and his right arm missing from the elbow down. Ricardo, don't make such a miserable face, bro. It's true that I screwed up, but I'm alive. When you think about what happened now, it's by far more preferable damage. Noticing Subaru's gaze, Ricardo raised his severed right arm up and bared his fangs. It seemed like Ricardo had lost his right arm due to an attack from gluttony during the fierce battle of the control tower. He'd heard that from Julius, who had been fighting at his side. Julius had also told him that Ricardo had lost his arm protecting him, and that Ricardo himself didn't remember it. As if proving that, Ricardo shifted his gaze to Subaru's side and said, "Ricardo, by the way, I see that handsome guy next to ya is an acquaintance of yours, bro. Looks like you met the guy you were searching for. That's a relief, ain't it? Truly thank you for helping me earlier." Julius. Calling Julius a handsome guy, Ricardo acted as if he was talking to a stranger. From the flow of the conversation, it seemed that Julius had exchanged with Ricardo the same words as back when he had tried to smokescreen Subaru at first. Julius should have carried the injured Ricardo to the shelter, so it could be presumed that Ricardo's thanks in the end were for that. Nevertheless, leaving this misunderstanding as is was far too agonizing. Besides, they'd come to the topic of gluttony. It was time to cut to the chase, it seemed. "Subaru, I have something which I want to talk to everyone about. It's something important that's related to the dealing of the nameless." Standing up, Subaru got the attention of everyone in the hall to himself. Right now, the one who had the most information on how to deal with the nameless was Subaru. Subaru felt everyone's gazes naturally filled with anticipation of a solution for this state of affairs. However, he shook his head. "Subaru, I'm sorry for having caused anticipation. In all honesty, this isn't something which will yield hope immediately. But I have to talk about this. Anastasia. Yeah, no. If you give it an extravagant preface, you're bound to make us fret. What are you planning to say?" Anastasia threw a few joking words to Subaru so to try and relieve some of the tension in the place. However, it was her who should be the one most prepared for this. Otherwise, the fact had the potential to turn her current state of mind inside out from the roots. Subaru took a quick breath, and then looked at everyone's faces. And finally, he looked at Julius, who nodded despite looking tense. Seeing that, Subaru then pointed to the neighboring Julius with his hand and asked his question. Subaru, is there anyone who knows the name of this man here? Everyone. Silence prevailed in the meeting place to Subaru's question. The time that was kept in silence wasn't out of a lack of understanding, though. It was because everyone sensed the intent of Subaru's question, and were contemplating about Julius' position. And on that basis, if nobody said a word, it meant that there was no one who had any idea about Julius' identity. Subaru. Al, what about you? Don't you remember his face? Al. Ah? What's up, bro? Why are you nominating me all of a sudden? Having had his name abruptly called out, Al raised his voice in sheer surprise. That behavior was enough to prove that he had memories of Julius inside of him, but even so, he had to make sure. Subaru placed his hand on the round table and posed his question to Al, whilst leaning forward towards him. Subaru, do you really not know why? It's what you and I have in common. So, do you not remember this guy? Well, reply to me. Al. Ah, so that's why. Sorry, bro. I know what you mean, but I don't think I can help you. That guy's nowhere to be found in my head. Subaru, are you completely sure? If you think a little more seriously. Julius. That's enough. That's plenty enough. Subaru, as an Isekai-er, Al presumed the intention behind those series of questions based off of that. But he hadn't nodded his head. Nonetheless, it was Julius himself who stopped the unrelenting Subaru. Julius clapped Subaru's shoulder with a forlorn smile on his face and bowed at Al. Julius, I overexpected, I'm sorry. We apologize for our impoliteness. Al, you have no reason to apologize. I don't know if there was such a reason to or not, but you don't need to apologize to me. Waving his sole arm, Al turned his gaze away from Julius. There were no signs of falsehood in his reaction. It was probably true that Al didn't remember Julius. Then, that meant part of Subaru's conjecture was incorrect. The world you originated from had nothing to do with the effect of gluttony's authority. If it was like so, then after all, the most likely reason was the witch factor inside Subaru's body, and it seemed to be limited to isolation with the outside world according to Beatrice, door crossing. Wilhelm. Judging from the story, Subaru Dono, this young man was involved with us. And in addition to that, I also think it's someone who was in a fairly important position. Wilhelm spoke out his deduction after observing the trio's exchange. Others would have most likely come to the same conclusion which the wizened swordsman did. Subaru nodded at Wilhelm, and then he turned to look towards Julius. Subaru. This is Julius. Julius Euculius Dot. Like all of you guessed, his name was eaten by gluttony, and ended as one of the nameless people. But the process is different than the others who were unconscious. His consciousness remains. Ferris. We have such a case. He's forgotten by those around him, but he himself remembers. So, is this person one of ours? With disbelief on his face, Ferris swept his gaze from Subaru to Julius, and then back again many times over. To the shivering Ferris' words, Reinhard tucked his chin in and said, It seems so. The assured Sane gazed at Julius with his tranquil eyes and said, Reinhard, before the conference, Subaru asked me the same question as well. Julius was likely an acquaintance of mine or Ferris, or maybe the word acquaintance isn't sufficient to describe our relationship. A friend, perhaps. Julius. At least I thought of you both as friends. If you both consider me a friend in the same way, nothing would make me feel more honored. Ferris. Friends, then? Julius, you're a knight as well? One of the royal guards? Both Reinhard and Ferris were bewildered at having been called a friend by a stranger. Their reaction couldn't be helped. Thus Julius corrected them half in resignation. Subaru's insides were burning in anger as he watched the trio's exchange. What a warped, nauseating scene it was. Subaru didn't know in detail how the three of them had met, how they ended up becoming friends, and what their friendship was like. Even so, as colleagues, as friends, the three of them should have interacted with each other in a close, naturally familiar manner. Now there wasn't even a trace left of those certain bonds. When Rem's name had been eaten, and everyone had forgotten her existence, Subaru had thought there was nothing that existed in this world that was more sorrowful than that. But What about Julius' current condition? The sensation of complete loss that invaded him from being abandoned by everyone in the world. If that wasn't sad, then what was? Sadness wasn't something you could compare. But, even if it was, this was far too cruel. Anastasia. I guess it ain't something like him being a plain old royal guard. Out of the blue, Anastasia's words butted in between the painful first meeting of those friends. She put a thoughtful expression across her gentle features and licked her lips as she touched her jaw. Then, she pointed at Ricardo before then pointing at Julius. Anastasia. Julius San was the one who brought back, on his shoulders, the grievously injured Ricardo. Straight after we talked a bit about Ricardo's treatment, he immediately left saying that he had to go and search for someone. But, about that reaction, that's what you did, wasn't it? Julius, Anastasia Sama. It was their first encounter which between master and servant should not normally occur. Recalling the bitter memories of that time, Julius spoke out the name of his master with anguish on his face. However, Anastasia didn't even take notice of the presence of the quivering devotion that he put into those words. She thought for a moment, and then raised one of her fingers. Anastasia, Julius San's nameless case is a rather unusual one. We don't know how many people in the city are in the same state, but mayhaps there's a possibility of confirming that for others too who are like the unconscious, nameless. There's no doubt that this too is a serious situation. Ain't that right? Moving her gaze away from Julius, Anastasia directed the theme to the outline of the debate. It looked like the matter of Julius' identity had been postponed as one of the problems that couldn't be resolved. That was pretty unjust treatment for the current Julius. But Subaru was the only one in this place who could feel outraged by it. Anastasia. In light of these problems, I have a proposal though, is that okay? Subaru? A proposal? Subaru's innermost feelings were put aside, and the attention of the conference was once again directed at Anastasia. At the center of attention, Anastasia looked around the surroundings, before finally settling her gaze on Subaru and Julius. Anastasia. The victims of the witch cult. The victims of lust, and those nameless from gluttony. Asking the Sin Archbishop in question for a solution for each of these is hopeless. Are we in agreement with that? Kiritaka. It would be difficult to force them to speak. In that sense, you're right, I guess. But an overly pessimistic opinion could, on the contrary, result in clouding our view. Anastasia, that doesn't mean I'm thinking about the worst either. But there isn't just one way to get an answer. I just wanted to say that. Subaru, there's a different way to get an answer? Subaru ended up parroting back Anastasia's words without comprehending the meaning of her words. A different solution to asking the corresponding Sin Archbishops who were the culprits behind the damage. If there existed such a way, it would probably be close to a witch deal. For a split second, a choice which Subaru mustn't make crossed his mind, and that if it were the Witch of Greed, she'd maybe know the answer. Amelia. So, what do you mean? Please tell us clearly. However, Amelia asked Anastasia about the true meaning of her words in place of Subaru, who was busy shaking his head denying that idea. And then, while strumming her head with her fingers, Anastasia said, Anastasia, if we can't get the information out of those crooked Sin Archbishops, then we ought to ask it to another person who may know. There is such, it seems. Someone from this country who may know a way. There's no way. Having guessed the meaning of Anastasia's words, someone spoke that out in a hoarse voice. However, unlike everyone else around him who'd realized what she was on about, Subaru had no idea what her statement meant. Felt, I don't understand. Don't put on airs, and say it clearly. Felt sulkily demanded that from Anastasia, her understanding the same as Subaru's. Anastasia gave a wry smile to Felt's words and apologized with an, I'm sorry. Anastasia. The sage Shola felt. Ah, Anastasia. The Pleiades watchtower, if it's the sage who should be there, if they're the person of legend who can see everything about the world, it would be strange if they knew, right? She said that, and revealed the true intentions behind her proposal. Chapter 79. The sage's watchtower. Anastasia. The sage Shola. When Anastasia mentioned that name, a stir spread throughout the meeting place. Whilst everyone exchanged glances with each other, and put on expressions like they couldn't believe what they'd heard. Only Subaru was left behind from this situation. Subaru patted Emilia's shoulder beside him whilst he put on a troubled expression and said, "Subaru, is this sage Shola someone famous?" Emilia. "Subaru, you didn't read the story of the witch when you studied the alphabet. I thought that nursery tale was in the book that you were reading a lot." "Subaru, the nursery tales, which... in that picture book. Now that you mention it, I'd thought that the witch's story was listed as well for sure. That which was pointed out by Emilia brought up old memories of a year ago in him. Though he had been buried by the memories of those hectic days a year ago, he'd studied the alphabet in a picture book for children. That was during the time when he'd just started to help out at the Roswell mansion. It was a collection of classics that compiled the popular nursery tales in this world. Amongst them there had been an illustrated one about the Witch of Envy for sure. However, in that tale, Subaru, in all honesty, its contents weren't that detailed, so I didn't fully understand everything. The most I got out of it was that long ago, at a certain place, the witch did something terrible. Emilia. Is really that vague? Let me think. The Witch of Envy is the symbol of terror that once brought chaos and ruin to this world. When Emilia had sunk into thought on how she would have had to explain it to Subaru, who had displayed his ignorance, Julius, who was sitting opposite to her, opened his mouth instead of her. Julius. All that was recorded was that she was a half-elf with an infinitely cruel and ruthless personality, and that she had tremendous magical power, which she controlled shadows with. Other than that, her name... We only know that her name is Satella. Even now, the scars that being left behind on the world remain strong. Subaru. Subaru lifted his chin up at Julius' explanation, who'd kept his emotions in check as best as he could. He focused on giving a neutral explanation, but the change in his state of mind was painfully shown regardless, even though no one around them mentioned it. In the meantime, his explanation continued. Julius, at the great waterfall at the far east of Lugnica, there's a shrine made from magical sealing stones. Even now, that witch is sealed up in that shrine, while she spews out a huge amount of miasma. Subaru, I'd heard that she couldn't be destroyed, but how could they manage to seal such a powerful witch? Julius, that's where the name of the sage from before comes into play. Julius nodded after he heard Subaru's question. The knight touched the sword at his waist and looked towards the end of the round table, right at the red-haired youth. Julius, 400 years ago, 3 great heroes contributed to the sealing of the Witch of Envy. One of those was the sword saint, Reid Astri, the sword's heaven-sent child who was the first to acquire the divine protection of the sword saint and the title which Reinhard inherited. Reinhard. There's also records that show that Reid Astria, the first sword saint, did not have the divine protection. Not all known legends are unconditionally true. Of course, it's a fact that Reid Sama built the current Astria family and the name of the sword saint, though. Reinhard, who was said person's descendant, supplemented what Julius, who was looking at him, had said. However, considering it regarded his ancestor who'd accomplished great deeds that had been left behind in history, Reinhard's expression when talking about it was somewhat brooding. He also seemed to be worried about Julius when it came to that. It didn't look like he was going to insist on the subject regarding the inherited divine protection. In any case, Subaru. So, the sage was a companion of that sword saint. That's the gist I'm getting. Emilia. More accurately, the sage Shola, and the divine dragon Volcanica. You know, the dragon that protects the kingdom of Lugnica. It's said that it started with a promise whereby Volcanica joined forces in battle to seal the Witch of Envy, and now even to this day still watches over the kingdom. Heard the name of the divine dragon Volcanica many times back at the place where the royal selection candidates expressed their determination. In his memories, the blood of the dragon had always been heralded as something able to bring fertility to ravaged earth, let one overcome any disease, and make one either immense or unrivaled. Julius. It's customary to call the S-word saint, the sage, and the divine dragon as the 3 great heroes. You ought to remember that. Subaru. Hua. Don't get fired up. I get it. Thank you for the explanation. Subaru raised his hand at Julius and Amelia, before then taking a glimpse at Beatrice. When she noticed Subaru's gaze, she slowly shook her head. Unfortunately, Beatrice didn't seem to be familiar with the legend from 400 years ago. Beatrice was an artificial spirit created by Echidna, but other than the necessary information to maintain the Forbidden Library, she'd been completely estranged from it. He got the impression that she didn't know the behind-the-scenes circumstances around that matter, because she'd been fairly impervious to the ways of the world due to shutting herself in for such a long time. Subaru, I'm sorry for bringing the debate to a standstill. Let's continue talking. But this sage Shala. After he apologized for interrupting the discussion, Subaru took the initiative to try and bring the conversation back to its original course. But he noticed something strange whilst he talked, and he couldn't help tilting his head at it. He understood the background of the sage Shola, a hero from 400 years ago, but... Subaru. Yeah. What? They're still living? After 400 years? Amelia. Is that so strange? I'm around 100 years old as well in reality. Everyone else. On hearing Subaru's mutter, a mystified look appeared across Amelia's face as she put one of her fingers to her lips. The meeting place stirred a little at that murmur, but Subaru, on the contrary, only replied with a, "You have a point." If he slowed down and thought about it, the half-elf Amelia's real age was in excess of 100 years, and Beatrice was a lowly who was around 400 years old. It felt to him like Puck too had mentioned that he was 400 years old. In that case, didn't that mean the average age of the Amelia camp was about 100 years old, perhaps? Subaru, putting aside that pretty shocking fact, what about the sage's current state? Julius, they're alive. On that, it seems that there's no doubt. Subaru. Seems. Subaru frowned at Julius' unclear response. But Julius was not the only one who couldn't answer clearly. Everyone around was the same, especially those of the Royal Guard, Ferris, and Reinhard, who looked troubled. Subaru. Well, what does that mean? Julius. Their whereabouts are known, and I dare say that them being alive is confirmed too. However, no human being has managed to exchange words with the sage. That's the meaning of it, I guess. Subaru. Once again, what does that mean? They knew their whereabouts, and even though it was vague, they'd been able to confirm her as being alive. But getting in contact with him was impossible. He thought he could put all of those impressions together, but Julius? Currently, the sage Shola is in the tower near the witch's shrine, and has always secluded herself there so to stop those who plan to revive the Witch of Envy. Always, since that time. Subaru. For 400 years? Julius. For 400 years. It was an absurd story. Beatrice, who had kept herself secluded in the Forbidden Library for 400 years, was already quite a case, but that sage Shola, or whatever, was also quite a stubborn individual. Ferris. The tower which the sage Shola lives in, that's the Pleiades watchtower, right? There, the esteemed sage continues to toil night and day so, to prevent the witch's revival. Subaru. The tower's name makes me think of something, but it's of no importance. Do continue. Ferris. Even if you're telling me to continue, that's pretty much it, you know? The sage Shala gives it their all and continues to watch over the shrine to ensure the peace of the world. That's what is said. And that is that, Ferris said whilst clapping with a sullen look on his face. Even if he said that that was the end, it was clear from his attitude that the story hadn't completely finished there, considering that what he'd said couldn't explain the funeral-like mood around the meeting place. Naturally, there must be some reason why they were like that. Subaru. Then, by any chance, are they a troubling individual? Anastasia. To ensure peace in the world, the sage Shola continues to watch over the witch. Their name is known far and wide throughout the world. I've known about EM too, since the time I was in Kararaji. But at the same time, the sage Shala is also known in this other way. Subaru. Anastasia smiled gracefully, pausing between her words for a second, and then whilst looking at Subaru, who had a bad feeling about this, she spoke. Anastasia. The sage Shala is someone with extreme trust issues who can't trust a single soul, no matter what the purpose of those approaching the watchtower and the shrine may be. She massacres all of them, or so I hear. They were like that according to Anastasia's explanation. The sage Shala built the Pleiades watchtower and continued to watch over the witch shrine. So far there had been many people who had tried to get in contact with the sage, but all their plans failed, and they gave up. That was because of the interference of no other but the sage Shala themselves. Anastasia. The great waterfall in the far east of Lugnica. It seems that the witch shrine and the watchtower are near there, but the sage doesn't know which of the two people are aiming to approach, wouldn't you think? Therefore, the sage killed indiscriminately regardless of whether it was a wretched witch cultist who was trying to find the witch shrine, or a person who was trying to get in friendly contact with the sage of the watchtower. The subject's good or evil, their likes and dislikes, their righteousness or malintent all didn't matter, since that was the best way forward. As a result, there weren't any reports or records left behind of anyone being able to get in contact with the sage Shala in all of these 400 years. Ferris, Boot, since the situation where they attack anyone approaching has been going on, we can just be sure that the sage Shala is still in the watchtower even now. Subaru. They sure are a damn annoying sage. Ferris. It's not like that. In fact, there are many witch cultists who try to get near to the shrine, more than you can imagine. Subaru-kyon. The sage San deals with every single one of them. They're just steadfastly keeping by their goal of preventing the revival of the Witch of Envy. Even though he had stated his positive opinion, Ferris' expression didn't clear up. All the Royal Guard members had the same unrestful look on their face. For that to have happened, there may have been an experience where the sage had dished out a painful lesson to the extent of the Royal Guard. On the other hand, Subaru nodded at Ferris' sugar-coated opinion. Certainly, if you looked at it from the do whatever it takes to achieve the goal point of view, it would be incredibly annoying. But if you took into account the evil nature of a witch cultist, it was a natural precaution. Rather, it was because there was someone who continued to keep guard over the Witch of Envy that it was conceivable to even think that this world had some sort of security system in effect against the Witch of Envy Priscilla. Fleeting is the Witch of Envy Priscilla. Fleeting is the knight. Mine self cares not about the true colors of the hermit who lives in trepidation insofar as time permits them to. What's important is the fact that they are borrowing mine limited time. Mine self will return post-haste to the inn if you continue with this useless prattle. I have to get Schult to massage my feet. Schult. Yes, Mom. Priscilla-sama has worked hard and is greatly fatigued. I appreciate that with all my heart. Having been embraced and buried in her huge breasts, Schult had replied with a red face. Priscilla, who'd stroked the boy with the smile of a villainous on her face, hadn't found much worth in this conference in the first place. It was something of a miracle that she'd come all the way here without throwing a tantrum. Felt. Even though I'm not on that princess side, I also agree that we gotta get back on topic soon. Tell us about the sage. Felt demanded that they cut back to the main topic, a look of impatience adorning her face. Agreeing with that state of affairs, Subaru turned to look back at Anastasia. Subaru. Though we've kept interrupting you over and over, what did you say is up with this reclusive sage? Anastasia. Sue. The story finally goes back to the start. Anastasia clapped her hands, and then she looked over at the faces of everyone sat at the round table whilst still gently touching her fox scarf. Anastasia. Like everyone knows, the sage Shala helped with the sealing of the Witch of Envy with their unparalleled wisdom, magical power, as well as a wide range of insight that said they see through the world with, and knowledge that said they know everything about this world. If both of those are true without exaggeration, then Doncha think they should know some way to do something about what the witch cult left behind as well. Subaru. But isn't what you're saying just wishful thinking really? Anastasia. Does that mean you're against it, Natsuki-kun? Even though it seemed like she'd returned his question with another one, an answer for Anastasia's one was difficult. Trying to rely on it if he simply just looked at their title of sage was the honest recourse. In respect to that, Subaru didn't think it was even a bad idea. If they were someone who'd accomplished achievements that went as far as remaining in legend, then maybe they really did know a way to counteract the witch factors of sin. But a different anxiety had taken a hold of Subaru. The name of the sage Shola and the Pleiades watchtower where they lived. Those two key words didn't allow him to obediently accept her proposal, because Shola and Pleiades were both words which Subaru was familiar with. Subaru. According to Subaru's modern knowledge, Shola was the name corresponding to the second brightest star of Scorpio. The Pleiades from the Pleiades watchtower was far more explicit, in that it was the name of the star cluster known as the Pleiades cluster. Its name in Japanese was Subaru. Of course, he didn't think it was anything that denoted Natsuki Subaru, but the name of the celestial bodies which he knew about cropping up in this world was enough for his alert levels to rise to the max. The witch-cult Sin archbishops, Betelgeuse, Regulus, Sirius, Capella, Alphard, Batankaitos. Currently, all of the Sin archbishops whose names had come to light bore the names of stars from Subaru's world in their names. It was impossible to not hold preconceived notions towards the sage Shola and the Pleiades watchtower. Ferris. Putting aside Subaru Kyun's dissenting opinion, Ferris cut into the conversation in place of Subaru, who'd remained taciturn without coming up with a successful objection. He placed his finger on his cheek, and whilst he assumed his normal attitude with the exception of a stern look in his eyes, he said, "Ferris, the view itself of visiting the sage Shola may be good, but isn't it an issue on how we will do it? Is there any way, even when no one has managed to reach the watchtower?" Felt. The reason no one has is 'cause the sage is too strong. That's the story, right? Felt raised a question at Ferris' tantalizing words. Whilst she crossed her legs on top of her chair, she gave a fleeting look in Reinhardt's direction. I see. If it just meant simply not being a match for the sage's powers, then... Felt, we could manage it if it's Reinhardt, right? He has no other use except being strong, but when it comes to just that, he's insane. Reinhardt. It's unusual that Felt-sama gives me praise, thank you very much. Felt, this is what I meant. Felt sullenly chid at Reinhardt's response. However, immediately after that, Reinhardt lowered his eyebrows as if he were troubled. Like that, he spoke out with a but, prefacing it apologetically, Reinhardt. Unfortunately, I couldn't reach the watchtower. I lacked the strength. Felt, this guy lacking strength, isn't that a little alarming? Furious. He doesn't mean a lack of combat power, Felt-sama. There's no area in this world that Reinhardt's true strength wouldn't reach, I'd say. But the Pleiades watchtower is a different problem to such impediments. Ferris. So you know the details, though. If you were a royal guard, that's natural, I guess. Ferris's face turned to one of discomfort on hearing Julius follow up Reinhardt's words. Looking at the strained relations between the three royal guards from the corner of his eye, Subaru spoke out to Reinhardt and said, Subaru, what was your purpose in trying to meet the sage? Reinhardt. It was an order from the kingdom, for a cure for the disease. That it was. It was about 2 years ago. Subaru. 2 years ago. The phrases disease and 2 years ago allowed Subaru to understand the circumstances. 2 years ago from today, the members of the royal family fell ill one after the other to an unknown disease, right at the royal castle. It was an epidemic where no cure was known. Most likely, they ordered Reinhardt to get in contact with the sage so to learn a cure for that disease. But he didn't accomplish it. That explained the gloomy faces of the three royal guards. Reinhardt, the watchtower and the shrine. They're at the great waterfall at the eastern edge of Lugnica, surrounded by the Ogria sand dunes. The watchtower can be seen in the distance from the entrance of the sand dunes. So you shouldn't lose sight of that place, but... Subaru? But? Reinhardt. There are many strange phenomenons that occur frequently in the sand dunes, so that you can't get closer to the watchtower. One theory says that it's due to the miasma that's seeping out from the shrine. Reinhardt. On top of that, the Ogria sand dunes have turned into a haunt for witch beasts who are drawn in by the miasma. In that land full of miasma, the ferocity and strength of the witch beasts is off the charts. Even in that sense, going there in the first place is considered to be suicidal. Subaru. So it's a wayward desert with a haunt for witch beasts. For sure it's hell. In addition to the troublesomeness of the sage themselves, there was a desert which not even Reinhardt could cross, and a metric ton of witch beasts which roamed the desert. Regarding this, the factors for abandoning the ploy were too many. It was understandable that getting in touch with the sage hadn't been achieved even once over the period of 400 years. Astasia. Yes, but what if there was a way to cross that hell? Everyone raised their faces up at her sudden words just as a gloomy atmosphere had begun to enshroud them. Anastasia smiled in satisfaction on account of having butted in at precisely the right moment. Then, she nodded so that everyone could see. Anastasia. There is. That's why I even bothered to mention the sage's name. Ferris. Anastasia Sama from Kararagi. You know a means to reach the sage who's been in seclusion for 400 years at this time? What sort of means is it, Anastasia? Ya ruin your pretty face. I'm going to explain it to ya even without that bristly face. Carelessly turning aside Ferris, who'd gotten himself worked up, Anastasia removed her scarf from her neck. And then, she unrolled her scarf on top of the round table and lifted the head part. Anastasia. I mentioned her before the defensive battle, my artificial spirit, Echidna. This little one knows a way to the Pleiades watchtower. That's why we can go in and meet the sage of the watchtower, Subaru. Subaru's breath caught on hearing Anastasia's declaration. The artificial spirit Echidna, that being that disguised itself as a fox scarf, was the key to reaching the sage. I'm receiving so much attention, huh? You're making me blush. Saying that, the fox spirit lifted her neck. Subaru didn't know how much he could trust her. Just like the witch which she'd borrowed her name from. Chapter 80. Leaving behind ripples on the water's surface. So, let's start, shall we? Emilia let her beautiful, crystal-clear voice echo throughout the room as she tensed her face slightly. She spoke to everyone in the room with her bell-like voice. Or perhaps she'd said it to persuade herself either way. She raised both of her slender arms. Emilia. Closing her eyes, Emilia started to concentrate her mana to both of her raised hands, great magical power swirling around, and the utmost concentration to handle it with precision. If she lacked either of those, she'd be unable to achieve her goal. This was an endeavor which only she could do. Emilia. Countless gazes poured down on Emilia, who met her great sorcery head-on with a serious expression on her face. The women and children were huddled together, watching over her actions with bated breath. Some were holding each other's hands, while others had closed their eyes as if in prayer or wishing. They shared only hope and anxiety as they trembled. Subaru. It must be tough on them. And at the tail end of the same room, Subaru was silently observing Emilia, who was being showered in many complex emotions. The area they were in was a part of the underground facilities in the city of Pristella. Originally, it had been a cellar that had stored emergency provisions. Its current almost empty state was ideal for their intended purpose. There wasn't anything placed in the stone cellar, and its spaciousness seemed to emphasize its bleakness and chilliness. But it ought to be suitable for their current purpose, precisely because it was that kind of place. Subaru. Though, I wouldn't say that's a good thing. Beatrice. Quit muttering sentimentalities, I suppose. It wouldn't be good if someone heard you, and you'll also end up messing up Emilia's concentration, in fact. Standing beside Subaru, who'd let that mutter accidentally slip out, Beatrice gave him her advice. The girl, who held Subaru's left hand with one hand and played with her drill curls with her other, stared at the white ritual that was being held in front of her eyes. Her pale blue eyes seemed like they were holding back pain in some respect to Subaru. Subaru. Since it's Emilia, it will be okay. Don't worry about it so much. Beatrice. Don't get the wrong idea, I suppose. Betty is not worried about Emilia, but about Subaru, in fact. Empathizing with the emotions of literally everybody is a bad habit, I suppose. Subaru. I see. The strength of her hand holding his grew stronger, and Subaru bent his lips into the shape of a dolly at the girl's concern. He knew what Beatrice wanted to say, as well as what she was worried about. However, his decision after he'd understood that was based off his current determination. On that point, he couldn't yield, even though he knew that it'd just be troubling. Emilia. Away from Subaru and Beatrice's hushed exchange of words, Emilia's ritual continued on. Emilia, who was concentrating with all her might, had beads of sweat trickling down her forehead as she panted out misted breaths. She was giving it her everything in mind and body to control the enormous amounts of mana. A pale blue light originating from in between Emilia's hands began to faintly envelop the cellar. Although the cold air was cold enough to fog up his sight, the chill did not pierce into his skin. It was gentle, as if it were embracing his heart exposed. He'd heard that people who fell into hypothermia and were on the verge of death forgot about the cold. Extreme cold took away from people the ability to tell the temperature correctly, and granted them warmth as a parting gift before snatching their lives away, he'd heard. Subaru vaguely thought about whether something near to that was happening in this white world, but he immediately shook his head, dismissing it as plain stupid. Pale blue light filled the room, and the cold air converged to its center. And, in the middle of the light, there was a huge black creature, curled up with its wings folded. A black dragon that was lying down. The strange creatures didn't stop there. There were also flies roughly the size of people gathered around the black dragon. In all, they gave you the impression of a nightmarish scene. However, Subaru didn't feel any revulsion at this scene. No? To be precise, he was strongly aware that he shouldn't feel revulsion towards the black dragon and the human flies. They were victims. Innocents without any fault. They were victims of the malice from the sin archbishop of lust. Victims who had been transformed into inhumanities. Subaru, and everyone else, currently didn't know a way to restore their remolded bodies back to normal. That's why they'd chosen this measure. Subaru, it may be that we're just postponing the inevitable, but Beatrice, it will get us time, and even just that can be a salvation, in fact. Since you're trying to hurry things up, your outlook is getting narrower, so you can't see the options that you'd normally be able to. Not being aware of that, or realizing it later, both of those are cruelties, I suppose. Beatrice replied with something of a monologue to Subaru's mutters. Her small, feeble sigh contained an insightfulness and sentimentality which only those who'd spent a long, long time thinking could have. Feeling that at the end of her words, Subaru just silently stroked her head without saying a single word back. Beatrice, what is it, in fact? Subaru. It's nothing. No matter how much time they took, they wouldn't necessarily be able to make the right choice. Sometimes, even if you give it some time, there are cases where you wouldn't be able to pick the right choice. Nevertheless, you can act, so that the option you choose is the best one. The answer which Subaru had produced to Beatrice 400 years had been like so. And so he hoped that time which would be brought to the tragedy that struck the city would also be like so. Subaru. The climax of the cold air that filled the cellar overlapped with Subaru's strong emotions. And finally a sound like the air cracking, or so he thought, resounded throughout. Amelia. It ended up going safely. Amelia turned around whilst breathing out misted breaths. She quickly bowed her head at that place, a little out of breath. Behind her, with their whole bodies covered in white crystals, were the lives of all of the souls who had been encased inside of ice. Subaru. Th. The members of their family were weeping, and their significant others were sobbing in tears. Their sorrowful wails came out before any thanks, and they cruelly echoed throughout the cellar. For a very, very long time, their wails continued to echo throughout, as if their sorrow had no end to being separated, until goodness knows when from their loved ones. Nondre. No. Denfreozile. Hanani. Aswaka. For now, it seems like Amelia Sama's proposal turned out well. Would I be okay to feel relieved by that? Having been informed about the conference at the meeting place, as well as Amelia's subsequent work to freeze the mutation victims, Otto nodded, looking relieved. They were somewhere away from the shelters in a private room at a hospital where he'd been carried to. His condition on top of his bed still hadn't changed, with both of his legs painfully wrapped in bandages. Even so, at least he'd managed to leave from the field hospital's treatment, and it was possible to say that his cramping legs looked like they'd improved quite a bit. In fact, Otto's position was as one of the valorous people who'd contributed to the city's defense, so it would have been nice if he'd gotten higher quality medical treatment. However, Otto hadn't told them that. So Subaru opted not to say anything since he'd probably been considering those around him. Subaru. Hospitality that is presumed without saying anything. That's the true meaning of wabi-sabi. Otto, although you're here, Natsuki-san, your mind is elsewhere. It's the same as always, so it's fine. But anyways, thank you for your hard work, Amelia-sama. Disregarding the nodding Subaru, Otto thanked Amelia for her hard work, who'd come to visit him. She drew her eyebrows down on hearing his thanks and said, Amelia. Nah, it's all right. More importantly, I'm sorry for going through with it on my own without consulting with Otto-kun, but it was because I'd thought it was something only I could do. Otto. Ah, it's fine. I'm not angry since your actions were undoubtedly precious, good deeds. Besides, they were very valuable actions even in a calculating sense. Emilia. Calculating. Otto. It probably would have been better if you understood what I meant. But if you don't, even if you don't, no. How can I put it? Regarding that, honestly, it's really difficult for me to decide which would be better. Subaru. Don't think about it, feel it. That is E.M.T. Emilia wasn't quite aware of the result of her own actions. With some magic words, Subaru serenely brushed Otto aside, who lay perplexed at Emilia's attitude. He then continued by saying, more importantly, Subaru, your legs, they seem like they won't be usable for a while, right? Otto. With Priestella's current state, it'll be difficult to treat them more than this, won't it? The number of healing arts users in the city isn't enough to take care of all of the injured. I think it may be better to move to a hospital in another city. But it seems that Kiritaka-san sent out as many messengers as he could to the neighboring cities, and requested for healing arts users. That's why quietly waiting here for a healing arts user from one of those places to come by would perhaps be more prudent than going back to the mansion. Laughing weakly with Athaha, Otto would be forced to withdraw from the front lines for a while. Wounds as severe as Otto's couldn't be so easily cured without a mage who could use healing magic fairly proficient. They had to be at Ferris level or Beatrice as when she was in the Forbidden Library. Subaru. Ferris is constantly attending to Crush, and our healing special attack corps leader is going around Priestella. The reason being is that family, of course. Emilia. Those three. The mother and two siblings, right? That person who had the form of a dragon is the father. So it was a family of 4, I think. Their special attack corps leader wasn't here right now. No, he shouldn't refer to him like that. Garfiel is what he meant. Currently, he was going around the city which was short of working hands, and working as hard as he could on the repair work. By nature, Garfiel was a kind, well-put-together young man. Even if he'd felt nothing for the city, if there were people in need, he'd end up helping them without hesitation. But, even so, his commitment to Priestella was second to none, and Subaru could more or less imagine the reason why. Subaru. That he didn't tell us must mean that there are various complex circumstances, I guess. Emilia. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Indeed, changing the subject, but don't you think that Garfiel and that family resemble each other a bit? Their hair color and eye color are completely identical. Subaru. Emilia Tan, you know that the subject hasn't changed, right? Emilia, eh? Putting the surprised Emilia to one side, Garfiel was in such a condition. Under normal circumstances, he himself should have sustained damage that wouldn't be possible to call minor throughout his body. But due to his divine protection of earth spirits and his boundless physical strength, he had no intention of resting. In addition, Mimi, who'd been a pain to her little brothers with her wounds reopening, was also tagging along with him, so there hadn't been any ruckus around. Otto. Well, in regards to Garfiel's true feelings, one day he will reveal them on his own, I'd imagine. We don't need to try and get it out of him. More importantly, Emilia. Otto. Oh. Since both of you didn't mention it at all, I didn't say anything either. But why does Beatrice-san look so moody? Inclining the top half of his body, Otto turned the flow of conversation to a corner of the hospital room. Beatrice was there, puffing out her red cheeks, visibly shaking her head from left to right with a sullen look in her eyes. Subaru nodded and responded with an, to that question. Subaru. It's because of that, you know. She's in a bad mood because we went to the restoration artist on your errand and ended up being turned away. When you look at it from multiple perspectives, would it be your fault? Otto. No. You're going too far there. Isn't that right, Emilia-sama? Emilia. You're right. It's a contractor's natural obligation to take care of their spirit. So, the one who needs to cheer Beatrice up has got to be Subaru. Subaru. You mentioned cheering up, but even when you say that, I don't have many memories of Emilia Tan taking care of Puck. Emilia. Don't nitpick with that. Besides, I've done tons of stuff when Subaru wasn't there to see. Like grooming his fur, cleaning his claws, cuddling him to sleep. It was doubtful whether that could be referenced as a format on the way of associating with spirits, but Amelia's expression when talking about Puck had turned cheerful. Ever since his sudden parting back at the sanctuary had stabbed her, she'd had a strong expression of grief whenever she recalled Puck, but it seemed that stage had passed too. A crystal stone made of colorless great magic stone adorned Amelia's chest, the same design that she always wore before she was separated from Puck, combined with the beauty of her expression. She had gone back to looking like the same old Amelia. She touched the crystal stone with one of her slender fingers and said, "Amelia, I still don't have enough power to bring Puck back right now, but mine and Puck's contract hasn't been severed, so we can meet again when I accumulate enough mana that he can manifest. So, just a little bit more patience, eh, Subaru?" That too was thanks to one of Biko's achievements and, well, thanks to Kiritaka's kindness. The reason why Subaru and the others had come to the city of Pristella in the first place had been to obtain a great magic stone. The reality should have been that he'd turn it over or not after some negotiation, but the negotiations had ended up taking an inconceivable detour. In any case, they'd gotten one at present and were very satisfied. "Subaru, so you cheer up too, Biko." "Beatrice, I'm not moody, I suppose. It's your misunderstanding, in fact." Emilia. "Oh, Beatrice, how adorable." Going all the way to letting out an easy-to-understand sound effect, Beatrice turned her face away from Subaru, who was trying to get her to cheer up. Subaru, too, was in agreement with Amelia, who was feeling the butterflies behind him. However, whether they could talk about her cuteness or not was yet another matter. "Otto, it seems that Mr. Darts is a person with a craftsman's temperament, doesn't it? He can't leave a job half done once undertaken. I understand that sort of thing." "Subaru, but still, let's think about how his professionalism has been taken to too much of an extreme. It seems like this guy was working in his workshop all throughout the chaos, doesn't it? He's too much of a workaholic." "Otto, that's the craftsman in him, you see." "Subaru, the craftsman in him, huh?" He didn't really know why Otto seemed to be proud, but when he said that it seemed to make him feel good. Boys were such simple creatures. A craftsman's temperament was cool. However, Beatrice directed an angered look at the nodding Otto and Subaru and said, "Beatrice, yes, but that doesn't mean he should completely ignore his client's words, I suppose. Even when I said I'd pay him double, he didn't say a single damn word, in fact." "Subaru, giving any indications of listening to what a little girl is saying as she slaps your cheeks with a roll of bills would only work as a reward for those who aren't professionals, that are well versed in their trade. You tell her too, Emilia Tan." "Emilia, yeah, you shouldn't think like this, Beatrice. If you are going to waste money, I'm going to have to end up confiscating your pocket money." "Beatrice, what rude treatment I'm getting from both of you, I suppose." The indignant Beatrice grabbed one of the curtains, wrapped herself in it and hid herself behind it. Following that, Amelia couldn't resist anymore, and hugged Biko in the curtain, making her yell out, "Nyanya, in fact." Putting aside their cheerful intermezzo, it wasn't like he didn't understand Beatrice's feelings. That which Otto had commissioned to the restoration artist Darts, and Subaru and the others had tried to recover, was the damaged Book of Wisdom. It was the origin as to why its owner, Roswal, had tried so hard to interfere with the future in advance of Subaru. It was natural to be interested in its contents. "Subaru, although his interference is subtle, it's since the slippery nature of that guy goes hand in hand. Even though his sabotage had been discovered, Roswal's attitude on the surface hadn't changed from before. Of course, since he had schemed behind that easygoing attitude, remaining alert was essential. However, it was also true that he had an air to him that seemed like the poisonousness had slipped out. Nonetheless, it wasn't the same as going as far as being able to call him a collaborative ally who'd take the role of a bystander. "Subaru, if we can at least see what's lying ahead with the Book of Wisdom, if they were able to hold belief that Roswal was not planning anything, regardless of the past, it would be safe to walk the road ahead together. It'd probably also have a bit more of a positive effect for the future of the camp." "Subaru, that's why I want to insist on it." "Otto, even when I don't endeavor to make such excuses, I and Emilia-sama have more or less the same opinions as Natsuki-kun, so on that point we're fine. Just Garfield, well, he has his personal enmities, so even if he knows the facts, his attitude may not change." By personal enmities, was he really referring to the sanctuary or ram? Without touching that subject, Subaru gazed over at Amelia and Beatrice. Messing Subaru? That book is no stranger to Beatrice either. So, I think I would like to confirm it if it's even possible. Taking her out from the forbidden library and leaving the past behind are different problems. Otto, did you know that many times I'd thought about trying to consult with you? Subaru, I ain't blaming you for that, you know. He thought that recovering the Book of Wisdom, trying to restore it back to normal and trying to do it all on his own, was a good judgment on Otto's part, and fundamentally it was hardly ever that Otto's considerations failed. He was fully aware that he was not a person who acted in self-interest. Subaru, you really ain't suited to be a merchant. Otto, could you leave me alone? Shh. More importantly, what about Mr. Darts? Subaru. It may be my greatest job yet, he said. You can defer the fee, so I would like you to let me work on this properly. Until the end, he said. It was worrying that the deadline hadn't expired, but that guy was a craftsman, so he couldn't possibly say it was impossible. He wanted to believe that he was not the type of craftsman who'd grumble even after the deadline passed. Otto. So in the end, I'll also have to collect the Book of Wisdom. I feel like me staying behind in Pristella has already been decided, don't you? Subaru. Garfiel also plans to stay for a while for the repair work and the city defense. Them having been driven away is settled, but what if that's a feint for them attacking again? Since they never quit. Those shits. They look like the sort of guys that make the same mischief over and over. It seemed like Subaru wasn't the only one who'd recognized that. Everyone who was involved hadn't let their guard down either. It was also possible that their aims were to force unnecessary feelings of tension, so to torment them. Subaru. Even if I bring that up, nothing more can be done about it. Otto. In any case, I think we need to wait and see how things go. As soon as my legs are in a better state, I will go around to check up on various things. However, Otto broke his words off there as he discussed his future plans. He strenuously lifted the upper part of his body up from the bed and looked up at Subaru, who'd closed one of his eyes. And as he struck his temple with one of his fingers, he said, Otto, I shall say this clearly, I'm against this. Subaru. Well, I thought you'd say that. Subaru gave a wry smile at Otto's declaration. That he would say that and be against it was an attitude which Subaru had predicted. After all, Otto Suin had evaluated Natsuki Subaru correctly. Subaru himself was more aware than anyone of his own helplessness, but there weren't many who clearly understood his shortcomings. At best, it was Beatrice and Otto. Perhaps Patricia a bit. And although now wasn't the time for him, Ferris mayhaps too. Therefore, he had anticipated that Beatrice and Otto from their camp would have been against it. He believed if Patrash could speak, then she'd have probably been similarly against it. However, Subaru, if you know me that much, then you should know my answer. Otto, in truth, Beatrice-san's moodiness isn't only because of Mr. Darts, right? Subaru. Well, I'm not so sure. As you might expect, even I don't understand what's in the depths of Biko's heart. When Subaru feigned his innocence with a shrug of his shoulders, Otto's face turned into one of exasperation. Of course, when it came to him and his sharp hearing, he shouldn't be lacking in knowledge of legends, rumors. He must know all too well the riskiness of Subaru's choice. Adding on to what he'd said, Subaru prefaced what he was going to say to Otto with an, I'm sorry. Subaru, I will go to see that sage or whatever they are, with that white fox guide for a little while. He smiled as he said that. And, there's... Cow. Oh... Come in. When he knocked on the door as a courtesy, just in case, a calm voice replied to him from the inside. It was a familiar voice, but one that lacked in spirit. Subaru felt excessively annoyed at it. Ugh. Yeah. It's you, Subaru. Subaru. Is it bad that it's me? It's strange. Now when I see your face, I feel terribly relieved. Subaru. Blair. He walked into the room, wrapping up the reproachful words that he'd exchanged at the start with that action. Even while he showed that attitude, there was consideration in the way Subaru closed the door behind him. Closing the door without making a sound was the minimum amount of courtesy for those who slept inside. No. No. If they would wake up because of the noise, it'd be so much better. Subaru. If so, would you give me a round of applause or something? At the priceless scene, Gluttony, who was let to be at large, would get more and more pissed off. No. Giving a relaxed smile, Subaru inclined his head without meeting his eyes. Then he looked around the room and narrowed his eyes at the row of beds, a simple bed, and a thin blanket. That was all the charity given to the people who slept there, and Subaru knew that more than that wasn't even necessary. The people who slept here were forgotten from memory, cut loose from daily life, and only remained left behind as imperfect beings that just weren't dead. Subaru, Julius. I'm not one to say it, but you shouldn't spend so much time here. Julius. Subaru. Even if you keep looking at them, you can't remember that which you can't remember. That applies to both a beloved little sister, as well as someone who is truly like your other half. Subaru called out to the young man, Julius, without using any words of comfort. He was sitting at a corner of the bed rows, at one of the bedsides located the furthest away. He lifted his face up, him still full of sorrow which he couldn't conceal from his handsome features. Julius, knowing that in my head and knowing that with my heart are completely different things. I don't mean to be conceited, but so far I'd never thought of myself as an emotionally driven, big-headed person. Me not realizing that until this happened is a lack in my self-awareness. Subaru. Whilst he spoke, Julius looked down at the bed right next to him. Naturally, one of the victims of appetite who'd lost their name was sleeping there as well, and their consciousness and memories had been completely cut away from the world. That's why Julius Juculius didn't remember this person, the slender-faced young man with long purple hair who was his own little brother, Joshua Juculius. Julius? Joshua? He can call his little brother's name because Subaru had told him his name, and the relation he had to him. The victims of the authority of gluttony. When it had been reported that many unidentifiable comatose people had been found, Subaru had been convinced that they had suffered the same damage as Rem, and he himself may have not forgotten those forgotten. Relying only on that slim hope, he'd gone to the hospital room and discovered the sleeping Joshua. Julius. It's strange, although there's enough in common to be able to conclude he is definitely a blood relative after listening to your story. Within me, there's not a single memory of my little brother. Julius closed his eyes without showing any emotion on his face. Joshua was the only he knew from those who were found. Amongst the victims of gluttony, he couldn't find the other 30 victims even in his memory, and thus they continued to sleep without anyone even mourning for them, or worrying about their well-being. If you thought about it, you could probably say that Joshua, who had his big brother worrying about him, was one of the lucky ones, even in these circumstances where he was forgotten by the big brother he loved so dearly. And said big brother went to the hospital room so to cling on to his brotherly love in name only, and called out to his little brother without true emotion. Even if he was forgotten, even if he forgot him, even if he wasn't there in his memories, even if there were just facts, it was just heart-wrenching. Subaru. Fucking hell, he should have known. He really should have. That the sin archbishop of gluttony's authority was the most despicable evil in this world, along with wrath, who twisted people's emotions at will, along with lust, who broke people's dignity as well as their form, before then trampling over them, along with greed, who denied everything besides himself, imposing his egocentric sense of omnipotence, along with sloth, who indulged himself in using the word diligence to paint over the lives of others with his selfish love. They were the worst evil without doubt. Not a single one of them deserved to live. How could he stand those beings that profaned the lives of absolutely everyone like gluttony did? Subaru. Staying here will only make you feel depressed. Don't make me keep saying it. Only unpleasant things passed through his mind. He had put that irritation into words and called out to Julius. When he heard those words, Julius stood up and touched his forgotten little brother's slender chest and said, Julius, Hell. Breathing. He's alive. It's strange. Subaru. Yeah, that's right. But he doesn't eat. Nor does he need to go to the bathroom. He also doesn't need to take a bath. He doesn't laugh either. Julius. He doesn't feel the sorrow of being forgotten. Either. That may be a blessing. Subaru. A blessing? Subaru raised his eyebrows in response to that word which Julius spilled out. Looking back at him, Julius slightly curved the crooks of his lips up, and whilst giving a weak smile, he said, Julius, if you don't realize you've been forgotten, you needn't fear the anxiety of being left behind. It's really hard to bear having what should have been close relationships with people, being cut off from one side. Subaru. Julius. Subaru. Being forgotten, and forgetting. I wonder, which of those is the most painful? Subaru. How? Subaru's throat clogged up at that question. It didn't clog up due to the answer. He'd had the answer ready in an instant. So what had obstructed Subaru's words hadn't been bewilderment. It had been fury. Subaru glared at Julius, who had a cynical smile on his face. Subaru. How would I know? Don't mess about. Stop absorbing yourself in these things. Julius. Subaru? Subaru. Forgetting. Being forgotten. To hell with both. Don't try and order such painful things. Are you that negative? Making that damn face like you're the most unfortunate person in the whole world. Want to try and compare your misfortunes with mine so far. Whatever the case, I would win. Julius. Julius became speechless at the sudden change that took over Subaru, who had raised his voice, jabbing his finger at him. Opening his eyes wide in surprise, he couldn't say anything to Subaru, who'd suddenly become enraged. And as he looked, Julius keeping his silence, Subaru lowered his finger and shrugged his shoulders. Subaru, don't make such a despairing face. I know you're suffering, and I know that you were forgotten and you have nowhere left to go. But I'm sorry. But I won't let you show your weak side. Julius. Subaru. Have you forgotten, Julius? No. Do not forget, Julius. Subaru glared at Julius whilst he bit his lips in frustration. He placed his hand on his chest, and once again made a declaration like the ones he'd done. Subaru. My eyes know your strength. My shame knows it, even if everyone has forgotten. Julius. He couldn't breathe. The feeling of his blood going up to his head didn't vanish. Really, how long had it been since he'd gotten this pissed off? Since Regulus. He was astonished that not even half a day had passed since then. How much had this turmoil in Pristella burdened his heart and lungs? Julius. Ha 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 ha. Subaru. Ha, Julius. Ha ha. No, you truly are a one-of-a-kind man. I've realized that once more, getting rid of the startled face he'd had up until now. Julius suddenly bent over in laughter. Giving in to the urge to laugh, Julius continued to laugh before the disgruntled Subaru. And when the urge gradually settled, Julius let out a long sigh. Julius. I see. You're right. It doesn't mean that absolutely everything was left behind, right? Subaru. Rather than saying being left behind, I'd say you're in front by around 3 horse lengths. Julius. Is 3 horse lengths enough? Subaru. I'm gonna fucking beat your ass. If it's me and Biko as a team, it'll be completely different for you. He flipped him his middle finger and spat at Julius, who was starting to get back to his usual manner. Julius gracefully dodged his spit and gave him a bow, whilst saying, I see, Julius. Then, I will try to have faith in those big words. Subaru. Do so. As much as you can, too. Do great deeds so that you surprise everyone when their memories come back. This time at that smuggish attitude. Subaru raised his thumb up and then turned it down in provocation. Faced with that coarse gesture, the finest knight that only Subaru knew smiled gracefully. Julius. So, first of all, more so than anyone else, I will try to strive to surprise you. You, who remembers me. Saying that, he fortified his intent of accompanying him to the Pleiades watchtower that awaited them. Chapter 81. One who fills the vessel of greed. A series of witch cult riots arose in Pristella, the Watergate city. The scars of the battle remained throughout the city, along with the tragedy that struck its inhabitants. There were numerous functions of the city that had yet to be fully restored to compensate for the loss of personnel. Those problems still remained, yet the situation was settling down and beginning to move towards the next story. For Natsuki Subaru too, the many problems of the city ached his heart. Nevertheless, as he observed the city after the withdrawal of the witch cult, he felt that he could presume that perhaps he'd been able to contribute a little to that conclusion. Subaru. Although there are still many unresolved problems, the scars that were left by the Sin archbishops, especially amongst those left by lust and gluttony, were enormous. The inhabitants who'd had their bodies mutated by the authority of lust, their bodies had been placed in a temporary state of death by Amelia and were awaiting the moment to awaken in a shelter deep within the city. And most of the people who had been attacked by the appetite of gluttony even now found themselves in an endless sleep, and even their bonds with those who would expect their awakening from the bottom of their heart had been snatched away. Amelia's expression, who had proposed a way of postponing the solution to the problem of the transformed citizens, was painful. Julius' anguish, who had lost his place and had suffered with how things were, was beyond imaginable, and there was no need to mention the wounds in the hearts of the city's people who were the ones most affected. Everybody had been hurt. It was Subaru's duty to do everything he could to heal those wounds. And Subaru, there are still problems I have to take care of to solve the final unsolved problem. Subaru nodded. Only this was what Subaru had to do. Subaru. Julius will go with us. Anastasia. I see. Then I can feel more calm. Me as well. After he'd finished with his various discussions, Subaru returned to the conference room and was welcomed by Anastasia. Anastasia was the only one left at the round table in the conference room. The discussion on the main topics had been held there several hours ago. Some of them had already returned to the inn, and others were preparing to leave Pristella. Even without that, it had been a tiring day. There was no need to rest on the hard round table and spend your time in the darkness of the empty shelter. Subaru. What? And yet, she had stayed here, waiting for someone to arrive. It wasn't that he had been sure of it, but Subaru too had vaguely thought that she would have been here. After all, right now she shouldn't have felt comfortable anywhere. Subaru. With this, those who are aiming for the Pleiades watchtower are Amelia, me and Biko. In addition to that, if we add Julius and you, there are 5 of us in total. Anastasia. Aren't you making a mistake in the number of participants? After all, there aren't 5 of us. There are 6 of us. It would be a problem if you forgot my adorable echidna. She unrolled the scarf from around her neck and spread it over the round table whilst making her dance. The white fox scarf was obedient towards her master's harmless game, just like a doll. She didn't just look like it, though. Subaru. I didn't forget. That is why we're 5, Anastasia. As he leaned his back against the door of the conference room, Subaru told that to Anastasia, who was hoisting out her scarf. Hearing those words, Anastasia's smile froze. Her elegant smile vanished as if it had melted, and then she tilted her head slowly, pulling the scarf to her lips, accompanied by a mystified look on her face. Ah. 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 Oh, that's weird. How did you know I'm not Anna? Anastasia's tone changed completely, so much that it was clearly noticeable. It was terribly amicable and familiar, but the essential part was completely vacant. Although her voice was the same, it was clearly different. Subaru, if you want to hide it, you should do a better act of doing so. Surely, as far as I know, Anastasia is the most rational and realistic of the candidates, but she doesn't have an attitude as lacking in humanity as you do, nor is her way of speaking like that. Echidna, I've been observing Anna for some time, so I should have been able to imitate her, but it didn't go as well as I had thought. You are the second one to notice. Subaru. The second. Echidna. Alakun also noticed. He called me a witch. How could he do such a cruel thing? Subaru. That was quite the fitting term. Subaru felt admiration for Al. Anastasia's Echidna and the witch, Echidna, were essentially different, but it was impossible that they were not related. There was no doubt in that. Perhaps it had been Al's insight, something only he could have noticed. He was someone summoned to this other world, just like Subaru. If the power of the Witch of Envy was connected to the other world summons, Al could also be related to the witch. Usually he would have talked to him more about it, but Subaru. Anyway, That doesn't matter now. The most important problem is you, who hijacked Anastasia's body and tried to make it yours, Echidna. Saying hijacked sounds pretty drastic. At a glimpse, the current situation is bad. That appears to be a fact. But I must say that it is unfortunate that you misinterpret it that way. Seriously, it's painful. Subaru. That way you make it sound like it's not the case. Echidna. In actuality, it's not true, even if you can't see it. I only borrowed Anna's body. It was inevitable. If I hadn't, it would have been the end for the both of us. After that, I continued to use Anna as a vessel, not out of my free will. Subaru. Too long. In summary, Echidna. It was fine to borrow her body, but I can't get out. I see. This is Scarf Dona. On this occasion, he'd put it as Aridna, but he'd never thought that Aridna had been unrelated to Echidna. Yet in their interaction now he'd sensed no clear traces of Echidna, even though the way she lengthened things was the same as the original. Subaru. For now, I'll try to listen to your story. Moving his back away from the door, Subaru positioned himself to talk with Aridna. Now that he had uncovered her identity, she couldn't leave him alive. It seemed safe to assume that the danger of her setting that trap had gone. Subaru sat on the other side of the round table, facing Aridna. Subaru. To begin with, borrowing her body. What kind of situation is that? Echidna. To put it simply, I overwrite my existence in Anna's OD, and I borrow her freely. That's the situation. In this state, I can control Anna's body at will. I can also manipulate Anna's gate, which is defective from the start, and use magic. Subaru. What do you mean it is defective from the start? Echidna. You're quite curious, aren't you? I understand the greed of wanting to know something, so I won't blame you. But wanting to know so much about another girl and another spirit, won't it make your Amelia Sama and your Beatrice jealous? Subaru. I don't need your concern. Even if they get jealous, they'd be cute anyways. So that's fine. Stop stretching things out and tell me. When Subaru tried to slam the round table with his fingers in displeasure, Aridna shrugged. Then she folded the removed scarf carefully and said, Anna is Echidna, a girl who was born with a defective gate. I think you already know that the gate is an organ that absorbs mana from the atmosphere and emits the mana into the body. But the ability to absorb mana doesn't work quite well in Anastasia. She's someone who suffers from chronic mana deficiency. There is a person who has this defect of not being able to release mana, although you should already have an idea of who I am talking about. Subaru. I don't know if that's bad or not, and I don't know who you're referring to either. Echidna. Oh really? That is unexpected. By the way, the one who has the deficiency of not being able to release mana is the descendant of the S-word saint. Although in his case, the amount he absorbs is unusual, and it adds to his physical ability apparently, so there is no real harm. Subaru. Reinhard? Subaru raised his eyebrows in surprise at the words of Aridna. But, on second thought, he also felt that Reinhard had said something like that somewhere before. Reinhard couldn't use magic. Only in that aspect was he inferior. But instead, the power of his gate to absorb was strong. I see. So that was the reason why it was bad for him to approach spirits, including Beatrice. Subaru. Well, even without magic, it's not that he doesn't have ways of attacking from a long distance. To begin with, in his case it wouldn't be surprising if he defeated his opponents with the pressure of his sword. So it doesn't seem like disadvantage at all. But let's talk about Anastasia. Echidna. I'm not trying to pretend, but it's my habit to want to talk about what I know. So, the conversation, right? It was about Anna's constitution. When it comes to Anna's gate, its function to draw in is underdeveloped and doesn't work well. Therefore, she can only use magic by absorbing the mana that was initially in her body. If she's exhausted, she would have to use her OD, which is the source of life. I can't let her commit such madness, can I? That's why Anna can't use magic. Subaru. But that you can use magic after borrowing her body makes no sense. The fact that the mana that originally was in her body was scarce doesn't change. Or is it that you can use the minute amounts of mana? Echidna. Subaru. Don't be quiet. Answer. Echidna. I couldn't save her life in the first place without cutting down her life. I had no choice. However, the discussion between Anna and me on this matter is over. Someone like you, who has nothing to do with it, has no right to say anything about it. You wouldn't want me to say anything about your contract with Beatrice either, would you? She'd hit the mark. Subaru and Beatrice's relationship, along with their contract, belonged only to them. He didn't want others to intervene in that. And even if they did, he would reject them. If Anastasia and Eridna claimed the same condition, Subaru couldn't say anything. That was an absolute connection between the contractor and the spirit that must not be disturbed by others. Echidna. On this occasion, I borrowed her body out of Anna's own will. It was an emergency after all. You know that a Sin Archbishop came to the city hall, right? To drive her away, it was necessary for Alkun and me to use all our strength. It was necessary to make a decision under pressure. Subaru. And what's that about you not being able to get out? Echidna. Yes, there's the current problem. At Subaru's words of concern, Eridna clapped her hands and smiled. Although her appearance was that of Anastasia's, her smile clearly showed that her contents were different. What a strange thing, Subaru thought, but he immediately put that sentiment behind. At last their talk was about to cover the main question. In front of Subaru, Eridna touched Anastasia's thin chest. Echidna. This is not the first time I've borrowed Anna's body this way. It hasn't been many times, though. Anna and I don't have an official contract. That's also because of the problem with her gait. I didn't want to put a constant burden on Anna. Although even among spirits, I pride myself for being someone who consumes little energy. When it comes to just being there, I don't need mana from a contractor. Subaru. I see. My Biko wants to hold my hand 3 times a day. Echidna. 2 of the times is just because she wants to take your hand, probably. It's all about intimacy. So, about our talk. There weren't many occasions where I borrowed Anna's body in such circumstances. At most, this must be the 4th or 5th time. My relationship with her has lasted for almost 11 years now. So it's not so surprising, is it, Subaru? Well, who knows? Considering that you say it's at a pace of once every 2 years, isn't that as low as the rate you catch flu at? Echidna. That's harsh. Eridna let out some stifled laughter. Her laughter was the same as that of the witch Subaru knew. In that moment, he'd become scared that Anastasia's figure seemed like a double of Echidna's. Echidna's existence left a weight inside Subaru that wouldn't disappear. If possible, he never wanted to see her again because of Beatrice. In addition to that, it would hurt Julius a lot to know that the real Anastasia had disappeared. He also wanted to avoid that. Subaru. Then, what happened, Echidna-san? Who's as annoying as a flu? Echidna. I don't know what that flu is you're referring to, but in any case, I don't have much experience. So, without any precedent, I don't know why this happened either. I can't separate my consciousness from Anna's body. As a result, Anna is sleeping deep within her OD. Eridna spoke as she touched her chest, as if the ode were inside her, and then she looked at her scarf, lying limp on the round table. As long as Scarf Dona's consciousness was inside of Anastasia, her scarf should truly just be a fox pelt, but Echidna. I was able to do pretty well as a puppeteer in the conference room, wasn't it, Subaru? There were many people who were deceived by the impact of your appearance. Though there were also several people besides me who thought it was strange, or so he thought. Perhaps only Subaru, who was familiar with artificial spirits, had felt that strange sensation. Subaru. Even if you didn't notice it in that place, people who are deeply related to her will immediately realize that you're not Anastasia. Echidna. And yet, only people with a superficial relationship like you and Alkun could tell. Doesn't that mean that my imitation of Anna went well? Subaru. Right now, Ricardo and the kittens are busy with their own problems. Julius too. Echidna. At those words, Scarf Dona narrowed her eyes. In response to her reaction, Subaru made a suspicious face, but Scarf Dona sighed immediately. Echidna. After all, Julius is honest, Knight? From the flow of the conversation in the conference room, I thought it was most likely, but the authority of gluttony is terrifying. It could even steal my memories, and I'm supposed to be an existence that's outside the norm. Subaru. What do you want to do with Anastasia? Echidna. Subaru. On the question of whether or not you intended to hijack Anastasia's body. Honestly, even if we talk on this, nothing can be done about it, so I won't hound you. I will say it clearly, even if you say it's not like that, I have no basis to believe you, but that she could not return Anastasia's body was unacceptable. For the finest knight, it meant losing one of his hopes, the spiritual death of a candidate. He did not want to use that in the battle for the royal selection. Subaru. I won't give up on bringing that person back to normal, Echidna. Echidna, you can rest assured. I am not so arrogant to think that I can take over Anna's body and live in her place. Faced with the enraged Subaru, who moved forward with determination, Scarfdona said that with pessimism, with a sad expression, she embraced Anastasia's small, thin body. Echidna. I know I like Anna. The more than 10 years I spent by her side without a contract weren't mere observation cravings. I don't know if these are the right feelings, but I have feelings similar to that of a guardian or family. I'm aware of that. If possible, I want her to be well, and more than anything, to be happy. Subaru. Scarfdona spoke fluently and indifferently as always, but in her appearance as she spoke and touched Anastasia's delicate body in which she now found herself, there seemed to be affection. Just as Puck felt love and affection for Amelia and Beatrice for Subaru, Scarfdona maybe felt the same for Anastasia. If so, Subaru. So, that's your real reason for wanting to meet the sage. Echidna. That's very perceptive of you. I don't care about the people that had their names eaten by gluttony. I just want to know a way to return this body back to Ane. That's why for that, I will make use of you all as well. Subaru. Is there even a guarantee that the sage knows a way for that? Echidna. There's no guarantee. But when it comes to the sage, which is said to see everything and know everything, there's a chance. I'll wager on the chance that they can is the most likely. That is all. No words of immediate rebuttal came out from Subaru to Scarfdona's words, full of ironclad determination. Without a doubt, it was a terribly egocentric, selfish conclusion she came to. However, Scarfdona was acting to attain her goal in her own Scarfdona-like way. Thus, what Subaru needed to confirm was, Subaru, do you really know a way of reaching the sage in the Pleiades watchtower? Echidna, of course. Subaru. You ought to have had a character description saying I have no memories of the past. Why does someone like you know a way to get to the watchtower that no one else knows? It makes no sense. Echidna. They know only what I know. It's bothersome that you ask me for a basis for that, but it's like so. If you want to adorn those words, then it's because getting there is fate, I guess. Subaru. Fate? Fate decided by whom? Echidna. My creator, perhaps. Scarfdona's reply was lofty, but as far as Subaru was concerned, it was the worst kind of reply. If the creator she spoke of was Echidna, then the one who'd scorched the way to the watchtower and to the spirit's memories could only have been Echidna. That meant that there was something related to Echidna in the Pleiades watchtower. For sure, that gave him a bad presentiment and a certain expectation towards the sage's knowledge. Echidna. I wonder, did that convince you? Scarfdona inquired this of Subaru, who'd remained silent, having come to that one conclusion. Whilst hesitating on whether to agree immediately, Subaru let out a long, deep sigh. Subaru. Not that I'm extremely convinced, but at least I do understand. You have your own goals and things you need to do, and it doesn't interfere with our own goals. Echidna. Indeed, we both have things we want to ask the sage. That's why we will cooperate in getting down Totham. There's nothing strange about that. Subaru. Stop it. You became sketchy as soon as you said that. Echidna. That's rather harsh. It seemed like he'd go crazy if he kept talking with Scarfdona with Anastasia's form for any longer. In any case, they'd end up having plenty of time to keep each other company whilst they headed off to the Pleiades watchtower. The Augria sand dunes where the watchtower was were at eastern end of the world map. It was a long journey. Subaru. I'm slowly getting used to you, so give me a bit more time. Echidna. It's 8, even if you don't like this. Really though, Natsuki-kun is too cold around such cute girls. You've hurt my feelings. Jeez. Wrapping the scarf around her neck, Scarf Dona mimicked Anastasia's behavior. Indeed, it was a performance well done, but Subaru, your intonation of I is wrong. Also, your Kanzai dialect is too smooth. Compared with the people that I know from Kararaji, it lacks authenticity. Echidna. Authenticity? It was an extremely small difference. Scarf Dona rightfully croaked out those words to confirm what Subaru had told her, and eventually let out a sigh as if she'd given up. From Subaru's side, there was nothing he needed to confirm to Scarf Dona. And concerning returning Anastasia's body back to her, that would depend on the Sage of the Pleiades Watchtower's attitude. However, Subaru, don't tell Julius or any of the others about the fact that you're borrowing Anastasia's body. Echidna, I don't mind, but Natsuki-kun's request is unexpected. Subaru, I don't want to cause an unnecessary uproar in this situation that is already enough of a mess. Also, if they find out it was really you, and not Anastasia, that proposed this idea, Ricardo, and some of the others may oppose it immediately. It'll be a bother for me too if we can't go to the Watchtower, albeit the selfishness of it. There was a chance that Ricardo, Mimi, and the others would be anxious about Anastasia's body and stop her. In that case, they may be forced to give up their journey to the Watchtower. Even if it was an excellent solution to their problems, that would be a problem for Subaru and his group as well, as they wanted to save the victims of the authorities. Subaru, it would be great if the victims of gluttony, lust, and of course the issue with you and Anastasia could be solved by the Sage. If all goes well, then Ricardo and the others wouldn't be able to complain afterwards. No. Even if they do complain, I won't listen to them. Echidna, like Hoshin's saying, the account books are balanced in the end. Subaru, I agree with Hoshin-san on that. As expected of Hoshin, who may have come from the same place as he did, saying fine things. Subaru. Well then, on that note, their discussion was over for now. In the worst case, if Scarf Dona had intended to exploit Anastasia's body, there would have been the chance that last battle in Pristella would have unfolded here. That it didn't happen made him relieved. It was for that reason alone that question came at the time which Subaru had let his guard down. Echidna. By the way, Natsuki-kun Subaru, Subaru turned around just as he'd put his hand on the door to try and leave the conference room. Still leaning on the round table chair, Scarf Dona cutely tilted her head like Anastasia would towards Subaru. Echidna, there's someone else, isn't there? Someone else who you want to ask the Sage about a way of getting them back. Subaru. Echidna. One way or another, in Pristella there are people with similar symptoms, right? It's best to take around about one person along who exhibits those symptoms so to inquire on how to get them back to normal. With his hands still on the doorknob, Subaru's breathing froze. Scarf Dona, in the end, continued to look on indifferently at Subaru, whose expression had stiffened, his eyes wide open. Echidna, what would you like to do? This depends entirely on ya, Natsuki-kun. Subaru. Echidna. In any case, we're stopping by the Margrave Mather's mansion, right? If we don't prepare for the trek across the Agrias sand dunes, we won't get the approval to be able to go to the Watchtower. When we do that, your Sleeping Beauty ought to be there. Subaru. Echidna. I don't think it's a bad thing. We'll save everyone. It's just about who'll be the first amongst them. It'll be okay if Natsuki-kun allows this sort of luxury. Scarf Dona's indifferent voice, for some reason, seemed like a terribly demonic temptation for Subaru. He understood what she was trying to say, and though without a doubt he wanted to follow with what she'd said, he wasn't able to reply back to her immediately. Surely that was because... Subaru. On hearing his name being called out, Subaru looked up in surprise. Emilia and Beatrice stood in front of Subaru, whose breath had caught inside his throat. The two of them widened their eyes at Subaru's reaction, and Emilia tilted her head and asked him, "What's the matter?" Emilia, you said you would go and see Julius-san. You said that. But since you weren't at the hospital ward, I ended up getting worried. What have you been doing? Subaru. No, nothing really. You know, with that guy he was pulling such a long face that I couldn't bear to see him for long. So, it wasn't a change of atmosphere, but a change of view. Emilia. Really? I think Julius has a handsome face though. Subaru. Emilia-tan thinks that too? Emilia. Ah, but Subaru's face is great too. I think it's a fine face. You know, the kind where the more you look at it, the more you like it. Or, yeah, I think that sort of thing. Subaru. That follow-up is so painful. Emilia fretfully corrected herself, but the way she said it was an issue too. With a bitter smile, Subaru dropped his shoulders. This time, Beatrice, who stood silently by Emilia's side, had something on her mind. Beatrice kept looking behind Subaru, towards the shelter behind him, just as if she had an inkling about the conversation that he'd had there. Beatrice, Subaru, if you're going to do something dangerous, you should call Betty, I suppose. If I were to leave you alone and it got dangerous, Betty would be beside herself, in fact. Subaru. That's the same affection I always feel for you. Since you're so cute, I get uneasy thinking about how long it will be before you are carried off by a kidnapper who was looking to steal some candy. Beatrice. Betty is not such a cheap-looking spirit, I suppose. Don't make fun of me. Getting rather angry. Beatrice approached up to him to slap him over and over again. As she did, Subaru hoisted Beatrice up into his arms, who let out a surprised "Afwa," and walked towards where Emilia was. Beatrice. Release me, put me down, I suppose. But put me down without scooting off, in fact. Subaru. That's pretty difficult, so you'll have to stay like this for now. Beatrice's body was light, but strangely warm. It was the prevailing view that children have higher body temperatures, but with Beatrice being a little girl, was she also like that? Even though she was a spirit. Emilia, who was by his side, stared at Subaru's face from the side, who was smiling wryly in that manner. As she watched him with upturned eyes, Subaru asked her, "What's up, Subaru? Is it so unusual that me and Biko are playing?" Emilia, no, don't, babe. In this last year it's no longer unusual at all, but I think the current you is making a disconcerted face that was pretty unusual for this last year. Subaru, is that so? Although I can't say that everything is muy bien, most of the problems have been resolved, and for me, now, my facial muscles have relaxed well enough, or so I think. Emilia. If you say so, I'll believe you, but... Emilia cast her long eyelashed eyes down at Subaru, who was molding his cheeks into shape as if they were like rubber. Then, she slowly continued her words that she'd cut off. Emilia, when you decide what to do, absolutely let me know. And, if you don't find the answer no matter what, make sure to consult with me, okay? It would be nice if you promised me just that. Subaru. A promise, huh? Emilia. Yes. A promise that Subaru is not good at keeping. You are good at making them, don't you think? Subaru. Whoa, that's unusually venomous for Emiliatan. He received a scathing evaluation from Emilia, due to the results of his past promises up until now. Then, Emilia, with a faint grin on her face, held out her pinky finger. Seeing that, Subaru instantly slung Beatrice across his shoulder, and joined his own pinky finger with hers, as Beatrice screamed out, "What are you doing, I suppose?" Subaru. Pinky promise, cross my heart, and hope to die. Stick a 1,000 needles in my eye. Emilia. Cross my heart, and hope to die. Their fingers separated from each other's. Whilst sticking out her finger, Emilia grinned at Subaru. Emilia. Subaru, how many needles will it be in total with this? Subaru. Well, I don't think it reaches up to 10,000. Emilia. In which case, make sure you really don't get up to 10,000 of them, okay? Subaru replied with a curt, "Yeah," to Emilia's prayer-like words. With that answer, she'd feel an absolute sense of security. Such a thing for Emilia would probably be impossible. She hadn't even planned to make the promise in the first place. That's why her promise now was a warning to Subaru. Echidna. It'll be okay if Natsuki-kun allows this sort of luxury. Scarfdona's final temptation floated back into his mind. Could Subaru allow this sort of luxury? Could he really allow it? Who would allow that to him? To him, who depended on such things? Subaru. I will have an answer. By the time I return to the mansion, I definitely will. Even so, it is what you would expect from someone who had the same name as that. Which, in truth, taking advantage of the weakest parts in people was her forte. Subaru. Truly, how odious. Beatrice. You said something right now, I suppose. Subaru. No, with the way I am carrying you, I can touch or slap Biko's bum as much as I want. Beatrice. Kia, in fact. Let go of me, I suppose. Put me down, in fact. Slowly and gently. Like you were admiring a flower, I suppose. Subaru. Ha ha ha. Beatrice. Stop slapping my buttocks whilst laughing, in fact. With Beatrice kicking up a fuss over his shoulder, Subaru set out after the slender back who'd gone up ahead of him. Turning her face back every so often, Emilia seemed like she wanted to join them. Although he had been blessed. Although he had been saved. If only she were here, he thought, marveling at his own greed. The curtain fell on Natsuki Subaru's battle in the Watergate City. And now, it silently turned to the next story that led to the Tower of Sand. Interlude 1. The couple's requirements. Garfield felt as though there were far too many unanswered questions. In his chest laid simultaneous feelings of satisfaction and unfulfillment. It was not in his nature to think. It would be far better if he could move simply through instinct, without a single solidified thought in his mind. Perhaps this was Garfield's punishment for thinking too much. Kurgan. Magnificent. Garfield did not know how to respond to the legendary hero's final words. In the end, Garfield felt incomplete, as that moment had a sentimentality to it that made him want to cry. Garfield lightly kicked the ground, sending him sliding into a nearby collapsed building. Forcing his body to twist and turn, Garfield noticed that the building had already been thoroughly looted and ransacked. He could not recall this building being involved in the Battle of Pristella, which meant that this scene was, most likely, the result of pragmatic thieves taking advantage of the citizens' distress and confusion. Garfield. As expected, there's not much left of their smell left. Sniffling, Garfield looked around the room. Here and there were revolting traces, marks of blood and some damage to the walls. But strangely, neither vestiges of visceral seams nor the pungent odor of blood remained. Garfield. Unable to find anything of significance, Garfield began to get up to leave, then stopping in his tracks. Off in a corner of the room, a small object had caught his eye. As he walked towards the object, he realized it was simply a small doll. It easily fit into the palm of his hand, yet miraculously considering the place. The doll was neither dirty nor broken. Garfield picked up the doll, and while he was lightly dusting it off, he looked around for its owner. Despite knowing full well that the owner should not be present, it was merely a doll, so even if it were missing, it would not make a difference. Garfield. Chach. Letting out a sound with his tongue, Garfield shoved the doll inside his pocket and left the building. He leapt out of a shattered window and nimbly descended to the ground, holding his fingers and feet against the wall of the building. Garfield. Hey, I'm back, he said. How? Really, bro? That's amazing. Noticing Garfield's descent via the side, several people gathered around him. They all had expressions of anxiety and anticipation on their faces, and he found it excruciating to not be able to answer any of their questions. Rescuer. Bro, how was it inside? Garfield. Sorry, but nothing to be found. There's no one left in there, and I couldn't find anything we were looking for. Rescuer. Real. As he landed with knees bending, he replied to a person who had rushed to him. For a moment, the man frowned at Garfield's answer, but he quickly nodded with a reassured face. Rescuer. Well, the fact there was no one inside means that we can put this building aside and focus on other areas. Thanks for all your help, bro. The staircase collapsed, so we couldn't even check inside. Garfield. Standing by and watching you guys do all that dangerous work's a no-go. Your guts to climb a wall with a rope are pretty admirable and all, but it's all for naught if you fall and go splat. Rescuer. That's what I'm talking about. You're a lifesaver. The man happily patted Garfield on the shoulder and raised his hand to say a final thank you before heading to the next building. Garfield watched as the man and a few collaborators headed off and pondered on what he should do next. When Garfield... What had caught Garfield's eye was a small figure, looking up at the building he had just emerged from. A teary-eyed girl quietly held her mother's plump hand. When the mother told her daughter what was going on, she looked down towards the ground and shook her head over and over again. He did not know what they were talking about, but he knew that this environment was not safe for families. Garfield moved to try to convince them to leave the area. And then, he suddenly realized something. Garfield. Sniffing the air, he noticed something familiar. Garfield reached into his pocket for the doll he had just picked up from the building. He lifted it up and sniffed it, and sure enough, it held a faint resemblance to the scent in the air. Garfield. Is this thing what you're looking for, perhaps? Little girl. Garfield walked up to the two and gently held out the doll. The girl, who was initially surprised to be approached, opened her eyes wide upon noticing the doll. The girl's hand slowly reached out to grab the doll, and her crying intensified. Little girl's mother. Thank you. My daughter had been looking for that doll. Garfield, you don't need to worry about it. My amazing selves just happened to find it. The mother thanked him, and he shook his head, denying her praise. In fact, Garfield did not believe that he had done much at all. What was a happy event for the girl who was in search for her doll was a minor trifle when compared to the scale of human lives and human hearts. What was required of Garfield now was a larger role, and Garfield. I don't know what it is. Muttering, he absent-mindedly stroked the head of the girl holding the doll. He then lifted his palm from the little girl's head, who stared at him. Little girl. Garfield. It's nothing. Don't lose it again. Her luck was not going to last long enough for her to find it again. Thinking this, Garfield Tinsel gently smiled at the girl, as if to show off his fangs. 3 days had already passed since the turmoil had ended in the Watergate city of Pristella. As a result of the witch cult's attack, the city had been left with many scars, both large and deep. These scars were caused by the authorities of the sin archbishops of lust and gluttony. The problem of the mutated residents and of the nameless people was a particularly large issue. The solution to this matter was expected to be found from the sage Shala. Garfield, who did not attend the meeting, was not certain about the details. He was sure that they would be able to find a way to make it work. However, he was moved by the mention of the sage, one of the 3 great heroes inscribed upon the history of the kingdom of Lugunica. It was Garfield's nature to want to know the stories of amazing people, be they legends, folklore, or heroes who had left their mark on history. Naturally, his knowledge included the 3 great heroes. He strongly admired the divine dragon, the sword saint, and the sage. But he was particularly conscious of his interest in the sage. This was because, of the 3 heroes, there was hardly any information available on Sage Shola. In the dragon kingdom of Lugunica, the existence of the divine dragon was revered and told as a popular fairy tale. The title of Sword Saint had been passed down for generations and remained a legend even in present times. Compared to those 2, the stories surrounding the sage were lacking. What kind of appearance? What kind of origins? What kind of claims did they have to their name? Everything from their personality to their history was vague. It was public knowledge that they stayed in the Pleiades watchtower, wishing for world peace while watching over the witch shrine. But Garfield was not sure of the truthfulness of those claims. So of course, he would have offered to accompany them on the journey to visit the sage. There was no way Garfield would want to miss that kind of opportunity. However, considering the purpose of that journey, it was probably best for him not to express his interest in going. He would have asked Garfield to accompany him if necessary. That much was certain. This time, however, Garfield could not think of partaking on that journey in the first place. Perhaps because Garfield had too many regrets about this city. Garfield. The captains must have been aware of my worries. His current task was to protect Otto while they both recovered from the injuries they suffered during the battles. Subaru. There's no guarantee that the Sin Archbishops won't come back to attack this city. If that happens, you'll be the only one strong enough to defend it. Subaru, don't force anything onto Otto, and don't do anything crazy with him either. It might be useless to say this, but Subaru, don't look so worried. Just wait for the good news. Well, I'll be off. Before leaving on his next journey, he had left those words behind for Garfield. As Garfield saw off Subaru and Amelia leaving the city, he pretended to be okay on the surface, but on the inside his confidence had taken a great hit. In the end, for various reasons, it was decided that Garfield needed time to recover, And so, he was left behind. If Subaru deemed it necessary, he would have brought Garfield. Even if he were badly injured, Garfield held enough trust in Subaru to help him. Even if he was in tatters and dying. It was a good thing that was not the case, because that would mean, Garfield, my amazing self's not gonna be of any use to ya. Captain, it's gonna be rough. Natsuki Subaru, a master of psychological warfare in his own right, had seen through Garfield's guise. He belated realized that his innermost thoughts had been noticed. No wonder he had been left behind. Garfield. Well, what should I do? I just can't seem to find the answer. Garfield was aware that he was stamping his feet in frustration. He had a rough idea as to why he was doing it. However, Garfield was not aware of what the right thing to do was. That was why Garfield's legs remained immobile. Garfield. So, with that in mind, Garfield decided that the least he could do was help in the city's recovery. Both of Garfield's arms had been severely injured during his battle with Kurgan. Luckily, they were showing signs of recovery, perhaps to near-perfect state, thanks to his divine protection of earth spirits, and the application of his own healing magic. In his current condition, it was not possible for him to fight in an all-out battle, but it was possible for him to help clear debris and use his nimbleness to get to places others were not capable of reaching. However, Garfield knew that this was merely an act of escapism. As long as he moved his body, working for someone else, he would not have to realize that his feet were not moving. People would not think that he was standing in place. Garfield was doing this because he had noticed his weak self. What Garfield Tinzel did not know, in fact, was that Natsuki Subaru had realized some time ago that such acts were all in the name of covering up one's own weakness. Drawing a comparison to Natsuki Subaru, who had been aware of it and nevertheless turned away, Garfield was very much attempting to confront himself, all by his lonesome. He did not know that, without even a single word being spoken, Subaru had figured out that Garfield would overcome it. Garfield did not know. But, oh. Garf. Awesome energy. Mimi loves high places. Garf. Subaru knew that there were many people who could make Garfield realize that too. That was why Garfield was not the stupid bastard he thought he was. Mimi? Fufufun? Fufufufun. Garfield. You're in good spirits, aren't you? As Mimi walked next to him, Garfield let out a sigh. Mimi had come to invite Garfield to lunch during the city's reconstruction efforts. Initially, what Garfield really wanted to do was to move his body to shake off his worries. But in the end, Garfield was forced to go along, as he was unable to think of an excuse to refuse the girl's pushy invitation. Mimi. You feel the same way, Garf? Mimi thought so too. But you know, both Hetero and Tivy can be so annoying when they're quiet. The captain's also missing a hand, so he's more of a vice-captain now. Hearing Garfield's sigh, Mimi swooped in with a bright face. With her cat ears twitching, she stretched out her chest and thrusted out her fist with a shush. Garfield, don't get carried away so quickly. Mimi, phew! With agile movement of her fists and waist, her nimbleness caused Garfield some apprehension. Mimi was lifted off the ground and started meowing like a cat. As soon as she made eye contact with Garfield, she began laughing with a joyful look on her face. Seeing the carefree look on Mimi's face, Garfield felt somewhat asinine for worrying about her. Garfield, I'm sure you're going through a lot of trouble, but you don't seem worn down at all. Fufu. Mimi can't show you any weakness. Mimi guesses that's what Mimi's selling point is. She's a tough girl. Did you fall in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. Mimi. Is that so? Mimi swayed back and forth without showing any disappointment. She was not very heavy, but it would not be a good idea to keep swinging her around in case it became too violent in addition. With Mimi's hand in his own, Garfield walked towards the eatery he had been assigned to. Incidentally, Kiritaka had guaranteed food and shelter to those who had helped protect the city. However, since there was a shortage of manpower and goods in many parts of the city, Garfield did not intend to take advantage of his graciousness. It was what Subaru would often dub as a win-win situation. Garfield. Hey midget, how's your stomach? Mimi? Mimi's hungry. Come in. Let's eat. Garfield. Not yet appetite, ihr wounds. Mimi. Oh, that's it. Yeah. Maybe they're feeling good? Mimi's wounds are nothing to worry about, but Hetero and Tivy don't feel alright. Mimi's wounds were quite tiring, so the two of them can't be helped. Crossing her short arms, Mimi nodded with a huff and a snort. During battle, Mimi had shielded Garfiel and as a consequence suffered a deep and incredibly dangerous injury. A serious life-threatening wound had been carved on her body, one that even healing magic could never seal. That which had kept Mimi barely alive had been her two younger brothers who, together with Mimi, were triplets. Due to the effect of the divine protection of trisection, in which the siblings would share their wounds and fatigue, the two brothers took on the burden of the older sister, and the three of them survived, despite the extreme exhaustion. After that, it was just a matter of resting and waiting for healing magic to take its course. It was ironic, however, that the sister of the three siblings recovered much faster than her two younger brothers. It was terrible of their sister to appraise them like that, after all they had done. Garfield. Your brothers don't deserve that either. You should be more grateful, don't you think? Mimi. You understand that too. I know what Garf wants to say. But Mimi's still the older sister. Itaro and Tivy need to be angry at here. Garfield. Mimi. Mimi's so happy, but Mimi doesn't want both of them to die because of her. Life's important. Very important. Those two lives are special. So, don't waste your money on Mimi. The lady said she couldn't waste her money. Garfield. While in Garfield's grasp, Mimi wagged her tail in order to balance. The girl crossed her arms and made an unusually difficult face. Garfield, in turn, rolled his eyes at the girl's words. He was expecting another incomprehensible theory to pop up. Garfield. Surprisingly, you're thinking straight. Mimi? Naturally. Gorgeous. Mimi's smart. Brave! The superior article. Did you fall in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. Disappointing. While being shaken, Mimi giggled at Garfield's answer. Faced with such an open-minded smile, Garfield scratched his cheek and sighed. Garfield. But then you couldn't say the same thing to your younger brothers. Mimi. Garfield. If my sister was dying, the means to save her were there, I'd try, so that she could get angry later. Mimi. Of course, Garfield understood Mimi's reasoning. If someone you loved risked their life to save you, it would be a joyful thing, yet terrible at the same time. Garfield could not say that he wanted his loved ones to die for him. Garfield had a feeling he would never be able to say that, even if it took him the rest of his life. He suddenly wondered what Ram would do. Garfield believed Ram would accept the idea of dying with or for the person she loves. The person she was looking towards was that bastard, though, which inevitably meant that the other party in the arrangement would be that bastard. Mimi. But they're still dummies. After all, Mimi's very angry. It's decided. Garfield. Really? Mimi. Don't say you thank you and be peshy about it. Mimi's sure Hetero and Tivy know that Mimi would say that. So if they know that and still did it, then Mimi's sorry. Mimi can't help it that they love her so much. Garfield. Mimi. Maybe dying together means you want to live together, right? So, if that's the case, your sister will just be your sister, and Hetero and Tivy are just going to be Hetaro and Tivy. Clearly, Mimi had found her answer to the devotion of her two younger brothers. It was an answer that seemed rather simple, so much that it might seem unaffectionate, but it still resonated within Garfield. As if a finger had been mindlessly thrust into the labyrinth of heart and prodded around, he felt a disgusting feeling forming in his chest. It was very much like that which had settled deep inside him, was once again spreading throughout his body. Garfield. Then. Garfield tried to use words to best address this feeling that was building up inside him. Glaring at the dangling Mimi, Garfield bit down on his regenerated sharp teeth. Garfield. Then why did ya protect me back then? Ya got injured. Ya could have died. To be struck like that. To be hurt in such a way, so much that she might have died. How could she have done that when his own mind was scrambled by the powerful events that had taken place? Why would she do that for Garfield, a stranger whom she had met only a few days previously, if she was angry that her two brothers would do the same thing for her? Garfield did not possess the words to express his thanks to Mimi for saving his life. Mimi. It's because Mimi's in love with Garf. Mimi's so embarrassed. Garfield. It's only been a few days, right? At Mimi's words, Garfield bit his lower lip as Mimi stroked her head in embarrassment. Yes. Only a few days had passed. There was no need for Garfield to take Mimi's love declaration seriously. How Garfield would respond to this confession was not important. What was important was the strength and depth of those feelings. Only a few days had passed. So what? He had been thinking about Ram for 7 years, about half his life. That was how long he had been in love with that girl. For all those years that he had been in love with her, he had been rebuked by her. But he had never given up on her. He wanted her. He pined for her. He expressed his love for her in word and deed both. That was why. Garfield, you've only known me for a short while, so why did you risk your life for me? Even though Mimi's 2 younger brothers loved her so much that they risked their lives for her own. How could Mimi direct such love towards Garfield? Mimi, it's like Roshi used to say. Garfield. Who? Mimi. Pair of jokers. Garfield raised an eyebrow in suspicion at the unfamiliar words. Mimi suddenly turned around and let go of Garfield's hand. Then landing on the ground, rolling forwards and leaping in front of Garfield, she then pointed at him with both of her hands. And then, Mimi. The pair will be together for years, decades, even centuries, right? Garfield. Hundreds of years is too special of an example. Mimi. If the thought is eternity, hundreds of years will be nothing. Although they'll be together for a long time, they'll probably have lots of fights over food, right? Garfield. The scale of their disagreement felt small, but Garfield listened quietly. He did not want her to get too excited and open her wounds. He would let Mimi do what she wanted to do, and then Garfield could try to calm her down. Mimi, wouldn't it be nice to have a partner who would enjoy fighting? It's also said that you can usually tell who you should be with at first sight. Garfield. You can tell at a glance. Mimi. When she took a glance at Garf, she got thinking. The fact we just got together is like a margin of error for if we've been together for hundreds of years, right? It's forward advance. Yeah, just like the lady told me about. Advance, and then collecting interest. Garfield. Garfield was taken aback by Mimi's heart-pounding words. He did not know what she meant by advance or collecting with interest. What did it mean? What did it mean? Like borrowing on a bond with a partner? That would last hundreds of years? Was that the reason why she had done what she had? Was that her argument? Garfield. But you could have died. Mimi. Garfield. If you're dead, I don't owe you anything. And yet? Mimi? Anda? Garf. Is your head okay? As Garfield painfully stuttered, Mimi tapped his head with her finger. Garfield was astonished to be told this by someone he would prefer not to tell him this, if possible. Mimi then crossed her arms. And, Mimi, if we could have died together, doesn't that mean we could live together here? Mimi and Garf are both alive, so why are you complaining about T.I.T. going bald? Garfield. Mimi. Oh, Garf? Did you just laugh? Hey, did you LR? In Mimi's round eyes, she could see Garfield's fangs click. The interval between the clicking of Garfield's fangs gradually narrowed, and the clicking soon turned into laughter. Mimi. Oh, Garf has a big smile. What's funny? Garfield? Oi, you're funny. Shit, damn it. Mimi. Mimi is. Well, Mimi doesn't blame you. The lady usually says that when Mimi's around there's no choice but to laugh. Mimi's attitude of not understanding caused Garfield to laugh more and more. No. It was not Mimi who didn't understand. It was Garfield himself who didn't understand. It was probably the most important thing to Mimi, but she just was unable to put it into words. What was clear to Mimi was not so clear to Garfield. Maybe that was why, right now, Garfield was so frustrated. Garfield. But you know what? The reason your 2 brothers risked their lives for you is because they want to live together with you. Yeah? Mimi. Mimi's fine. Hetero and Tivy aren't fine. That's what I'm saying. Garfield. What do you mean? Mimi, who wielded the jurisdiction that came with being a sister, never stopped smiling until the bitter end. Looking back on it, Garfield felt that Frederica, on occasion, had also been reckless with her position as his sister. Well, that was only natural. A sister was forced to love her brother. Mimi. Garf, you're looking good now. Mimi will compliment you. Garfield? Yeah. Mimi. Did you fall in love with Mimi after she complimented you? Did you fall in love? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. Mimi. Is that Sue? But Mimi's in love. Rest assured. Garfield. Oh, thank you. Mimi lined up next to Garfield as they walked, smiling as if she were about to pounce on him. When Garfield stroked her head, Mimi's tail twitched and began to sway happily from side to side. So far, Garfield was not convinced by Mimi's attitude about the consequences of her self-sacrifice. Garfield's convictions and Mimi's convictions were far too different to have a consensus. However, Mimi was already convinced, at least judging from her words. Garfield's answer had yet to resolve any of the lingering questions that appeared as ripples in the Watergate city. However, Garfield now felt as if a ray of light now existed, the light that illuminated the path to the answer that Garfield sought. Mimi. We've arrived at the diner. Garf. Mimi. Kami komuon. Garfield. Hey, don't open your wounds back up. Mimi quickly rushed into the building and Garfield followed her in dismay. The dining space was not very large, but at the moment, it was packed with people involved in the reconstruction process. Since it was lunchtime, it was hard to find a vacant seat. Mimi. Garf. Over here. This spot's empty. Can we share this table, please? Yosare, this table you are. Ah, you're sharing the table. I understand. Mimi, who ran around the store energetically, had quickly secured a seat for 2 people. As Garfield headed to the back of the store, he saw that 2 of the 4 seats at a table were empty. Seeing Mimi sitting down with her tail wagging, Garfield also arrived at the seat. He then attempted to warn the people sitting in front of him, as a noisy Mimi would probably annoy them. Garfield. Oh, Chun, tu ought to see. Kasune. This is an odd coincidence. Garfield Dono. Garfield came face to face with a gray-haired old man. Wilhelm, seated opposite of him, facing the quiet eyes of the old swordsman. Garfield gasped faintly. Many of Garfield Tinsel's regrets remained in the Watergate city. The second of the solutions, and an encounter that was not unrelated, occurred here. Interlude the second. Unfulfilled talent. The menu being served in the diner was so big that it was hard to imagine that the entire city was currently rebuilding from an attack by several Sin archbishops. Incidentally, the same went for the food at the healing facilities. The wide variety of food listed made Garfield's stomach grumble with anticipation. That was great for the still-growing Garfield's sizable appetite, but it also made him question. In their situation, was such a luxury allowed? Wilhelm. Even though most of the city's faculties have been halted in some way, aside from some human casualties and the collapse of a few buildings, the scope of the damage is limited. The inhabitants' hearts would succumb before full reconstruction, if a quality of life decrease were to happen because of this terrible situation. This is what seems to have been Mr. Kiritaka's thoughts. So Wilhelm spoke to Garfield, who had raised his eyebrows in response to the food that had been brought to them. They happened to be sharing a table at the diner, eating quietly, face to face. The old swordsman's words made Garfield's eyes widen, as the latter pictured the thin man in his head. If Garfield was to be honest, he didn't think much of Kiritaka. However, he had heard of all the hard work that he had put in protecting the city during the witch culls their attack. It had not been seen, but he was a person who probably had worked hard. That was why Kiritaka seemed to have something in common with Subaru, in that their normal behavior and their attitude in times of emergency had stark contrasts. Ergo, he felt a lump. Mimi. Yummy, yummy. Mimi thinks that it's great, that the food tastes so good, because that means you'll feel happy. Free food is the best food. That's what the lady sighed. Garfield. Huh, good thing you're energetic. Your manners. So respectful and proper. I should get Cha to help me with later. Next to Garfield, Mimi was smiling and spoke just before she began eating. Surprisingly, Mimi seemed to be well versed in eating etiquette, knowing how to properly handle eating utensils. Wilhelm. Garfield Dono. You. Garfield. Don't expect too much from me. Been trying to fix a few things my sister told me to in the last year. Wilhelm. To strive for it is the correct choice, as long as you continue attempting, until it bears fruit. He nodded, and, witnessing the fruits of Garfield's labor, He also appended the second half of his words. In his hands, the knife and fork were being held in an incredibly shoddy manner. That had not bothered him back when he was living at the sanctuary, but in the past year of living in the Roswell mansion, Garfield had grown ashamed of his whole life. Table manners were not the only thing he was working to correct. There were several other aspects as well. However, it was difficult for him to say that he had succeeded in correcting many of them. Garfield. It's true that it's lacking in comparison to the midget here, Mimi. Mimi's been doing this since she was a little girl. Both the lady and the captain really love eating. Thanks to that became very good. Garfield. All the others in our lot are real proper, ain't they? Not only those who had to study proper etiquette, but the captain and Ottobrore great at it too. Because of their position, it made perfect sense that everyone from the Roswell mansion, including Roswell himself, had mastered their formality and neatness. Despite their origins, Amelia and Beatrice were adept at it as well. It seemed like it was easy to learn with proper practice. But in that case, how did Subaru and Otto get so good at it? You could say that Otto would have learned it, being from a respected family of merchants, but Subaru was a complete mystery. Then again, Subaru was known to have learned many random skills, so that made a modicum of sense. Garfield. I think the captain bastard be able to eat the rice with these two sticks, though. What do you call? Chlor-sticks, was it? Mimi. Klopsticks. And they're really difficult. Everyone in Kararagi uses them, but Mimi can't handle them properly since Mimi's hands are too small. Wilhelm. Chopsticks, huh? How nostalgic. It is true that they are tricky to handle. Even Wilhelm acknowledged the high level of difficulty of using this mysterious tool, the chopsticks. In Garfield's point of view, it was amazing that Subaru was able to use these to bring food towards his mouth. Ram, too, albeit in her case it was probably because she had always been unusually perceptive at these things. Garfield. Wilhelm G-san ain't very good with chopsticks either. Wilhelm. I have been to Kararagi a few times, so I have attempted to use them at those opportunities. However, I believe it is a rather difficult tool for everyday use. Garfield. To Kararagi. Wilhelm. Yes, a few times, such as when I was chasing down the white whale. Garfield. Wilhelm narrowed his eyes in nostalgia, and Garfield was at a loss for words. Albeit he grasped only the broad strokes of the story, and was not sure about the details. Garfield did indeed know about the connection between Wilhelm and the white whale, one of the three great witch beasts. On the surface, the elder had traveled to several countries in pursuit of clues to avenge the death of the sword saint of the previous generation. After having overcome years of hardship, Wilhelm had finally been able to defeat the white whale. However, the old swordsman, who had supposedly accomplished his revenge, encountered his wife whose soul had seemingly been brought back, and crossed swords with her. Wilhelm, was the use of chopsticks the only thing you wanted to ask me about? Garfield Dono? Garfield? Wilhelm. Of course there are some things I cannot tell you, but I owe you a great debt for yielding me the chance to face my wife. If there is anything this old man is able to answer, I will do so. Garfield. Regarding his wife, Wilhelm stated assertively. By now, it was well known that the two dead people who had joined the witch cult were the previous sword saint and Kurgan the Eight Arms. Unquenchable rage flared at the thought of those deeds of mistreating the dead, but that feeling would be put aside for the moment being. If there was one thing he had to ask, that would be, Garfield, are you sure that what my amazing self fought was really Kurgan the Eight Arms? Wilhelm. What do you mean, Garfield? Well, couldn't it be some other guy who looked like him? If not, then what? Wilhelm. You are saying something does not seem right, I see, I understand. Wilhelm nodded at Garfield's mumbled, clumsy words. Halting his meal, his piercing blue eyes looked directly at the young boy in front of him. Wilhelm, does the fact that you managed to win make you doubt yourself? Garfield. My Amazzini self's the strongest. I've trained to be the strongest. And gonna stop now. That's what needs to be done. That's what my amazing self's gotta do for the captain. But it's not like this. The peak, my amazing self's looking at ain't this. The hero, the god of war, Kurgan, the Eight Arms, a legendary being, the strongest and most powerful of the multi-armed tribe. He was a legend in the sacred Valatian Empire. During the battle, there had been many times where Garfield had thought he was sure to lose, where he had thought he was about to die, only to survive by the skin of his teeth. He had challenged Kurgan to a one-on-one battle and had throttled his neck. Garfield agreed that coming out of the fight alive was a great achievement. Because of this, the people surrounding him had a favorable opinion. Even by a Sin archbishop, his oppressive strength could not be ignored. Defeating him single-handedly had undoubtedly been his contribution to the defense of the city. But Garfield's conviction and what had actually happened did not match together. In his mind, Garfield, Wilhelm Gizan, the sword demon Wilhelm, knows firsthand how it's like to fight Kurgan the Eight Arms. What'd you think of it, old man? Was that the real deal? Wilhelm, with a look as if he were clinging on to something, Garfield chose to rely on Wilhelm's memories. Garfield was not sure of what answer he wished to hear. Would he be satisfied if Wilhelm denied that he was wrong? But even if Wilhelm denied the fact that Garfield was wrong, would he still be able to believe that denial? Wilhelm, indeed, it is true that nearly 30 years ago, I became acquainted with Kurgan. We fought each other a total of 4 times. I chopped off his arms and he slashed my guts. You could say it was a relationship based on piling up life-or-death battles. Not long ago, the relationship between the Kingdom of Lugunica and the Sacred Valesia Empire had been at its worst in hundreds of years, and a fierce clash took place in a city near the border. To avoid the intervention of the Divine Dragon, Wallachia had invaded a city only using a small number of troops. Wilhelm, the commander of the royal guards at the time, had been the one to fight them at the time. The fight that followed had been a fair one, with both sides fighting each other to a standstill. It was said that after 4 battles between the two forces, the dispute was settled with the retreat of the Wallachian party. Wilhelm, it was a good fight. With 8 arms and 4 demon cleavers, attacking and defending against all 8 attacks in one blow was a matter of life and death. Garfield, that's how it went. In fact, almost died to it. Wilhelm, it was 1 move against 8 of them, so I had to choose whether to reduce the number of moves available to him first, or to deal a fatal blow with my 1 move, all while evading all 8 of his attacks. Garfield, boy, not asking for a lecture on how to beat him. Garfield would have been interested in a discussion about tactics, but now was not the time. Right now he was more interested about the answer to his question. At Garfield's words, Wilhelm shook his head horizontally, prefacing with, "I apologize, Wilhelm. As you get older, one cannot help but reminisce over past memories. Especially in the past few days, I have found myself doing so very often. Garfield, don't like looking at the past myself. Can't speak for others, though. Wilhelm, rather than gazing at your back, it is more like looking back at your footprints to see how you have ended up in your current position. However, I do agree it makes me seem emotional, but more importantly, you were talking about Kurgan." Wilhelm's face turned serious when the turn came to answer Garfield's question. From the look in the young warrior's eyes, the old swordsman could see the worries that troubled him. It was completely natural, as hesitation and worry were walls that all combatants would encounter at least once. And the answer to that problem was, Garfield, Wilhelm, my apologies, but I did not exchange words with Kurgan during our battle the other day. It was probably him, but I could not afford to let my attention waver during my own fight. Therefore, I do not possess enough evidence to say with full confidently that the one Garfield Dano fought was really Kurgan, the 8 Arms. Garfield, no evidence. Wilhelm, the answer should be exactly as you feel, Garfield Dano, but I do understand why you might be dissatisfied with it. Because of this, I shall tell you my personal opinion. The 2 we faced, both my wife and Kurgan, were not really those 2 people. As Garfield raised an eyebrow, Wilhelm let out a long sigh. The subject at hand was too heavy to end without a clear explanation. Noticing the confused look on Garfield's face, Wilhelm prefaced with, "May I?" Before continuing his statement, Wilhelm, there is no doubt in my mind that what we fought were corpses that the witch cult shamelessly defiled, having been made into their puppets. However, I believe that in their last moments they were able to regain control of themselves and truthfully speak their minds. Garfield, in his final moments, or rather, when the battle had been settled. After all his 8 moves had been evaded, Kurgan had been dealt a fatal wound from Garfiel's fangs, and so arrived his end. The words that Kurgan had uttered right before disappearing still lingered in his ears. Kurgan. Magnificent. Leaving merely a single word, the god of war then turned to ash and was scattered by the wind. At that time, in the moment of victory, in his mind there had only been the joy of being recognized by a legend. However, as time passed, negative thoughts had begun bubbling up. How had he been able to defeat the god of war of legends so easily, when he himself had yet to reach his full potential, had yet to face the tiger that laid inside of him? Sure, it had been an extreme situation. He had staked his life. Behind his back there had been his younger siblings, with whom he had not exchanged nearly enough words. Was that the only reason why he had been the victor? Wilhelm. Kurgan was a very quiet man. It would not surprise me if, even in his last moments, he had not been willing to leave more than a few words. Garfiel. Oh, there was one word. He told my amazing self one word. Wilhelm. Then do not tell us that one word. It was the comment of Kurgan, the 8 arms, to the warriors who bested him in battle. It is something not to be shared with those uninvolved in the battle. Garfiel. When Wilhelm cut him off, Garfiel held his tongue. Praise, coming from a god to a warrior. Was he worthy of it? Garfiel. Don't get it. Wilhelm. Garfiel. Those two weren't really those two. Ain't the mood for riddles. Tell me. I don't know what you're thinking. Wilhelm. Garfiel voiced his displeasure, his tone becoming raspy. He was fully aware that he was being rude. Behind Wilhelm's eyes, there was the slightest change of emotions. Garfiel leaned forward, as a means to get the other to reveal the answer to his own troubles. But, Mimi. Garf, you're being a bad boy. Garfiel. Ah, Mimi. Oju-san. Did that make you feel lonely? So Mimi thinks it's a bad idea to be so pushy. Also, the look in Garf's eyes looks super bad too. That's not good. Mimi, who was sitting next to Garfiel, jabbed her finger into his side. Being poked by the touch of her finger, Garfiel raised an eyebrow, wondering what it was all about, then quickly came to his senses. Garfiel. Wilhelm's eyes were full of kindness as he watched Mimi's antics. The same expression that he had shared with Garfiel just a few moments ago, and there was something more to it. Only then did Garfiel realize how he had unknowingly and unreservedly gouged Wilhelm's wounds. Garfiel. Sorry, was only thinking about myself. Apologizing. He bowed his head. Wilhelm had had an unexpected reunion with his supposedly deceased wife, which had ended with swords. The sword demon then exchanged his last farewells, and devoid of consideration for his spirit, violent, selfish words were piled upon this. To the boy bowing in front of him in shame, Wilhelm shook his head. Wilhelm. No, I am very much in the wrong for being pretentious. At your age, it is only natural to display such rashness for an answer. I would have done the same, but as we get older, we tend to forget that. Garfiel. Can't even imagine Wilhelm Jason acting like that. Wilhelm. It is not so strange. It pains me to say this, but I was more impatient and foolish than most young men of the time. After the old man's calm demeanor and consolation was presented to him, Garfiel still felt bad. The sword demon was famous for his deadly skill with the sword, yet there had never been any talk of him having a vicious personality. The reason Garfiel had started his self-reflection was because of the elder's kindness. Anyhow, Wilhelm, they were both themselves, and yet they were not. I am not trying to make this a riddle nor being evasive. It is exactly as stated. Garfiel. Exactly as stated. Not sure if I'm getting it. Wilhelm. In his last moments, while on the verge of death, it is certain that his own will return. But before that, those wicked scoundrels were using him as a puppet, and so he was not able to exercise the full extent of his swordsmanship. Garfiel. Wilhelm. In other words, neither the sword saint of the previous generations, nor the Kurgan the 8 arms possessed the level of ability they originally did. Wilhelm told the speechless Garfiel his observations, that his opponent had not shown his full strength, albeit he himself had battled with such brutality, was not an assertion that he could just accept. With his life on the line, he had won in a fight of life or death. However, It was the answer he was looking for, because the question on his mind was whether he had been an opponent that required him to put his life at stake to defeat. There was that, but... Wilhelm. If I had faced my wife in her prime as I am now, I would have been defeated within the first few strikes of her blade. I was only able to finally best her by throwing away everything else except the blade. While in my prime, it is impossible. That was its level. Garfield. If the same applied to both, then... Wilhelm. Kurgan's skills were degraded compared to their previous state, merely a shadow of his former self. I apologize for saying this, but I believe that, had your opponent been the real Eight Arms, it would be unthinkable that you would not have been reduced to a corpse on the ground. He was quite the fighter, Garfield. Oh, so my amazing selves. Wilhelm. Do not be so prideful, young man. Immediately after, Garfield's hair stood on end with the realization of a stinging battle aura, and he instinctively kicked his chair away and jumped back to the entrance of the diner. With the other people in the dining hall startled because of the sudden situation, only the figure of Garfield was different, as he stood on all fours and breathed heavily. Meanwhile, Wilhelm and Mimi were still seated as if everything were normal. Garfield. Ha ha. Wilhelm. I have the impression that Garfield Dono has a large vessel, but it has yet to be filled. Although I am already in the realm of antiques, I can still recognize a real deal when I come across one. If a part of it can be felt now, then it means it shall be worth the effort. Having said that, Wilhelm stood up and wiped his mouth. His plate had been emptied, and his demeanor showed that he had said what needed to be said. If there was still something missing, it was not on Wilhelm's part. The missing part was in Garfield's heart, and because part of the vessel donned a hole, the conviction it possessed was now spilling out. Wilhelm. That conviction is what you require to become even stronger. Do not lose sight of it. Garfield. Gonna keep that in mind. Quite the bad person, aren't ya? Wilhelm. We are not exactly on the same faction, you know. There should be some level of caution. But Wilhelm, who had finished his meal and was getting ready to leave, looked at Mimi and stopped mid-sentence. Mimi was humming happily while stealing her favorite pieces of food from Garfield's plate and continuing to eat. That Mimi then noticed Wilhelm's gaze. Mimi? What is it, OG-san? Wilhelm. It is amazing that you were capable of seeing through the hostility of a battle aura in a split second's time. Mimi. OG-san doesn't have any reason to be bad to Mimi or her friends, though. Wilhelm. You have a good eye. With you by my side, straying from the beaten path would not be a worry. Nodding to Mimi, who answered as though it was obvious, Wilhelm then turned his focus to Garfield. While heading to the eatery's exit, the elder swordsman indicated Mimi with his hand. Wilhelm, you would be wise to care for her, as the opposite gender will become a treasure later on in life. Garfield. What's with ya? My amazing self's already in love with someone else. Wilhelm. Whatever you choose to do, do your best to not get lost along the way, lest you end up much like this rotting demon. Having said his final words, Wilhelm walked out of the dining room. Watching while unable to say anything back, Garfield clacked his fangs in annoyance. He walked back to his seat and gobbled up the remaining food in one go. Mimi. Oh, Garf. That's bad manners. Garfield. Don't want to hear that from someone who was stealing food from others' plates a second ago. Ah, shit. Even more pissed now than I was before. Like this. Rather than feeling the release of his doubts, he only felt more and more troubled. The path ahead had been illuminated, but the guidance had been so difficult to understand that Garfield was still unable to piece together the clues. It was a frustrating feeling, to be just one step short of being convinced of his own strength, despite having all that was necessary. Garfield. Damn it. What should be done now? Mimi. Garf? Are you bothered? What's bothering you? Touching the white scar on his forehead, Garfield blurted out his thoughts, putting a concerned expression on Mimi's food-stained face. The girl delicately wiped her stained mouth with her sleeve. Mimi. If something bothers you, talk. Mimi will give you the answer. Garfield. My amazing self's not sure on what the hell he's supposed to do now. Mimi. When you're done eating, you should take the plates off the table. Here! Garfield. That's not really what I was talking about. Having said that, they both took their empty dishes to the kitchen and left the diner. Their stomachs had been filled, so should they continue working on the city's reconstruction during the afternoon? If working meant he would be able to avoid thinking about it, he would do it. Garfield. Ah. My belly's all full. Should we continue the reconstruction in afternoon? My amazing self can't imagine working feeling like this. Mimi. Alright. Let's go golf. Garfield. You're quite the energetic gal, aren't you? So where are we going? Mimi. It's obviously to Garf's brother, siblings, and mother's house. Garfield. Garfield had been walking behind Mimi's leisurely gait, but when his brain processed what the small girl had said, he stopped dead in his tracks. His fangs gnashed together, and Garfield's eyes widened as he turned his head away. He struggled to keep his inner thoughts from being laid bare on his face as much as possible. Garfield, what you say? Mimi. Right now, Mimi's going to Garf's family. That's what Garf needs right now. Suddenly, Mimi puffed out her small chest and raised her tail. Then she pointed to the surprised Garfield and exclaimed, Mimi. Talking with your family is beast. That was Roshi's lesson. Interlude the third. Name of warmth, no matter what. In the end, his nature had not been corrected. Even if he knew a problem stood in front of him, he would shy away from it. Even if he knew a solution existed, because he was aware it would be accompanied by pain, he would shy away from it. Garfield wondered if he was facing the same problem he had encountered in Sanctuary, if he was still the same person as back then. Had he really changed at all, compared to those times he spent confidently boasting inside the confinements of his old home? Ah, gorgeous tiger, Garfield. Oi, that's dangerous. The boy's expression lit up upon laying his gaze on Garfield visiting his home. As the boy ran up to him with all his might, Garfield simultaneously felt a sense of danger and relief at his sudden appearance. Garfield, don't want you falling hurting yourself. If you fall down, get hurt, you'll look like an idiot. Mimi. Oh, it hurts when you fall, doesn't it? Mimi used to fall down when she was a little girl too, and as soon as Mimi did, Taro looked like he was in pain, but Mimi was fine. Strange. Mimi laughed innocently. But that her younger brother had taken on her pain and wounds was a no-brainer. As a result of being overly pampered, someone clumsy even after growing up, or that is, a careless sister was created. Regardless, Garfield. Things settled down at home since then? None? Elman. Us. Yes. It's okay. Mom and Nichan have calmed down too, haven't they? Garfield. That's right. Patting the boy's head, the one who was presumably his brother, Garfield looked up at the large mansion. For Garfield, it was a place that brought mixed emotions alongside. In the Thompson mansion, the family's mainstay, Garrick Thompson, was long absent. It would have been a relief, were he merely working at the city hall, too busy with the reconstruction efforts to go home. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Garrick Thompson had lost his human body, his appearance now mutated into that of a black dragon. That fact had already been confirmed by Garfield himself. Although Garrick was now a dragon, he was still capable of speech, as his vocal organs were still intact. In this respect alone, he was much more fortunate than the other victims in the town hall. As for those, the people who had been turned into flies, they had been rendered unable to communicate, let alone speak. However, many people felt as if that was a blessing. It was easy to imagine what thoughts the people who were turned into flies would utter while despairing about their transformation, if one could communicate with them. Fred. Hey, gorgeous tiger. I wonder when Dad will be back. Garfield. Fred. He'll be back, won't he? Again. Garfield stroked his brother's anxious head with his rough palm. It would be easy to utter words of encouragement devoid of any basis, but even if he did, they would lack any warmth. Upon considering what kind of scars those unhopeful words would leave on the boy, Garfield adjudged it to be something that he could not do lightly. If the boy were a person with whom he had little to no connection, would Garfield have encouraged him irresponsibly? Was their connection the reason as to why Garfield did not do that? He himself did not know. Fred, how long will you stay outside? Garfield. Yo. Dot. While he was talking to the boy, a blonde girl showed her face from inside the house. She was the boy's sister, and presumably Garfield's sister too. When the girl noticed Garfield, her expression brightened, and then immediately reverted to her previous awkward face. The change in expression would normally be described as cute, but now, catching a glimpse of her complicated emotions was just painful. Sister. Well, you came all the way to our house again? Gorgeous Tiger sure has a lot of free time on his hands, doesn't he? Garfield. Just resting now. You know, been wanting to see your faces, but if I ain't welcomed, I'll just leave immediately. Oi, Mimi. Garf. Look at people in the face when you're talking to them. Garfield was reluctant to talk to his sister too, as he noticed her turning away weakly. As he announced his intention to not force it, he was pinched on the waist by Mimi, who was standing behind him. He reluctantly turned to the girl, and sure enough, his sister looked somewhat tearful. At least he now felt that he had not been rejected by his family. Garfield. Supporting Mom and taking care of your little brother. Pretty hard-working sister. Sister. Yes. So, I don't mind having a little chat with you. One more person to talk to won't change anything. Mimi. There are 2 people, not 1. Sister. 2 more people won't change that. As the young girl turned red and shouted at them, Mimi and Fred looked at Garfield with an expectant look on their faces. Garfield was not a bad enough person to be able to disregard their request. Rather, Garfield loved to respond to such looks in the first place, despite his current state of mind being one of being unwilling to talk, especially if it were about his younger siblings. Garfield. Well, let me in for a moment. If I'm bothering your mom, I'll just go away. Fred. That sort of thing. Sister. Mom wouldn't do that. The 2 siblings looked at each other and smiled confidently. And yet, in fact, they were right. I'm sorry. You came a long way, but I wasn't properly prepared for your visit. I just wish I had done a little better. Garfield. No problem. We're the ones who popped up all of a sudden in the first place. Us? You don't have to look so anxious. You're not being a bother. It's very encouraging that you found the time to visit us. Garfield. Garfield's throat froze as his secretive inner thoughts were unintentionally revealed. However, the one who had done it, Riella, possessed no ill intent. Of course, Riella. She was a person who was truly free from malice. The more Garfield interacted with her, the more he felt that even though she had lost her memory, that part of her was still the exact same. Garfield. But even so, the house strangely deserted. Mimi. That's how it feels. When we came here earlier, it was kind of messy, but now it feels like it's clean and tidy. Mimi, who was bouncing on the sofa, looked around the house unhappily while agreeing with Garfield. Once again, Garfield and Mimi had been invited into the family's living room, and on Riella serving tea at the table, giggled at their impressions of her home. Riella. Phew. I'm surprised that you noticed. Maybe it's because it's the house I spend every day in, but it doesn't feel too different. Sister. No way. I have a very strange feeling about it too. Mom just doesn't care about it. Fred. Wani-chan, you're so annoying. Sister. What was that? Oh. The sister angrily chased after her younger brother, after the piercing stab that escaped his lips. Out of the corner of his eye he saw them noisily running around the house, then turning his gaze to Riella, silently asking her about the meaning of their last exchange. Riella. Garfield. No. What do you mean by that? What's going on? It was useless to ask his question with merely a gaze, so Garfield queried again, this time properly, with words. In response, Riella clapped her hands, prefacing with an, "Oh, Riella. Oh, it's nothing so big. Now is the time when everyone in the city needs to work together to support each other. We can give away some of our household goods to those in need, or donate some of our savings, and so on. That's all there is, Garfield. So, you're missing a lot of stuff, Riella. There was a lot of stuff in this house to begin with. And it's not so much that we had tons of stuff. It's just that I'm not one to throw things away." Riella playfully stuck her tongue out at him, but it was not all that simple. Of course, there was the principle that people should help each other. The Thompson family, however, was a little different. After all, the family now went without one of its main pillars, the father. So rather, in this environment, if they decided to help others, they would soon become the ones in need. Riella, my husband, Garrick will be back soon. I believe in that, so you don't have to worry about me like that. Garfield. Touch. But, Riella, I've been thinking about this for a long time. The more anxious you are, the more happiness will slip away. This is something from a long time ago, just over a decade. I don't remember anything from those days. Oh, did I scare you? Garfield. Might be a joke that always gets people, but this villain here's already heard it from your husband, Riella. Oh, I see. That guy. It seemed that amnesia was an easy way to surprise others. So Rayla looked a little disappointed with the fact that it had not worked this time around. He believed it to be a very optimistic use of amnesia, but had it been said back when he was unaware of her condition, it would have devastated Garfield. It felt like he was taking it a little bit better now, but it was because he had taken time to process his thoughts and had received a lot of help from many people. And most surprisingly, what struck him more than the subject of amnesia was the fact that his mother's thoughts, the very foundation of her being, had not changed despite having lost her memories, because that was the origin of his mother's actions, that tomorrow may be better. Riella, it was Garrick who gave me these 10 or so wonderful years at a time when I had nothing. He made me, an empty person, what I am today, and gave me the opportunity to have a lovely daughter and a lovely son. So what would I do if I didn't believe in Garrick? Garfield. Riella. So you don't have to be more concerned about it than you should be. I'm not trying to be tough or anything, but I believe in Garrick. If Garrick didn't mind, I would have been happy with him coming back in that form. Garfield. No, that guy. It's just that even if your husband said it's 8, the others to stop him. Riella. Really? I thought it was cool. Riella put faith in her husband, whose form had been morphed into that of a black dragon, while gazing towards tomorrow. However, as it was only a change in appearance, Garrick still had the faculties to exchange words. Nevertheless, the couple had debated it, and their joint decision was for him to sleep in ice. Garfield was not as tactless as to try and listen in on that, nor had he witnessed the actual freezing. It was due to none other than Riella that Riella's heart had steeled itself. Garfield, you're strong, aren't ya? Riella, yes. Of course, because I'm a mother of 2 children. Riella smiled as she said it, throwing out her chest. The fact that she was not the mother of 2, but the mother of 4, only lent proof to the statement of her strength. It was a different kind of strength, from the fighting strength that Garfield was knowledgeable about. That which was present in Subaru and Otto was the same that was present in his amnestic mother. Surely, that part of Garfield, that untrained strength of his, laid right in front of him. Riella. Oh, yes. I actually have a question for you too, gorgeous Tiger-san. When Garfield gave her a distant look, Riella suddenly clapped her hands. Listening to her unchanging tone and manner of speech, Garfield nodded casually, letting an "ah" escape through his lips. Garfield. Ah. Say whatever you want. To be honest though, the important part of the discussion doesn't really concern my amazing self. Don't think I'd have much to say to. Riella. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about you, gorgeous Tiger-san. Garfield. About my amazing self? Riella. Yes, gorgeous Tiger-san. Why do you care so much about us? That's what I'm curious about. The sudden and unexpected blow hit him at a moment he had put his guard down. His fangs literally trembled, and the resolve that he was supposed to possess cracked. Garfield. Riella, in front of him, and Mimi, beside him, were silently waiting for Garfield's response. As he watched them, Garfield's thoughts spun. When Mimi brought him here, he should have been prepared to a certain extent. However, now he was being reminded that, in the end, his resolve was vague. Did he wish to tell Riella about her lost memories? Did he wish to come forward and tell his 2 younger siblings that he was their brother, at least? Or did he intend to leave quickly, only relaying them his concern for Garrick? Now, even remembering was something he was incapable of doing. Garfield. The reason that my amazing self's come into your home's that my amazing self's got a bit of a relationship with you guys. And I'm anxious, so I want to keep an eye on you. You're missing something, yeah? Riella. Well, it's pretty hard indeed. You're right, so I can't say anything about that. Mimi. Oh, you're out of it. What's missing? Hair? You know, when it's fire season, Mimi also loses a lot of hair and stuff. But in the ice season, she gets a little fluffy. Mama Kishiki! To the unclear wording, Riala and Mimi reacted in a typical way. Seeing this, a blatant sense of relief swept over Garfield's chest. Given the personalities of the two, they should not press him for any clarification. Garfield could now leave this place without expressing the indescribable emotion in his chest. He thought it was a matter that required time. Yes, time. This was the kind of thing that should be done calmly, and with time, to seek the right answer. That was exactly what he was going to do. He was going to ask Frederica. He was going to check with his sister, and then... Garfield. Riala. Is everything all right? Gorgeous Tiger-san? Garfield. Why? Riala. I don't know why, but you look like such a fragile little child. Garfield was shocked, thin white fingers in contact with his head. Riala had leaned over, stroking his head. The softness of her touch was terribly gentle, full of compassion, as if he were her own beloved child. Riala's memories, which were supposed to be lost, and Garfield's memories, which he had started to forget, overlapped. It must have been like this someday, being held and having his head patted, in the arms of Riala Rashia Tinzel. At this moment, the physical memory of that time had been revived, coming back to haunt Garfield's heart, and without having been given a moment to think about it, to endure it, his feelings broke down. Garfield. Mom. Riala. Garfield. Mom, HK? With her caressing fingertips still touching his hair, Garfield called out to Riala in front of him. His eyes were teary. His voice trembled, and Garfield looked so thin and frail that his petite body seemed to get smaller and smaller. No wonder. No matter how strong he is, no matter how hard he tries, everyone is a child in front of their mother. No matter how brash he can be, he is just a stubborn child. Garfield. My amazing selves. My amazing selves. Mom, HK. Heh. Had so many things to say. He had as many things to say as there were stars. The many thoughts that he had given up on thinking, the ones that he had not been able to communicate, shone brilliantly in Garfield's mind, and he rejoiced at the opportunity that had presented itself to him. He wished to be held in his mother's arms, to be forgiven, and to cry out in peace. Soul. Nizal? Garfield, right? Garfield. Teary-eyed and downcast, Garfield's voice was strangled. Next to him, Mimi suddenly spoke Garfield's name. Garfield did not know to whom it was addressed, but then he heard the sound of a gasp in front of him, and the sensation of fingertips leaving his head. Garfield. Ah! Her fingers moved away. His mother's precious warmth was lost, and Garfield's throat rumbled weakly. But that sentiment was soon replaced by another one. Riala. Garfield, come here. In front of Garfield's raised face, Riala spread her arms and smiled. The gesture and the words froze over Garfield's thoughts. But even though his brain had stopped, his body, his soul, knew what to do. Garfield. I'm sorry, Mom. I'm sorry. Sobbing like a kid, just like a child, Garfield jumped towards Riala, towards Reshia, burying his head in her chest and shouted. A gentle, soft palm stroked the weeping Garfield's head. Riala. Okay. Garf. Good boy. Good boy. You've been working so hard all this time. Garfield. That's right. My amazing self's been trying so hard, but I made so many mistakes. And still, everyone is... HK. Unable to speak properly, Garfield continued his incoherent speech in Rishia's arms. What overflowed now were all 15 years that encompassed Garfield's life. He had lost his mother, been separated from his sister, resolved himself to not lose any more family members, and then had the next decade of his life shattered by Subaru and the others. In that period of time, how many times had he almost been crushed by the very things he was holding on to? How many times had he grieved? How many times had he trampled upon feelings in his desperation to regain the love he had lost, to not let it go? Back when he was much younger, he had taken advantage of his father and mother, clinging on to them while leaving the walls confining his heart intact, something which he should have overcome. Knowing that the walls were there, he got used to slipping through the side streets to avoid them while taking notice of that high wall looming behind him. Garfield. Mom. HK. Riala. It's okay, Garf. Mom's here for you. Being comforted by her kind words and compassion, and trusting his heart to his mother's love, which he had asked for, but had not been given. He remembered being loved by his family. Garfield knew that he was loved by his sister and his grandmother both. He also was aware that his mother loved him. However, Garfield, who had felt the love of his sister and his grandmother for the first time in his life at this juncture, now felt his mother's love. Now that he was getting what he had sought, Garfield sobbed. He had not learned the answer to the feelings that welled up in his chest. Their name had yet to be made known to Garfield, but the very thing he felt right now, that which made his heart tremble, his fangs snap, and his soul quake, was the answer. He was sure everyone already knew the answer, but only now, Garfield finally had it at his fingertips. This passionate feeling as it was the answer. Mimi. Oh, Garf. Did you stop crying? Did you cry a lot? Garf's such a crybaby. As Garfield's fretful, sobbing rage settled down, and Garfield frowned in embarrassment, Mimi opened the door, returning with his younger siblings. It seemed that she had left the sobbing Garfield alone with Riella while he was in his mother's arms, which made Garfield feel even more uncomfortable. How much time had passed since he had left his seat? Fred, gorgeous tiger, are you all right? Sister. I can't believe that you'd cry out in public even though you're a man. You're just like Fred. Even though he had not been directly in sight, he had been crying out, loud enough to be heard throughout the house. Mimi had taken his younger siblings outside, but the effort would be in vain. Garfield. Sorry. About... Mimi. What? No matter what. Mimi is wondering if Garf's happy. Also, she's wondering if there will be anything sweet for snacks. Garfield. Oh yeah, damn it. Dottie. As Mimi laughed with a gleeful, natural look on her face, he wondered just how much thought she had put into the action. Garfield pondered if it had been an instinctive actions from her after laying her eyes on him. If so, her instinct was not something to be scoffed at. Mimi. There? What's up? Have you fallen in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. Mimi. Is that so? It was hard to believe that he was actually thinking about it. But the fact was that Mimi had saved his life many times. Not only his heart, of course, had been saved, but his very life had too been saved by Mimi. And as a result, by complete chance, Mimi ended up not expiring. Garfield should have been the one to come out victorious from that battle, but the credit for that achievement went to Wilhelm, and so he had nothing to do with Mimi's salvation. He was borrowing and borrowing, but he had yet to be able to do anything to pay his debt back. Mimi. So, how was Garf? Riella. Well, you'll have to check with him. I'm sure he's okay now. I think you're gorgeous, Mimi-san's favorite gorgeous tiger-san. Mimi. Well, maybe. Garf. Mam'll do it if Mimi has to. Garfield could not help being struck by that embarrassing conversation. To take his mind off things, he just stroked the heads of his younger brother, who was giving him a worried look, and his younger sister, who was glancing at him. Upon touching his brother and sister, he felt even more love for them than before. Perhaps it was because of the fact that they are siblings. He had not really felt or understood love as an emotion before, but now it had become a reality. Garfield. As soon as he realized that, another wave of anxiety arose. This time, it was a straightforward concern. A very straightforward concern. It was whether he possessed the qualifications to be recognized as an elder brother by these two, his younger siblings, or not. Fred. Gorgeous tiger. Sister. Hey, why are you frozen? It's not like you have some weird disease or something, is it? Comparing the gaze of his siblings, Garfield's thought whirled. They probably didn't hate him. It was easy to understand the favoritism of the younger brother, and the younger sister was hard to understand. But despite that, she likely wasn't malicious. And besides, he had used his strength in battle in front of them as gorgeous tiger. To be honest, his display had been less than impressive at times, and he could not renege the feeling that he would have lost if not for the supporters. But he would have lost. Put that aside for the moment. Mimi. Garfield. Shut up. Come on, do something. Feeling like Mimi could be of assistance to him, Garfield bit his fangs and took the lead in restraining her. When Mimi pulled away from him, a grin plastered on her face due to his words, Garfield's brain began turning at high speed and blowing heat. Coming forward, that in itself was possible at this very juncture. Of course, possible here meant that it was An action that was feasibly achievable, and with emotional conditions involved, it would be a little different. He was not scared, not by any means, but everything required preparation. When tackling a strong opponent head-on, he would not be victorious if the enemy were challenged, and he lacked the preparations to win. No matter what the situation, no matter how difficult the enemy, he needed to practice and train his body every day. And that was exactly what was required for him to win here. In other words, being prepared was still required of him for this challenge. And if he were to be sincere, he could not say with certainty that he was ready for that right now. If that were the case, he should just back off for now. Sister, wait. Are you sure you're okay? Your eyes are flitting here and there, and your face is turning red. Fred. Gorgeous tiger? Garfield. I'm fine, of course. Yo, Mimi. Mimi's never heard Garf make a yoa-goyua sound or anything like that before. Mimi teased him, but Garfield did not boast the energy to riposte verbally, and so, with his younger siblings worrying about him, Garfield's brain churned in circles with his confused thoughts. Riala, you can't do that, Garfield. You've been holding everything in, and that's what you're doing right now. Garfield, oh Mom, Riala reminded him of this, as she saw Garfield averting his eyes. With those words spilling out of his mouth, his younger siblings looked at him with a shocked expression. Fred, what? Why is Mom gorgeous tigers? Sister, no, this is mine and Fred's mom, not yours. Riala. It's okay. Both of you, it's okay. Riala spoke softly to his surprised brother and snappy sister, perhaps vulnerable to their mother's words. The younger siblings reluctantly fell silent. Then, looking at Garfield, whose mind was not yet prepared, let alone his heart, Riala spoke. Yes, she spoke. Riala, I'm sure Garfield's been separated from his mother, and maybe I'm like his mother. I guess that's why he got lonely like that. Garfield. Ah, sister. Huh. Your mom and our mom look alike? Garfield. Whoa. What's that? Shit. That's embarrassing. When Riala gave her explanation, each of her 3 children reacted differently. Garfield was taken aback, but Riala's confident demeanor did not show any signs of lying or deception. In other words, Mimi. Garf. Haven't you said enough? Garfield. Figures that Mimi had summed it up pretty nicely. In spite of all his shameful, pathetic, and emotional crying and screaming, ultimately, Riala was not aware of any part of the truth. Such a brave thing to do, wasn't it? Garfield. It's natural. It's natural. If she had no memory, that means she had no idea. In such a state, there was no way she could realize the truth by simply listening to Garfield's incomprehensible string of words. Immediately after that, he lost his strength. From his fangs. From his body. Garfield. What the hell? What the hell? He wondered if the words that spilled out were words of relief or disappointment. Probably a bit of both. Only Garfield realized. He was disappointed in many ways. Whether it had resulted in anything was dubious, but he figured it was time to move on. With that decision made, Garfield and Mimi left the Thompson residence. Riala. Sorry I couldn't do anything for you yet again. Mimi. It's okay. Mimi's sorry like... Mimi's sorry? Garf cried a lot. Something like that. Garfield. Shut up. Don't bring it up again. As Mimi replied to Riala, seeing them off, Garfield grabbed Mimi by the scruff of her neck. He lifted Mimi's light body with a naya, and looking at Riala and the siblings who clung to their mother with a sigh. Garfield. You don't have to worry about me taking your mom. Fred. I think so too, but... Sister, don't let your guard down, Fred. After all, you've got Mom to look out for. Just because Dad's gone for a while doesn't mean you can have Mom being full of openings. Garfield, can't you see there's a lot of openings? On the contrary, Garfield titled his head toward his younger siblings, who were now on max alert. As a result of Riala's strange explanation, his younger siblings seemed to have mistakenly thought that Garfield had come to steal their mother. He did not mean to do that. But even if he did, if his mother actually remembered him, he would like her to give him a little retrospect. Upon pondering about it, he did not feel it was something he could reject outright. Sister. Hey, let's get the bad guys out of here. Riala. Please come back anytime. Whenever you want to cry, I will lend you my chest. Garfield. Don't want you to see me in such a pathetic way. Riala. Only for me then. Just like your mother, Garfield. Tis. At a loss for words, Garfield decided to walk away. With Mimi hanging, Garfield turned his back to the three of them. To the family that he had not been able to call a family so far. Seeing Garfield turn to walk away, Riala clapped her hands. Then, with the children clinging to herself, she pushes the children's backs, moving them forward. Riala, come on you two, say a proper goodbye. Fred, gorgeous tiger, see you later, sister. His younger brother obeyed his mother's words, but his younger sister remained silent. Can't be helped, Garfield thinks. However, Riala's thoughts were not the same. Riala, we have to see our guests off, right, Mr. Oh. When Riala, who was surprisingly stubborn, spoke, his sister still did not nod. Riala looked a little troubled by her daughter's obstinate attitude. Sister, no, you don't have to worry about that. Riala, that's not going to happen. Come on, sister. Already, Raphael. With a frustrated look on her face, Riala finally called out her daughter's name. The moment he heard the name, the sound of that name, Garfield twitched as if struck by a bolt of lightning, and was rendered unable to move. Garfield. Riala. Yes, Raphael. Come to think of it, have I never introduced you? This is the name of this child. My two children are Raphael Thompson and Fred Thompson. Raphael and Fred Dotcho. He had heard his brother's name a few times before in the past. He had not paid much attention to it, probably because Garfield did not care much, or rather, was it because he was afraid of noticing it? Raphael and Garfield. Fred and Frederica. Riala's two children, and Rishia's two children. They sounded somewhat similar, for whatever reason. Raphael. You think it's a strange name because it doesn't sound like a girl's. I'm aware of that too. Misunderstanding the reason for his silence, his sister, Raphael, spoke with a pouting face. In response, Garfield, who had been overwhelmed for a while, shook his head and prefaced his answer with a no. Garfield. My amazing self thinks it's a good name. Raphael. Even if you're flattering me like that. Garfield. Serious. Totally serious. Yeah, think it's a good name. Raphael. That's right. When Garfield spoke from his heart, Raphael felt a little overwhelmed. And then Riala interrupted, beaming. Riala. I named them both, for some reason. I wanted to use this name. So, yeah, Garfield. Both of them. You? Riala. Yes, they're nice names, aren't they? I've always wanted to give my beloved children these names. Garfield. It was the best proof of love that he could ever have. A mother who had lost her memory, who remembered nothing of her past, but who had never lost her kindness and generosity, who had bestowed her love for her child that should have been there, on her newborn children. Garfield. Garfield could have been angry about this. He could have hated it. He could have yelled at it with all his heart. He could have sunk his fangs into it unreasonably, but such a thought never crossed his mind. With this, Garfield was thoroughly overwhelmed. By the love of his own mother, Rashia Tinzel, by the love of Riala Thompson, the mother of his brother and sister. So that was enough. Garfield. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. He laughed. The sense of weakness that had lingered in his heart until just a moment ago disappeared. The shame he felt for not being able to say what he needed to say, for not being able to convey what he needed to convey, for not being able to say it fully, for ending it halfway, disappeared. That was all he needed for now, because he could feel that they were all connected. Garfield. So long, Raphael. Fred. See you again. Fred? Fred? Yeah. Gorgeous tiger. Raphael. Try not to cry this time. Garfield patted roughly his younger siblings' heads. This time, his palm was filled with a different kind of love. He did not think it was half-hearted. Then finally, Garfield raised his hand to Riala, to his mother. Garfield. Thanks, Mom. Gonna come to bother you again. He'd be there a few times while he remained in the city. And once that was done and dusted, he'd come back after returning to the Roswell residence. Once that was done, he was sure he would bring my sister and grandmother along. Once that was done, they could talk about the past decade. Unlike before, he remained quiet about it, because this time he felt positive. Family talk was for family members, That was what he believed in. Garfield. Until then, take care, Garfield shouted emphatically and raised his hand. Fred. Mom. I'm glad Gorgeous Tiger's feeling better. Riala. Yeah, you're right. I'm really glad. Raphael. Mom, don't you look kind of lonely? Do you really not want him to leave that badly? Riala. I'm not sure. It's not that I don't want him to leave. It's not that I don't want to leave him. It's just that I'm sad to see him go. Fred. When do you think Dad'll be back home? Riala. I don't know, but I know he'll be back. Raphael. Mom, why are you crying? Riala. Maybe it's because I found something I forgot. Riala. I'm sorry, but thank you. I love you, Garf. Grabbing Mimi by one hand, they entered a small restroom in the treatment center. Amidst the numerous beds, Otto's bunk was placed at the far end of the room, near the window. While walking towards that place, oh, oops, I'm sorry, bro. Hey, Tina, wait for me. Tina. I'm not going to let you catch me just because you said that. Come on, Luzbel. Two noisy children, a boy and a girl, ran through the hospital room. The girl was dressed in hospital clothes, and the boy was apparently visiting her. The girl looked full of energy, and given her condition, she soon would be able to leave the hospital. Normally, Garfield would have warned them not to make noise in the hospital room, but sometimes a child's frolicking voice can be a lifesaver. That is why no one pays attention to those two when they are like that. Garfield. Well, I'm just saying something carefree, Otto, bro. Garfield saw the children off and headed to the back, where he was greeted by Otto. Upon seeing Garfield with Mimi, Otto, who still had the same painfully bandaged leg, raised an eyebrow, synchronized with an, "Oh, Otto. You look a little sunny somehow. Did something good happen to you?" Garfield. It's difficult to know if it's a good thing or not. He could not shake his head in agreement to Otto's question with honesty. It had been a series of complex, complicated, and convoluted attacks on his values. However, he was sure that every word and every encounter had turned out to be positive in the end. Otto. But you must have been happy about it. Garfield. Mimi? Garf, you're looking better. Something happy and something like that happened. Happy? That's all right, Mimi thought to herself. She did. Mimi laughed childishly, her face brimming as she dangled. The volume of her voice drew the attention of the entire hospital room, but they soon dismissed their gaze. The reason was the same as the one for the commotion of the boy and girl from earlier. There was no way they could interrupt the emotions of someone who was smiling happily and sincerely, from the bottom of their heart. Garfield. I dunno, man. Mimi. Oh. Garf smiled too. Have you fallen in love? Did you fall in love? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. Is that Sue? Garfield. Ain't fallen in love. But. The exchange had repeated several times. But finally, Garfield appended a few words to his statement. Mimi rounded her eyes, and Otto witnessed the conversation. To his mother, his sister, his brother, and to Subaru, who was not here. Garfield. Thanks. He felt like he had moved on. Just a little bit. Garfield displayed his fangs and smiled at that. End.